You. Hello, guys. Holy, the subs. Okay. Hello, guys. Thank you. Wait. PoE. Okay. Here's the right scene. Blue Days and Jack. Appreciate that very much. 1 year, actually. Blue Days. Thank you. How's it going, everyone? Logan? We're gonna do a bit more PoE now, and then later we're gonna do more last epoch. No D4 or PoE2 wallpaper. Yeah, because I recently installed Windows again. I didn't really change it yet. We'll see. I mean, I have so much PoE and D4 stuff in my room. I'm not sure if I need the wallpaper anyway. I had like a synthwave background, which is cool. Thatch. Okay. 46% rarity. That's a lot of rarity on an amulet. Okay, how's the situation? We have 85 spiriters. We did a simulacrum last time, right? How's breach looking? We do have a breach stone. Breach sprinters. How's arbiter looking? We have one Act 2 fragment. Cool. And no citadels inside anyway. Morning, Shane Buck. Where are the citadels, man? Nowhere to be found. Which map have I done? Here. Blooming Fields. So I might just continue down here. There's a corruption here, actually. Sump, Steaming Springs. Actually, a lot of mechanics here. It seems like this tower... Wait. Yeah, this tower hit this map, actually. Look at that. So this works. I want to see, like, you know, where it cuts it off. Watch it canvas over this one. But this one was not hit. This one was. Interesting, this tower was hit. This map was hit. Creek. That's actually a good map there. Let's start with that. Okay. Hello guys, how's it going? What's my next build will be? Well, I want to make a Deadeye with Galvanizing Shards, a crossbow Deadeye, on Hardcore Zeph. But I'm not sure if I will do this now before last Epoch launch, so I will probably do this when I return to PoE 2. But what I will do is, I'm gonna play this a little bit more. And I also want to go back to my Stormcaller Snipe Ranger from last league that I played on Hardcore Zeph. That was a pretty good build. And Stormcaller just got buffed. And I also want to see, like, you know, if you can make this like 0.2 updated. And probably play that a little bit on standard. It's like level 94. And then I might make like a second build out of that, basically, for this patch so far. I haven't been like not checked out my old characters yet, basically. I'll kill for map markers. Yeah, they're coming, I guess, on Wednesday or Thursday or something. How well is Lich doing? I think Lich is doing fine, but at least in the ladder, I've not really seen a lot of Liches. And when I checked in like SF and stuff. What do you say? Lightning Spear is stronger than Ice Twister build? I've not really seen Twister very much. I mean, the thing is that this clears basically as fast as you can run. You know, with very little downtime. And it basically insta-kills all the bosses. So, like, nothing really gets much stronger than this anyway, you know, at this point. Like, it can't, because everything just dies, so... I don't think there's really that much... I mean, maybe Twister's on the same level or something, but... And okay, some builds have maybe a bit more boss damage for, like, the pinnacles and stuff, but you do them so rarely that it doesn't really matter. I'm not sure how the Ice Twister build works exactly, if it has, like, some setup or whatever. You know, I have the Twisted Hideout. The Twisted Hideout. What hideout? Is it like a new one you can find, or what? Boss with the Breach and Delirium, what the hell's going on here? Not a Breach. Okay. Greater Resolve Rune. There was a Gloom Shrine. That could have been juicy. So these shrines actually just have both icons at once. It doesn't just give you like a random extra effect, but you can actually see it when you click the shrine. I wonder if like both effects of the shrine are also active. Like if you have like a Tempest Shrine and a Meteor Shrine, are they both like just randomly shooting their stuff until you click it? I guess so. It's like from the Atlas notes you can get double shrines. I'm not sure if Gloom Shrine actually adds something to nearby enemies. I guess it does. The chaos damage. Okay, here goes another round. We have 30 seconds of Gloom. I think Breeze Sprinter's auto pickup would be really nice, man, if they ever introduce that. Like, it's already opening the hands. But it would be nice if we could just like run around and pick the fucking sprinters like this. But I guess I will never do this because it's like an item, so it doesn't go into inventory automatically. But I mean, you know, if I already have one stack in my inventory, they can just like keep filling up that stack, right? So what's the issue? I'm comfortable with the amount of HP and ES. 3k HP is okay. I also have 68 block and 70 evasion. So, you know, I can get one-tapped by really big attacks. But in terms of like mapping, it's very rare that I get, you know, hit that much that I can actually die. Tier 5 boots, oh my god. I mean, you just don't really get much more life, you know, this is about it. I mean, in Trade League, okay, I can push it to like 3.2, maybe 3.5k life with like a really high-end gear. So that would be really nice and comfortable at some point. But yeah, here, no way, so... I got a king, actually. I should maybe just buy him. I'm just gonna get him, so we have him. We actually don't have enough here to buy this. Actually, okay, we just get it for everything. He spent a lot on this King in the Mist. We can do a King, we have a Breach. Very nice. Actually, I wanted to see how the King in the Mist will go. T4. Should be pretty chill now, to be honest. So many delirious maps too. 41 Breach Spenders, let's go. You changed the tree to be more crit focused. Not really. I did have crit up here in the shadow area as well that I removed, but I took this here and this here. But basically, there was a lot of pathing, and it just turned out that it was not as efficient as it could have been. So I have this evasion nodes now, and also have like some more block nodes here. So I have mostly like my damage kind of stayed the same when I did this change, but I got a lot more evasion and more block. So I'm just more defensive with like similar damage. Plus I min-maxed a few little things. Yeah. Okay. I'm gonna try to do this without attrition. I keep the Herald of Thunder, even though it doesn't really help us on against the King in the Mist. Or... we should probably do attrition. Attrition is probably just better. Maybe we can keep this here, but we do this. Fuck. I need a lower one. This is 18. Okay. So it goes to 55, so this is 57. Huh. I can actually turn it on. I just realized. Yeah, true, this is 30. Yeah, I can actually just run attrition, I just realized. If I really want it. Let me turn this off. Let me do precision, vitality. Actually, what about clarity, vitality? I think that's probably the better move here for pinnacles. And it's a bit sad because I lose 74% increased damage here. So realistically, I should be changing this to something else. I'm not sure if I could pick up something good for like 3 points. It gives me a bunch of additive or a bunch of damage. I mean, if nothing else, maybe some crit notes that give me damage, but they're all a crit chance and I already have 100. It is what it is, I guess. Let's just do it. What does the quality do on attrition actually? Just gives you a cull. Okay, so you don't really have to quality this thing. Oh, there's the king. We can also do the breach while we at it. Here. Here. So they're both +4. I haven't done a breach +4 yet, I think. I've done +3. Breach +4 will be interesting. Need to not get clapped by the hands. Otherwise it's fine, I guess. Let's see if I get an ingenuity, guys. Maybe apart from the Atlas, you choose a way and go until something pops up. I don't just go strictly one direction. I do take turns and stuff like that. You know, if I see there's like an area with like a bunch of towers, or there's like a citadel here and a citadel there, and so on. But you just want to make sure you're like a minimum distance away from the start. Everything else is kind of irrelevant. Now, of course, if you want to like specifically hunt for citadels, it's like best to kind of try to go in one direction because it kind of opens up the most area around it, right? If you go like one path, then you see to the left, you see to the right, and you see ahead, and then you can see like if there's a citadel, you always try to do like long straight paths if you can, if you just hunt citadels. But I'm not fully just hunting citadels. I've done that last league. I've just been going only for citadels. I've never really juiced up towers and stuff like that. But now the towers are much better. In Arbiter, you know, I mean, I've done it a bunch of times now. So I would still like to do a +4 Arbiter on this build. But we'll see. Oh shit, he just starts. I don't see the purple buff on me. Okay, that's not actually hurt that much with one grip. He wasn't even done. Got him already down, easy. Okay. I'm not sure if I actually stayed enough in his presence for attrition. I just realized I think I was too far away in some cases. Should probably not be that far away. I'm not sure if I get the attrition buff at all if I'm too far away. Dude, what the fuck? They go here. What? Oh. I wonder if this explosion one-shots me. I've never tried. Shit, dude. Oh! Belt! Why does he always drop these shitty omens, by the way? And even this guy on T4. Can't he just at least drop one of the good omens? Holy dude. Okay, we did him. Can't see the roll, guys. So I can have reduced or increased charm chances used or gained. The two charm slots. 20% from left ring, 27% from right ring. What happens if I just equip this thing? I'm missing 2 cold rests and 12 chaos. My HP goes down by 20, 80. You get some rarity. A lot of rarity, actually. How much does my damage go up? 32.9, 30.8. So it's 2k. It's like around 7% DPS. Not terrible. And 2 charms. Now how can I get 2 cold rests? We have attack modifier on this. We could do cold modifier, which has cold and the all rest, I guess. This has full cold rest. This one has full cold rest. This one has 12, so we can divine the helm. Because of Divine Dissing to get more percent of this, which has Chaos Res. Maybe I'll just equip it. 22, 28. How many Divines do I have? 14. $29, $25. Okay, 28 and 30 in the one charm slot. $75. Okay, so we lost like 80 life and gained like 2.4k DPS. And it's like 8% DPS. That's not terrible. And a charm. Can put back our stun charm. You know, stun charm or gold charm? How much rarity do we have? We have 89 rarity. Could also do Chaos Charm, but they have 64 Chaos Res, which is okay, I think. Or softcore at least. Seems like I don't have a stun charm. Ah, here's one. There's really good unique charms. Yeah, true actually. What is the one? There's like a unique charm that for like every element, right? Like if you get shocked, if you get like ignited and so on, you can actually self-shock pretty reliably, but I'm not sure what it does. Is it a power charge? Charm. Unique charm. No, wait, what? Where are they? I have a few. Quarterstaff, Spear, Jewel, Charm here. When you take 9 damage, gain a frenzy charge. When you take 5 damage, gain maximum rage. Yeah. As weird as we can't catalyst this thing, right? Wait, can we catalyst? No, belt is only in PoE 1, right? You can't catalyst this anyway. Ring or amulet, okay. So here we have life, 20% already. What about attack? We have none. And I have nothing here yet. Oh, modifiers, do we have more of these? I do have 16. You can do life or the physical damage. I'm not sure which one I like more. We have 6 for physical modifiers. It's a pretty juicy. It's a T8 fizz roll. Maybe I should do that. Let's see, 33.2. 33.54. So it's another 1% DPS actually from 9% quality. Yeah, I think I'll take it. Let's just try to finish this with physical. Okay, let's do ingenuity, I suppose. You can Val it. Okay, the frenzy charge is very cool. Yeah, there's like some charms where you can like, you know, self-inflict damage or self-inflict like ailments or something maybe, and then get the procs on the unique charms. But that's like always tricky, I guess. So I guess we're not gonna... Dude, I can't believe that I never replaced this build. It's item level 72. This is from literally day 1, this build. And I never fucking replaced it. Look at this shit. This is from like a T11 map or something. Look at my recombinator belts here. Like, what I've tried always... Like, none of these belts that I ever recombinated survived. It's crazy. I have so many here ready to go again with like recombinating and stuff. All these belts, I've picked up every single belt, every single base, and crafted every single belt. And this is what I had, man. It's actually nuts. Well, okay, I got the ingenuity. I'm gonna go with that, so... You have a bit less mana now. How much do we have on this? 80 mana. What does my mana region change on that? 37, 41. Okay, so we have like around 10% less mana. Something to think about. Oh. Fire rarity stun threshold. 35 movement. Alright, let's just level like 100 life. Almost. Dude, how the hell do I have 118 int, by the way? Why do I have 118 int? There's here, oh my god. There's here. Yeah, I don't need all this int, man. 23 to all attributes. But I guess it does help the mana a bit. Chaos. Ah. Pain. Okay. Got the worst thing off, yeah. Very nice. Okay, we're gonna do tier 4 Breach Lord. I've not done a tier 4 Breach Lord yet. I've killed King in the Mist like tier 4 a few times now. But not the Breach Lord yet. Let's see. I haven't tried a Breach Lord yet, to be fair. We've only gotten the points. How many? 20. We'll do this. Okay. With a new and improved belt. We have trouble sustaining Waystones since patch. They're currently running 150, 170 chance and they rarely drop. Yeah, Waystones just generally don't drop much, but you get the guaranteed Waystones from the last rare and from the bosses. So this is usually how you sustain, and then you get a bunch of like extra Waystones. And like this you actually have extra to like, you know, corrupt into T16 or, you know, sometimes like Mender 1 or whatever if you don't get good mods. So you should always get one back at least per map. So you never run out unless you lose the run entirely or something. If you do rituals, sometimes you get like extra maps as well. In the window, you can buy them. Or worst case, you buy some from Doriani. You can buy tier 14s and then 3 to 1 them. This is very nice. It will be very easy to replace this ring here if you get a better one. But basically the only thing I don't want on it is the int. But it has a low dex roll. It also has lightning rest that I actually don't think I need, I just realized. Maybe I can replace this ring. I need something with a bit of cold rest on it though. I'm not sure if I have been at the Breach Lord since I got Tangle Tongue. I think last time I did it without Tangle Tongue, so it should actually be a pretty fast fight now, as long as I don't get clapped by the hand or something. It might be fine. At least reaching him is easy so far. I think I'll do the clarity instead of the precision. Oh, monkey. Whoa. Okay, F. He was in a really shitty spot. Usually I want to turn around him, but he was right at the wall. And I jumped too early. Ah, too bad. Up, that was a breach. You only have one portal on tier 4, so... My companion is Invulnerable Aura, Gorilla. Where did I put all my charms? And my omens? Ah, here. I should actually put this down here, I guess. Also, I forgot, it consumed my amelioration omen. I lost one of the XP omens now. He's a creek. He's not a creek, actually. We had a pretty good one already, right? Chill ground, likes the fire. Let's do this. Like, he can't lose XP, but it still consumes the omen if you die on the boss. How many deaths on his character? Should be like 70 or something. 69, actually. Do you see citadels on my map? You're level 90, haven't found one. You do see them pretty clearly. If you look into the fog, there's a beam. But, you know, they're just rare, so... You can't miss them, though, if you look around a little bit, and there is one. But if there's none, you don't see the beam, so... Actually, wait, did it change the simulacrum music? Or the Durin music? Let me hear, isn't that? Oh no, it didn't. It would be really nice if you could like make a setting where Delirium does not override the map music. Because Delirium lasts the entire map, you know, it's like... I like to play with in-game music, but when you run Delirium, every single map is just fucking boring. I think I should change that. Or at least allow you to like disable the Delirium music or something. I'm gonna try to bring this up sometime when I get a chance. Can we use Explosive Spear all first 3 acts? I use Explosive Spear in Stormlands all the way to the 15 maps, to be honest. So it was only pretty late that I swapped to Lightning Spear as my main clear. If I would do it again, I would probably start using Lightning Spear a lot more earlier. It depends on how well it clears for you. I mean, if you already have like the 2 supports, you want Spectral Volley and Volt. These are the 2 supports you need on Lightning Spear to really pop off. You need Barrage, and then Spectral Volley, and Volt. If you have those things, you need basically 2 tier 3 supports, which I guess you'll get in Act 5 or something. At that point, your Lightning Spear will start blasting. Now, as I said, I haven't really tried this now in the low levels because I started using Lightning Spear very late. So, you know, the mileage may vary a little bit depending on how it's going for you. But yeah. Falconer will be viable in 2.0. Yeah, Falconer got nerfed by something like 30 to 40%, which is not enough of a nerf to make it terrible or something. It's not gonna be like probably the best build or, you know, something like that anymore. And I am considering actually not playing Rogue actually for the race. I just took a brief look at the tier list. Seems like a hardcore tier list, like all like Paladin and Forge God basically, so I might actually do some practice on Sentinel. And we'll see. And I think it's the new stuff is usually OP, and that includes Heartseeker. Heartseeker does look OP, but the thing is that Marksman just has like very little survivability. So I'm not sure, like, you know, especially going into like an unknown boss fight. I have no idea if I should do that on a Marksman, and I think the answer is probably no. Because I only get one shot after like, you know, 50 hours of grinding or something. So it's probably best to go like Giga Chat mode on Sentinel and hope for the best. Which kind of sucks because I've never played Sentinel. So I have to do like basically all the practice and learn everything from scratch now. I have 2k still. Can buy pretty much everything, I guess. Also, I should stop picking up builds now, as realized. Stop picking up builds, stop picking up weapons. So basically the only thing you want maybe is just like more watch out, we're gonna craft an insane build now. Nope. Another helm at some point maybe. And another ring. I'll just take everything that's cheap here right now and then we'll see what's left. Okay. Clean this up a bit here. Shrine Others nodes are ridiculous. We have 277k sheet DPS with 2 shrines. Wait, which of the shrines actually gives you damage directly? I know there's like a Gloom Shrine for extra chaos, but it's mostly the pops that they care about. Yeah, that's the boss. Somewhere far on... Like, it's actually right next to the start. Looks like it almost. But actually, it's like here we'd have to turn around on the right. I think it's gonna be a pretty long race. Yeah, I expect around 50 hours for the race. Unless, you know, the whole, like, let's say top 3 or top 5 die or something. Then it's longer, I guess. And it's not unlikely, apparently. It seems like a very hard encounter. I'm gonna see if you can tier sub set FX to a tier 7 and juice it out. Yeah, you should be able to. I don't see why not. I think they even mentioned that in their like dev talk. You can even like tier swap like experimental affixes and everything. What can I do to get easy level in Act 2? Kef is a pretty good zone to farm, I'd say. If you're there. Are you guys going to do a ritual? Normally 1, but I can do 2 because of some of the Atlas notes. It costs only 750 instead of 1k. It's a very good way to just get a lot of like omens, King in the Mist invites and so on. And I can just like buy a lot of shit. I mean, we have the belt now, we don't really need King in the Mist anymore for anything. But it's still like, you know, interesting fight. I'm still kind of bad at the King in the Mist fight, to be honest. The only reason why I'm winning is because I press my life flask. I want to try to get to the point where I don't have to press a life flask. Or at least not so much. And there's like so much like random shit going on. I think as an energy shield build, King of the Mist fight is actually kind of tough. Because it just constantly drains you. But I mean, if you're careful, I guess, and you have enough energy shield, recharge, delay reduction, maybe it's not so bad. Oh, I also want to try some Sekima trial, I realized. And you can find something there. Oh. Shaggy. Thanks what's up, man. Adini as well. Lightning and Meteor give extra damage. Are you talking about the set stuff in Epoch? Yeah, they like this, what's it called? Vintria or something set? With the Meteor stuff. Yeah, I need to check out all the sets. I'm gonna do that later. I wanna see all the sets in the game. Because they barely changed any of the sets, they just nerfed like 2 of them and did some other slight tweaks on some of the items. So we can actually check out all the set items and see what happens. Patch notes. Itinerant Shrine. Last ritual. Yeah. Oh! That was unexpected. And that was my last omen as well. Okay. I guess I walked a bit too greedy in there. What do you have on this map? More life and stuff. Wasn't that a very dangerous map? Good juice in this visual here. 2.5k. I realize we have like the utility build now, so we get the instant recovery on the flask. That's kind of nice actually. 20% applied instantly. Should make use of that. Exactly 2.5k. 60 life. I might try my luck with this. I don't have much left actually. I should probably not reroll again. Also, I can't buy anything. I kind of messed up here. Sure. Let's see that death. What the fuck happened there? Okay, that was like the red circle, all the casters, and the other thing was just like some guy exploding on me or something. Actually, it's still kind of surprising. What the fuck? It's like 2 hits basically. I'm not sure what was the second hit though. One of them was the red circles. I do not need a fire rust that badly. There's a 700 evasion. But I do need a cold rust. Small rarity. Didn't I have like another helm? X int lightning, 178. These are lightning. Everything's fucking lightning. How much evasion is this? 75. I realized I never qualified my helm. I've been using this for a week. Because I thought, yeah, I'm gonna replace it soon, it's fine. Go to 9.1k evasion, that's pretty good actually. I mean, I could use it, I get more rarity. We can convert 13 dex into 13 strength, which is 26 life, which always makes up for the loss of the rune. I think I'll just do it. Fire res is fine. Keep reducing my life, poor man. Feels bad. 830 evasion though. That's nice. I wonder what acrobatics would do now. Just for science. $35 evasion. Okay. I think I want to hit at least 50% after acrobatics.
Go on.
No. Not wrong with a new approach.
Alright. It's alright. 60% delirious. %69%. %205% waste on drop chance. Turbo, damage, fast charges, res, chill ground, and damage. Okay. Actually a fairly easy map for how much waste on drop chances has. I should probably use this on that citadel. Put this here. Knife crit, brush. Okay. We started using cast and crit with sniper's mark for frenzy charges, been pretty nice. Yeah, I heard some people trying this. I mean, if this amount of crit chance we have here, I can do a lot of frenzy charges. I wonder how often can you cast the sniper's mark though? You just cast it on a random target, I guess, right? And then you crit them. Like here, for example, when I have 100% crit chance like this, how often would I get the sniper's mark roughly? Do you know? When I shoot him like a pack. It's like on every hit, I get one sniper's mark or something, and then I consume it instantly. Could be nice. Wait, there's a little mirror we didn't click. Why does that always happen? I'm using a vulnerable aura right now on my minion. So I want to explain corrupted items. And corrupted items mostly come from Bard Orbs. And you can't change anything on them anymore. I can't do, you know, Chaos Orb crafting, socketing, quality, and so on. But they have a chance to get an extra implicit that they otherwise cannot have. They also have a chance to not do anything. They have a chance to get an extra socket if they can have sockets. They have a chance to reroll some of the stats into other random stats, which usually means the item is dead. And on the uniques, they have the chance to reroll the ranges of all the stats, including 20% up or down outside of the normal bounds of the ranges. What's the reason for blindsided gem for explosive spear? Just an extra damage gem. I can get blind from a jewel, I can get blind from this node here, but I removed it. I can also get blind from just like blind support. If you can, anyone gets some sort of blind, and then blindsided is useful, and also... I mean, if you don't have blindsided, because you don't have any blind anywhere, you can also just put the blind support on it, and then use that to blind. That's what I'm doing right now, actually. I have blind support instead of blindsided. But yeah, if you get like some jewel that has like, 5% chance of blind or so, you're gonna have it up like all the time, basically, on bosses. And since you use explosive spear mostly on bosses or in like big elites, you have actually the opportunity to hit them often enough to blind them. So we added... Can I do magnified effect? Do I have magnified effect or something?
That were almost a challenge.
They actually make some really big AoE attacks with magnified effect and reach. Especially if you play like Resolute Technique or so on some slams. I'm wondering we should go those 3 points instead of those 2 strength nodes. It's 40% recovery and 10% chance to not consume flash charges. It's not bad. We give up 20 life and 1 point somewhere else. Yeah. What's the best way to farm overchance and chance shards? Well, I guess just like stack a bit of rarity so that you get uniques more often and render them. Disenchant rather. But yeah, overchance are pretty rare. I didn't use that many. I found like maybe 30 now, including all of the salvage. I don't drop often. Where's the boss? Of course we don't have the checkpoint there. An omen that guarantees that the omen will do something is really good. I mean the corrupted omen, yeah. That's very nice. Ooh. Ooh. Fetch. No Torchlight new season, I was going to play Eleden. I got Blast Torchlight or what? Yeah, they have their reveal later. In like 2 hours, they show off the new season. So we're gonna check that out. I think I'm using Magnified Effect or anything, right? It's 30, 35. Doesn't really matter, I suppose. Reach has no mana cost down, I guess. Magnified Effect has a lot of mana cost. Okay, let's do the Reach. That's okay. Steaming Springs. Was kann ich nachfiltern, ist es? I saw a poll on IGN asking what people's favorite D4 class is. Spiritborn got 0.4%. Well, I think it has to do with power as well. Spiritborn is like one of the weaker classes right now. Maybe people also were kind of like saturated after blasting it in Season 6. Right? Like everyone was fucking playing Spiritborn the entire season basically because it was OP and new. And now people are just doing something else. I think the Spiritborn was better. Yeah, it would be much more popular. Personally, I do like the Spiritborn quite a bit. And let's see if they're gonna do some cool updates in the Season 8 final patch with the new builds. There's basically a build that's a bit like Righteous Fire, which is kind of cool, but it was kind of weak in the PTR. So I gave some suggestions on how to fix that. New Stone Power Season to carry you. I do expect pretty heavy nerfs to the boss powers, to be fair. Like, neither players, and I think neither devs were happy with the situation. You know, they're not gonna let that run. Pretty sure that it might be boss power builds. And Spiritborn actually had a pretty good one with the shower power and the poison stuff. But I don't think that they're just gonna like let everyone get completely carried by them. That'll be a disaster, I think. What's the point of Fracture Orb? I get what it does once anyone would ever need it. Yeah, Fracturing Orb is very powerful in PoE1 because you can recraft and reroll items and stuff like that all the time with like certain things. which doesn't really exist in PoE 2. You know, the only thing that can do that is Chaos Orb. And that is like a relatively surefire way to just kill your item very fast. So realistically, Fracturing Orb will become better in the future, I guess, when they give us more ways of crafting. Right now, Fracturing Orb doesn't really do anything at all, besides slightly improving your odds of, you know, not destroying the item with a follow-up Chaos Orb if you hit the fracture on the right thing in the first place. But the thing is, you can just well hit the fracture on the wrong thing, and then the item is bricked anyway, right? So it's like, it doesn't really help you that much. The main thing it does though, actually, is for recombinating. So that's the big thing. So you can use a fractured item and then put it in the recombinator. And if the recombinator chooses that item as the base, which is a 50-50, or you have two items with a fracture, then it's guaranteed that you get something. The fracture will stay on the base, and it will not cost you anything for the recombinator chance. So that's the big thing. So if you put something in the recombinator with a fractured, it's like attached to the base itself, basically. So you can select only 2 stats to recombinate with a high chance, but then get a third one that is fractured on top, if it chooses that item. So this is kind of the big thing about fracturing also right now. So if you manage to hit a fracture on a mod that you care about, and then put it in the mixer, then you can get something out of it. On the other hand, I mean, I found 2 total fracturing orbs the entire season so far, so I don't know. Let's jump. Gain a frenzy charge unused. You take lightning damage from a hit, so it's not on self-shock, unfortunately. Self-shock would be very easy to do, but you have to take lightning damage from a hit. Okay. 5.1k juice. Nice. Shit, I could have just bought it. Everything is super cheap. Well. Okay, I'm good boss fight. Spearfield, guys. It's a good skill. We already have this. Can you corrupt these things? But you can corrupt them. Oh, they got 8 quality. Look at that. What about this? Can you get like anything special on these? I don't know. Apparently you can corrupt charms. Never tried. There's a nexus. There's a tower. There's no citadel anywhere. Oh well. 12 years about to unlink. What? Yo, Taurus. Good to hear that, man. Good luck. I actually recorded an updated video guide for the Javazon, so hopefully that's going up later. So it's probably the last video I make on the build for now, but I explain the Tangle Tongue stuff and like the revoked passive tree and some of the support changes and so on. Guys, check the notes and the changelog in the planner, by the way, if you have been using the build.
Almost a challenge. The thrill of the hunt.
It's a question if GG takes forever. Who knows how long they take to respond? Ah. 12 years. Okay, now I see it. I know that they're super loaded with support tickets. Because, you know, they had like a way bigger launch than expected, and, you know, they don't only have so many people working on the tickets. And it will take a while, that's for sure. So. Percent avoid, 4% on life.
This ought to stir things up. That's clear now.
Book.
Need a moment.
Okay. All off-screened. Too rare. It's just because I saw it on the minimap. Easy. Okay. So many shrines. So does your... Wait, do these shrines actually give you damage? There's this one, additional resistance to elemental damage. You gain damage as lightning and bolt strikes. Okay, so you do get extra damage actually from this. Extra damage as cold. How much is it? Seems like a lot actually. A lot. When did a new drop start? They did yesterday already, no? I think it's 1 week, 1 drop, and 1 week, another drop. So they're up.
Pack's full.
Or am I mistaken here? Wait, on the 14th? I thought it's like 1 week and 1 week. Wait.
Lightning shatters bone.
Dude, come on. Oops. Week 1, week 2. Oh, you're right. It says week 2, but it's actually on the 13th. Ah, that's my mistake. I got bamboozled. Okay, sorry. In that case, we don't have new drops yet. Okay, guys, pack it up. You can leave. Let's go. Yeah, I was bamboozled. Tomorrow then, guys. Vault is a support gem
I'm bent.
with her. That gives the extra chain on the lightning spear, it's very strong. Especially if you use it rarely. Oh my god, where's the boss? I think it might be on top left. I've killed all the rares already. Now I still don't see the boss. Why am I still crafting belts, by the way? I should stop. I'm addicted. Look, it wrote 190 armor. And goodbye. Okay, I think this is it. You can LE log in if there's no new drops. Easy.
Nowhere safe.
Hey Alejandro, I don't give gifts on Discord, that's a scam.
Until next time.
Blop. Actually, I should have put something with the Durium in there. Too late now.
Need more time.
Highest is 96 still. Damn. It's been like that for like 2 days or something.
A rat bounty. Wait. Back off. Wait. Hold on.
Wait, there's no more rares. Ah, there are rares, so they're showing. Okay. So it just shows the boss. Interesting, actually. I think Eva is inherently more tanky than full Eva for melee builds. Of course, I mean, you have a bigger effective hit points pool if you have energy shield instead of just life. Life, you know, you're not gonna go above like 3.5k in most cases. Unless you play like a mercenary and you stack one gemling, like stack strength, or like maybe a warrior can go to like 4k with stacking a lot of strength and stuff. It's just what it is. Which bosses do I potentially also want to do? We can do Breach, Ritual. I mean, we don't really get anything from Ritual, I guess. We also want to get Delirium wherever we can. Irradiate. Boss. We're gonna add Boss. Actually, I want to try this here. That was the Harbor as Mary Spirits. Also, we should check if any of them has a +1. Yeah, here, but doesn't have a boss. Is there another tower? No. I still need my last Atlas points for the boss. But let's remember this, the Maya has a +1, so I wonder if I do the Forge here, if it will change other maps to have +1. 1, 2, 3, 4, so let's do this deserted. The boss. Which boss is deserted? I actually don't know which boss this is. Not sure if I had one.
Good as dead.
Close. Sandy block and decent life, but not enough life. Gonna make Primal Strike work. Okay. Yeah, Primal Strike, you need to be very defensive, I guess, as a melee Huntress. Honestly, for like any kind of melee stuff, a spear, I'd probably recommend to not even play a Huntress, but play another Ascendancy that is a bit more sturdy, like a Blacksmith or something. Because I feel like it's gonna just struggle with survivability so much if you play a melee. Maybe it's fine if you have like, you know, Trade League gear.
Hold on.
But yeah, evasion and energy shield together is usually the way, if you have that kind of gear, to build this survivability later. I think pure evasion is something I mean, it works on this here because it's ranged. You can just go full evasion, and then for ranged, full evasion is okay, I think, but for melee it's a bit different. Because you just have to get in there, and sometimes you do take big hits.
Clean kill.
So yeah, the two shrines are actually both active. Dude, these shrines add a lot of damage. It's like I get like double damage or something just from having the shrine. I didn't realize they actually add so much. Beat Lord of the Pit. Which boss is this? Ah, the caster. Can't remember. Okay, this was with an enemy spirit. Does he drop anything? Wow, not even a map? Wait. Why does he not drop a map? What? Is there a spirit like massive my map drop or something? Drop no currency, no map. What? The map did not get converted to gold because I right-clicked the greed shrine that I had earlier. Everything would be gold. Unless the spirit did that.
Does hope there now lies dormant.
I mean, do all the bosses have that? Map bosses are hunted by as many spirits. Ah, so it's actually an all. Okay, interesting. So you could actually do like, you know, boss tablet, boss tablet, boss tablet with the unique one, and then all of them have the as many spirits. I wonder if that really makes a huge difference. Are you get enough ES for Akko when you're going hybrid? I mean evasion. Yeah, you don't go acrobatics if you have evasion energy shield. You go full evasion with acrobatics, maybe. But if you go hybrid, you don't go acrobatics. Like I'm full evasion and I don't go acrobatics. Because I don't have enough evasion. So even with trade gear, I think that's not happening. Unless maybe as a Deadeye or something, if I have Tailwind, you can maybe make it work. But need some really serious gear, I think.
Come on then. What you hiding? That was almost a jump.
Right now is at 75 with Wind Dancer. It's a bit more right now because of Shrine. Like, I think 9k with Wind Dancer up. Which is thanks to my helm here. My helm has more evasion than my chest, I just realized. It's got a new helm earlier. A good chunk of evasion. But yeah, there's not enough to go acrobatics. I think for acrobatics you need like probably 20k evasion plus. And getting 20k when you're also playing hybrid with ES, it's just not happening, I think. So yeah, I would probably just focus more on like, you know, stacking raw evasion and life. You know, just go life everywhere, get like life runes everywhere and so on. And you can reach like, you know, 3k plus life and the block and everything. It's kind of comfy.
I need more time.
Good timing. 14 splinters, man. Let's go. playing acrobatics, you probably would need, yes. Not for general survivability, but of course, you know. For example, we saw earlier I got one-tapped by the T4 breach boss. You'll probably live through that if you had like, you know, 4k or 5k EHP. But you can't live through that with 3k. So... and it helps you, like, especially the bossing and stuff. And on hardcore, for example, you definitely want to do this. Okay. Get him out of the way. We're gonna blast, oder? Blasting mal. Oh nee. Where is he? There he is.
This'll do nicely.
Actually, I guess if I want to get the most Simulacrum Splinters, I should probably add breaches to my maps. Breach and Delirium. And Irradiate. I might try this combo. Maybe some more breach bosses. I would like to get better at the breach boss as well. I did not kill him on T4 after all, so...
Through the art. I'll not say no to that. "18 splinters, yo. This is actually going really well with those mirrors. Clean kill.
Dude, I love Spearfield, man. It's just so fun. You can do Huntress on hardcore. You can do Huntress on hardcore, yeah, but it's definitely tough. It's probably like the worst hardcore class. Yeah, with the damage and the clear you have, it does make things a bit safer as well, but it is also just hard. You need those Simulacrum Spinners, man. There's zero satisfaction on drops in this game. Really? I don't really feel that way, actually. Problem is just that it's so hard to really get any gear and all that. Shit, Gumbo chest, guys. Should I do the 2 million roll? Maybe. Got an augmentation, huge. 10 regal? Okay. I'll take that. Venture gamble. Doing okay, guys? 20 augmentation. Okay, I'm doing it. 2 million. Ah! Okay. Karma. Tink. Okay, I'll take it. That was nice. The game giveth and the game taketh away, guys. That felt bad for me, yes. Tier 14 map, man. Well, the good thing is, if I vendor this thing, I'm gonna get like 8,000 gold back. So we're making the 2 million back, don't worry. Just vendor more tier 14s. Wonderful altar. Gain a lot of the Lightning Spear skill. Yeah, starting in Act 5 or so when you get level 3 supports, I would say. Is it Act 5 or Act 4? I don't know. When you get level 3 supports, you get Spectral Volley and Vault, and then you're chilling. Before that you do Explosive Spear and Stormlance, you know, more, basically, and Spear Field more. And then you start replacing them with Lightning Spear for a clear at least. Right now I'm doing mostly Lightning Spear and not the other so much. I do the others only when I'm waiting and there's something that lives. Or just wants to clear like another pack that I'm not shooting into with my Lightning Spear. Or for the bosses. Like here I did like Explosive Stormlance, for example. It was another one, so I killed the pack that I was just walked into with my Explosive and Storm. And then I shot my Lightning Spears into the next pack, basically. So I do stuff like that. I get to 6. Finally, we're still in Delirium. I'm very close. Bad. What has the boss, by the way? Somewhere without a checkpoint, that's for sure.
Second Omen. Okay. I should probably check if I can burst right away again. In that case, we're going to look for the last ritual. The evasion is a myth conspiracy has been disproven. Maps of which others seem way bigger than maps without. What? I think that's the thing. Dude, can I get my delirium loot, by the way? How long have I been waiting? I've been running around for like a minute trying to get my loot. Do something. Dude, when I go to the Wisp now, there's no rare left. Does the Wisp go to the boss now, I wonder? And the boss already has a Wisp, right? Wait, where is he going? There's no rare left. I'm kinda curious where he's going. Hype Cyrox, going fine, how about you? Woodlebug, he's not SSF, he switched over, I have no idea why not doing damage. His spear is 710 accuracy, giving 170 edit. He got 5.5 DPS on Lightning Spear. Level 72. And 5.5 DPS on Lightning Spear sounds okay. Maybe not playing it correctly. I mean, number one is you can't spam Lightning Spear. Like, you should not just spam Lightning Spear like this. The big damage is the Spectral Volley, and this only happens 3 seconds after you stop casting Lightning Spear. So you always do Barrage, Lightning Spear, and you shoot 3 at once, and then you wait 3 seconds, and then it shoots more. Now sometimes you can spam Lightning Spear, for example, when a boss spawns, you can do like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then wait, and then the boss, like you time it with the boss spawn, and then boom. But most of the time you don't spam it. So that's the most important thing. And then, you know, for example, I have lightning exposure on Stormlands. So you want to do, you know, explosive Stormlands. You need to like blow up the Stormlands with the explosive spear. And this gives you lightning exposure and does some damage as well to clear like elites and bosses. Then you have the spear field. Make sure you use that sometimes when you're lacking damage, because you get rage from that. You see here, it just stacks up the rage. It's also very good for, you know, pre-firing on bosses. You can just like stack a whole bunch of spear field on top of the boss spawn. And most bosses have spawn animations, or many bosses at least. So you can always just like, you know, pre-fire like 3 spear fields or so, and then they spawn in and instantly die. You can do the same with essences. So try this stuff. Okay, 1300 is not actually enough. So I could roll, but I can't do anything with the Omen again, I guess. It did show up anyway. Okay, I got another Metacrafting Omen, I can't believe it. I wonder if I can change one of my thingies here. There's 100% chance to be omens. But I don't think I can remove this. We don't want to remove this. We don't want to remove this. So the only thing I can do is this, I guess. I remove this and get the 100% omens. I can try. And then I just buy a lot less of the random shit. And we just focus more on the big omens. Ouch. Wait, did he just insta-die? He insta-died. I didn't see the HP bar. Interesting. What happens when you die in the corrupted vortex, corrupted nexus? Does the nexus thing disappear and you have to like what if you fail the map? Now I'm getting dispelled, but it's kind of low on the res. Not terrible. Just out of curiosity. Well. Oh my god. Recombinator. Let's see how much this map sells for actually. 12,000 gold actually. The one we got for 2 million gold from the chest. Huge. We got almost 1% back. Stonks. Okay, now I'm curious, did any of this roll? First of all, we had the Maya map. Yeah, the Maya map used to have the +1 level and it's now not anymore +1. So it does reroll everything when you bless them. So let's see if any of them has +1. Nope. Unlucky. Let's do this. Giant Mercenary, haven't played since the first run. Good luck. Hello, perfect cutie. This game getting stuck at times. Yeah, it does have a bit of performance issues currently and server issues sometimes. In a tower, and the tower is still doable. Yeah, you can redo the maps. Like, you know, it's just like, I wonder, like, if I fail on one of the crowded Nexus maps, does it, like, remove the Nexus thing, and you can't actually, like, you know, run it to bless the maps around it? But I guess you can, because it actually looks visually distinct on the Atlas, right? It's like, it has its own 3D thing, but on the other hand, it looks like it's a mod on the map, and mods on the map all disappear when you fail the map. A tower doesn't have a mod, it's just a tower. But across this Nexus has kind of like both, so it's a bit weird. Wait, where's the Delirium, by the way? Fuck. Ugh, I hate it. I need to put the Delirium mirrors closer to the start here. Look, it's just like, you just don't see it. Widescreen bonus, yeah. Widescreen pay to win. Need that, then you'll see it. So now Acron Sprinters, man. I wonder how many I got now. Where did a random reroll come from? What the?
I've enough in my pack already.
Now we wait. I wonder if there's like some kind of bonus for killing the boss during the delirium. I don't think so. Good 8 splinters at least. I think in PoE1 there was always a bonus for killing the boss during delirium. But I'm not sure if it's the same here. Burning Slash is killing it so much. It makes it not spawn a weapon which nukes all my damage. What the fuck? Wait, what is that bug? Deserted of the boss again. I wonder what kind of like charm stats they're gonna make. They said they're gonna rework the charms to also have different and better stats and so on. So I wonder how important they're gonna be.
This'll do nicely. Stretch down. Need a moment. That was almost a challenge. Hold on.
Scan layer. With a spear of high accuracy and high physical related some damage is like a spear is only 5 and 50 fire. Well, fire is just like not the same synergy as physical, basically, because the fire will not be converted to lightning, for example, for you know, lightning spear or stormlance or so. And for example, you might have lightning damage, you might have lightning pen, and these kind of things. So you usually have like a bit less synergy there. But it's not so bad, I guess, most of the time.
Pack's full.
They don't really scale down the fire damage. Oh shit. This could be huge actually. Do we slam? 13 fire arrows. I might do this actually. Fire rest, 37, so it's 24 less. We are overcapped by 33. I can actually just equip them. Without risking to break them. 10% movement speed. Wait, he's another pair of 45. Wait, what? I do some evasion. This can go in the mixer. What about the lightning rest? Lightning rest is fine. We lose a bit of stun threshold. Okay. Is Deadeye better for Lightning Spear? No, Deadeye has not really a lot of synergy. Like, okay, it's tankier, and since we have like ridiculous amounts of damage, I guess that's a big advantage. If you go for like frenzy charge stuff, then Deadeye makes sense, but I'm not going for that. So for this setup in particular, Deadeye doesn't make much sense besides being more tanky. Because the +1 projectile doesn't really work with like almost anything here. One thing you can do as a Deadeye is you remove Scattershot from Stormlands, and then just like throw Stormlances normally without the Scattershot and have an extra support here and don't have the damage penalty and so on. And in fact, you can do 2 Stormlances casts, because if you put quality on Stormlance, you can have 4 of them. So you throw 2 and 2. So you can do like explosive, Stormlance, like this. And then you blow up 2 of them at once with the explosive every time. So that's a bit of an advantage for Deadeye, but other than that, like the extra projectile doesn't do anything for Lightning Spear, doesn't do anything for Explosive Spear. So I probably wouldn't even go the extra projectile. I would maybe try to make something work with the Frenzy Charges and Tailwind. Well done. Shield duration is kind of whatever, but okay. We have only one greater body here. These are my old boots. They do have a lot more rest than this. We don't need a fire currently, so this can go in the mixer. Another evasion. It's fine. Torch. Let's get the rituals for Atlas. I have left, right, and left up. I have middle. I have a big kaboom, top right, and this. And I have left up here. Not sure where we'll go next. Probably this is like the next one. Yeah, this and this, I guess, like the whole left side, I guess, is what you need for like more splinters. Oh shit. Oh, we have some serious chance to get rid of our shield right now. I don't need the Ind at all. And it has a bit more rest, and I don't have that much need for the lightning rest either. 40%, 42. Okay. Dude, I wonder if there's like some warriors out here that couldn't choose a smith on day one when it was bugged. There was like a bug, you couldn't choose the smith ascendancy. It just didn't show. And then it shows like some of the other ascendancy, and now they're holding out for the ascendancy respec. Hawk. The Immune Fury. What? What the hell's going on? Where is he? Is this the guy that drops the fractured orb? I think so, right? Does it say that? There it is. Dude, it shows as small. How much is it worth? It's so rare. Shows like an Exile. Here, area contains the Immune Fury. Powerful monster has appeared due to the cleansing process, has a dangerous ability but greatly increased rewards. I think he always drops a fracturing orb, by the way. I think every time I saw this guy, I got it. Okay guys, you ready? Fuck. Really notice them. Ah wait, the other one was prefixed, I'm pretty sure. Now we got the suffix. Ah shit. There's actually a prefix armor ES stun pressure, so that's actually okay. But the suffix is not okay. But currently it's not different from the int really. Antidote comments, fuck. I'm gonna chaos this thing.
This'll do nicely. I'm bent double as it is.
Any suggestions for a good starter? Huntress? We removed the stun pressure thing and just got armor ES, okay. We hit the same thing again and got the same thing again with less. It's fine. 7 Chaos Rush. Thing is, I do need something. Go try again. Dude, why are all the resistances so low? 13 cold, 6 all, 7 chaos, man. What the hell? Yeah. 7 chaos would be kind of nice. Maybe at 71 done, but I have 57 here. And if I replace, wait. Yeah, we can replace this with a lightning rune, then we're gonna be at 73 lightning. And 76 cold. So we need like a tiny bit of lightning. What about lightning modifiers on the ring there? We have 8. Could be just enough. $65 block, $68 block. $71 chaos does sound juicy, but 64 chaos is not bad. Can also divine the chest. But it is kind of nice. Can divine the glove, which is actually kind of mediocre. So divine the shield itself, which has only 6 out of 8 auras. But maximum chaos. And good block. I'm gonna keep the old shield, it also has mana. But let's keep it here.
Until next time.
I feel like this boss being hunted by as many spirits doesn't really do shit, I gotta say. But here's the inventory, we can get another fracturing orb, I guess. Let's check it out. Get greater and perfect orb from the gambler, nice. Is Tangled Tongue better than Seaglass Spear? 30 crit multi, 80 melee, and 600 accuracy. Well, if that Seaglass Spear doesn't have at least like 400 plus DPS to go with it, I guess the answer is yes. Which sounds like it's not gonna be possible when you already have like a big accuracy roll and an LA roll on it. So you only have like one more stat. And Seaglass starts at very little DPS.
Need a moment.
I mean, okay, 600 accuracy is 150 damage. It's quite a lot. But yeah, I need like also some big flat or big percent fist and maybe. Oh, shocking leaf support is bugged, doesn't need to generate shocking ground. I've not tried it. But they did show it off actually before the league launched. In the Huntress reveal stuff. Or was it Ziggy? I think it was Ziggy D maybe that showed it. Anyway, I've seen it work. But maybe it only works under certain conditions. Hit me here. By the way, guys, do you have any news on like how good is Rarity? Have people been testing that? Do you have like any kind of data? There must be something at this point, no? On Reddit or something. I've just been running a lot of Rarity this entire league. And I feel like it's going well, but... I'm not sure if that's normal. When you crit, you put inevitable crit on it, run around jumping on people and don't get the shock grounds. Maybe a crit chance is just that low. I mean, inevitable crit only gives you 100% increase. If your base crit chance is like 6%, you don't have anything else, then it goes to 12. Even if you have like 10% crit, then it goes to 20. So, you definitely need some crit there. Is it like the only cleansed boss that can appear, actually? It looks a bit like the Arbiter guy. Not a fracturing orb, guys. Oh. Team Spinters, nice. AKK. Yeah, 61 crit chance if you have Jawas on, that's pretty good. Still no citadels anywhere. Probably want to go down here. There's also a megalith. Can we go down there? Yes. Should I do the megalith? It's kind of cool. Here's a Mire. I mean, here's Augury, Decay, Mire. 1, 2. It's kind of juiced up here. They all have Irradiate. Also Seepage, Sulfuric, Woodland. Like, with those 3 maps I can like extract my Omen, I guess. Let's do it. Live crit damage. Is it possible for the filter hide boots that don't have movement speed? No. You can't filter by stats on items, because stats are usually not shown until you identify the item. So this is not a filter option. And besides, it would like also hide all of the white and blue boots, I guess, for the most part. In last epoch you can filter by stats on items. So Ellie, log in, guys. Go do that later. Originally here in the corridor, man, what the hell? Ugh. That was not intended. They all died as well. Kind of funny. Was it a shrine killing me? Maybe it was a shrine actually. I think this rare is outside of the ritual, right? It was already there. It's kind of stuck there now.
Hold on.
We practice Essential before the race. Yeah. I might have to, because I am... Oh shit. I'm not really too impressed with the changes to Rogue overall, for the especially defensive side. So maybe I have to play a Sentinel after all, which is bad. Because I've never played a class, so I have to do like a lot of practicing. Did him again, man. Feels bad. Keep forgetting, man. I need to remember, whenever there's no fog, I need to find the fucking mirror. It's like the third map today that I forget the fucking mirror, because it doesn't show at the start. You have to go look for it. Oh,
I'll take that.
how did I do that? He jumped on the pillar.
I'm betting double as is.
When you gonna do it? Merc, tactical, pin build, or javelin? Probably never. Because we just played a spear build. I'm not planning to just make another spear build right away. Next build is gonna be a hardcore left Deadeye and crossbow. That's gonna be fun. Magic, rare, XP, okay. Decay. Don't have an XP omen now, monkas. Thanks, Blue Days, by the way. Yeah, I mean, I briefly checked the Maxwell tier list. I mean, they've played all this shit, right? So they've been testing closed beta for like months now or whatever. So they know exactly what's up. And basically the entire SNA tier is just like Forge Guard, Paladin, maybe Void Knight. And that's it. Like, everything is fucking Sentinel. So I guess I don't have another option. I just need to see what's like the most SSF friendly there. And what I can actually consider to be a good bosser as well, I guess. I guess I might be able to get some info from the guys tomorrow as well. We have a podcast tomorrow with the Last Epoch boys. Dude, why can't I have always acceleration shrine? That would be kind of cool. Look how far my evade goes, man. My dodge roll. Goes further than the disengage. Ah, it's back to the room is over. Okay. The depth of PoE is amazing. In PoE 1 or PoE 2? Only 7 splinters. Shit is almost good. think it's at 9,300 cost still. Amazon bad now? Absolutely not. Last time I checked, hunters couldn't become a Deadeye, even with the Ascendancy respect they're doing, so tough luck, I guess.
There's a nice surprise.
You just say 3 omens? No, it was just, there's one big omen in there, not 3. The others are the small ones.
This hope's edge now lies dormant.
News Elders also Everman. Knife, create evasive, additional modifier, and 3 split up. So he has 3 prefixes and 5 suffixes, kinda interesting. That's a new visual for health bars. That's not new, it's just a gameplay setting. I don't know what red and green is, Gorgeous, but I took Elemental Ailment Threshold in Act 3 and Chaos Resistance in Act 6.
I need a moment to prepare. This'll do nicely. Back off!
What?
Will of the odds. A clean kill.
Ooh, Nazi, thanks, what's up, man? Make him full guide on Exile for Jefferson and just stick with the planner. You should check the notes, that's basically half a guide. I'm not on the Maxwell PoE team, so I'm not actually writing the guides there. I'm sure they're making something that is probably similar to this or something like that, but I'm not sure. Maybe they have a Hunter's Guide already? I'm not really involved, so... I was thinking about also joining the PoE guys and then putting out some actual fully written articles. On the other hand, you know, I'm not involved in like any pre-testing or so, but I guess most of them aren't. So you just have to like do this like on the fly as the season progresses. When you have like new stuff like this, which is a bit of a struggle because of streaming as well and so on. And I'm already quite involved with like all the Diablo stuff. Look, people keep calling Cruel Act 3, Act 6. Because that's what it is, basically. It's just the number of acts to go through. And saying Cruel Act 3 is just like more complicated for no reason than saying Act 6.
I'm bent double as eggs.
Just convenience.
Need a moment. I need a moment to prepare. Now we're talking. Clean kill. Take this.
Okay guys, 5 minutes until the Torchlight reveal. So we're gonna finish this map and then switch over, I guess.
The journey home.
Check that out. Anyone here hyped for Torchlight? Timing is really bad, unfortunately.
What this is seeing.
It's bad. Wait, there is no big omen. It's not here either, unlucky. It's not here either, but there's an amelioration that I was gonna buy. Okay. All three rerolls didn't have any chance to reduce my omen.
This'll do nicely.
Everybody's deciding to launch the season in April. Yeah, feels bad. I mean, PoE just needed to be like 2-3 weeks earlier and everything would have been fine. You know, then we would have had like middle of March, like PoE, then we would have like start of April, LE, then we have like middle, we have like Torchlight if you play that, and then we have like, at the end we have like D4. So everything will be nicely spaced out. But so, like, because of the PoE delay, everything just kind of got super squished now.
Let's hope possession now lies dormant.
Okay, so we're gonna watch the Torchlight reveal, and then we're gonna probably go back to blasting a little bit more. I want to do at least one with some Necrom or something today, I think. We're at 238 anyway. That's like a few maps. The Necrom spinners are actually really ramping up right now. That's nice. Let's see. Okay, preview in 2 minutes. So if you have any questions about the game, let me know. I've played the game for a few hundred hours or so. It's another RPG in case you don't know. Torchlight Infinite. Also hashtag sponsored. They are launching their new season next week on the 17th. Unfortunately on the same day as last Epoch. So that's rough. Usually I play Torchlight season launches a bit. This time I'll probably also play it a bit, but it's gonna be like a really nasty overlap, unfortunately. So maybe I'm gonna come back to it at some point. But it's a good game. I like it. It's free to play as well. Has some pay to win, but it's not really that bad, I think. Since you can just do like everything free to play anyway. There's no like energy mechanic or something where you can't play anymore and these kind of shitty things. Secondary weapon is just fluff. Nice music. Just changing my title and stuff. They also have the command here. Torchlight. So that's the website. You can download it. This has this is cross progression, by the way. I'm not sure if it's cross play, but it's cross progression at least between PC and mobile. This game, so you can play it on your phone and then come home and play on PC. I've only played on mobile like long time ago, like 3 years ago or something in the beta. But other than that, I was always on PC. So here's like all the season info and stuff. Usually come out of it like new heroes or new... Here, Thea Blastomer, this is the one we see. So they have like many heroes and these heroes have different variants and there's like a new variant of an existing hero. With like... Basically, they have basically like ascendancies.
Welcome everyone to the Torchlight Infinite Sandlord Season Preview.
Oh, the sound.
I'm Andre, your community manager. The Arcana season brought some big shifts to the game. For the upcoming Sandlord season, we're building on that foundation without reinventing the wheel. We're mostly focused on improving some core in-game systems and adding significant new layers for build customization and gameplay
New
variety.
mechanic blending.
Plus, all of this is
If you have questions, let me know. I will go through them.
So you can expect some very special events. Now, without further ado, let's get started. First up, the new seasonal mechanic. This season brings the Cloud Oasis, a floating island key to the Sandlord.
Something's wrong with the sound,
mechanic.
man. Feels
Think
bad.
of it as a management layer woven into your usual grind. You'll need funds. The main seasonal currency is floating island coins, earned by killing mobs out in the Nether Realm. You'll also run into sand pirates across the maps. Killing them gets you supplies for the Oasis.
I can talk about Bleed Bird
And
later,
yeah,
bruh.
some of those pirates might get repurposed into your workforce for the Cloud Oasis. We've set up 5 professions for these laborers: miner, crystal worker, chef, aviator, and mercenary. Assign them based on their skills to get your Oasis running. Keep an eye out for laborers with specific
This game is not like
affixes.
Wolsten.
These
Torchlight is a pretty good game,
modifiers can
actually.
boost efficiency, cut costs, whatever. Min-maxing this system is
I
key
always
to
have fun when I play it.
optimizing your returns. Resources are key.
It's like season 8
The
now or
Oasis
something.
mine produces ingots and magic crystals automatically once you assign miners and crystal workers. These are used for Oasis upgrades or shipped out as straight goods. Set it up and the resources trickle in.
Here's
Food
when he set us.
production happens at the logistics scroll. Assign chefs and return ingredients
It does seem
into
similar.
food, which are also trade commodities. You need ingredients for that. And while we could have implemented a
You like
harvesting
Cat Girls Blue Days?
system, realistically just killing sand pirates in the Nether Realm was the best implementation to drop ingredient packs. We didn't want to break the gameplay loop. Once you've got goods piled up, load the airship, assign aviators, and they'll run trade routes to other floating islands. Fulfill specific orders for guaranteed rewards. You can also overstock the shipments for a shot at extra random loot. Could be gear, fluorescent memory, or even crucial aromatic materials used for the new blending system's recipes. But we'll get to blending shortly. So basically, trading is your passive
I wonder if blending's
income
like
stream.
Reforged.
If you want something more active, assemble a mercenary
Or
squad,
recombinant.
give them gliders, and send them on raids to hit sand pirate statues. This earns loot without spending your Oasis resources. Heads up though, raids can trigger risk events requiring your intervention, or uncover hidden treasures you need to go grab. As you upgrade the Cloud Oasis, buildings, better laborers, efficiency boosts, you'll expand your trade and raid reach. The goal? Get to a point where the Oasis generates significant income automatically while you're out doing your main Nether Realm farming.
Yeah, they blocked the sound a little bit, and it seems. Looking. It's key to the plot. Don't forget. She does look pretty cool, actually. Guess that's some kind
What
of like
happens when faith decays? When the Oracle can no longer bear divine grace? The gods' gifts twist, and their blessings become desecration. Introducing Thea's radical new trait, Blasphemer. This new trait completely flips her usual mechanic. Instead of stacking blessings, you reduce your max blessing layers. You convert the lost blessings into desecration, which inflicts continuous additional erosion damage on foes. Initially, Desecration is single target focused, but trade points let you add AoE clear by triggering chain explosions on nearby kills. Further trade point choices let you specialize. Focus all that corrupting power onto elites by making Desecration only target them, significantly boosting its potency against tough foes. Or spread fear by allowing Desecration to affect multiple targets, ensuring more enemies face the terrifying power she brings. Now here's the big payoff. Hit 0 max blasting layers and Desecration transforms. Its erosion damage now scales heavily with the enemies missing HP, basically an execute. Plus, the potential blessings you sacrificed convert directly into your maximum Desecration layers, greatly increasing scaling in the Blasphemer's path. Speaking of erosion damage, the entire system has seen a major overhaul this season, more on that later. Next up, blending. This is a new crafting system which allows you to add powerful affixes to belts. You get blending recipes and precious aromatic materials from the Sandlord seasonal mechanic. The kicker, you can add medium talents, core talents, and even specific hero trait points directly to any belt via blending affixes.
Okay.
Think about it, Anger Rayhan could potentially add the split form trait point from Seething Silhouette onto their belt. This lets you stack resistance for huge life scaling via his imbue. That opens up the game for different build angles, like blood consumption builds that need massive life pools for life imbue. One obvious restriction, you can only use trait points from your own hero, no poaching allowed. Beyond standard talents and traits, there are also aromatic talents, unique build-defining aromatic affixes. For example, Comradeship lets your minions inherit your belt.
Yeah, the audio is
stats.
scuffed, unfortunately.
Slap that on an Eternity belt, and suddenly your whole minion
Not my
army
fault.
gets that powerful effect. You'll need to hunt down the recipes for these throughout the seasonal mechanic. There's over 100 blending recipes to find through the Sandlord seasonal mechanic. This system should offer significant power boosts early on into the game and massively increase late game build diversity. Finally, a quick note from the development team. We know that adding a lot of systems like this with each season increases the learning curve for players. So now we're basically monitoring how everything is interacting, how each different mechanic is playing with each other, and whether the learning curve for players is too large. If we find that to be so, we may consider rotating in and out different seasonal mechanics or game mechanics in upcoming seasons. Mostly to avoid player burnout. Next up, exclusive support skills. This season has a ton of brand new exclusive support skills, bringing the in-game total to over 80. The aim is for almost every core active skill in the game to have dedicated supports. Also, any
Your audio is not my problem. That's like how the stream is.
Let's take a quick look at a few of the new ones. For Sparkle, equipping the support skill Magnetic Field adds chain lightning that pulls enemies towards the projectile. Mark Rain of Arrows gets Hyper Blast. If you have Fixate up, a critical strike applies
Guys,
to
this new
Mark.
blending
It
crafting mechanism
detonates
seems pretty
after
cool.
a delay, dealing percentage life damage based on the skill's total damage during that cast. Big delay burst potential on crits. Hunting Abomination is back and reworked. Its Hunting Terror now deals on-hit damage and expands. New supports. Hail Mary changes the multi-hit batter damage into one big hit. Feud ramps damage based on enemies killed. Lightning Beam. Ever feel like Lightning Beam's lightning orbs generate too slowly? Equip Aftershock, and a new lightning orb will spawn instantly when the previous one expires, ensuring constant uptime. Combine this with Reverberation, and the orbs generated by Aftershock
the new season is,
won't
next
count
week,
towards your
on the
lightning
17th.
orb upper limit, allowing for potentially unlimited lightning orbs. Savage Charge. Tired of interrupting Savage Charge just to trigger Demolisher? The new raid support skill offers a much smoother experience. When your channel stacks reach the upper limit, if you also have a Demolisher charge ready, Savage Charge will automatically unleash a Demolisher effect straight ahead without players needing to stop.
If you're tired of like slow-paced RPGs, then this is the one, guys. Torchlight is like by far the craziest out there. what they're showing here is pretty slow actually, and not crazy at all compared to what it can be.
Firing in the exact opposite direction.
What the
Next
hell?
up, new legendaries. We've seen the feedback about the difficulty jump around time mark 8. You can feel like a wall where progression stalls before you're ready for a profound time mark 8. To smooth this out, we're adding new legendary gear. Some potentially tagged as matchless, specifically tuned for this part of the game. These items are designed to give you more build enabling power and options to push through that awkward phase into endgame. The Destiny system is also getting expanded this season. We've added new fates and kismets focusing on several key areas, including erosion damage, restoration skills, negative effect resistance, and projectiles, opening up even more options for player builds. For example, restoration skills that might have been overlooked in the past could find new viability thanks to some powerful kismets. Check out the Kismet Creek. It allows equipped restoration skills to gain 1 charging progress every second automatically, and it increases your movement speed while the skill is active. Imagine the potential if players manage to stack a few effects like that.
I am on there.
It could significantly boost the uptime.
I can try to refresh.
Kismet Unholy Grail. This one grants players multiple layers of random blessings whenever you cast a skill, and it significantly speeds up the recovery of your restoration skills,
Nothing changed.
letting you use them more often. There's also Kismet Star Trail. This one buffs all micro fates on its specific pack branch. This adds another optimization layer for players who like digging into systems interactions to maximize their setup. Next up, balance changes and core mechanics. First, let's go over hero balancing. We went over player feedback and we decided to address some traits that felt weaker in early and mid game. So let's take a quick look at some of the key changes coming this season. First, Rosa's trait High Court Chariot sees adjustments. Her early and mid-game trait nodes have been strengthened for a smoother start. We've also added a new damage-focused trait node, Divine Intervention, at level 60. Furthermore, you can fill level where progression stalls before you're ready for profound time arcade.
Okay.
To smooth this out, we're adding new legendary gear.
I didn't think about that.
Some potentially tagged as matchless, specifically tuned for this part of the game. These items are designed to give you more build enabling power and options to push through that awkward phase into endgame. The Destiny system is also getting expanded this season. We've added new fates and kismets focusing on several key areas.
Dude, it doesn't come off, man.
Erosion damage, restoration skills, negative effect resistance, and projectiles, opening up even more options for player builds. For example, restoration skills that might have been overlooked in the past could find new viability thanks to some powerful kismets. Check out the Kismet Creek. It allows equipped restoration skills to gain 1 charging progress every second automatically, and it increases your movement speed while the
But here the music is a bit louder, right?
Imagine the potential if players manage to stack
It's very loud, the
effects
music
like
now.
that.
Yeah.
You could significantly boost the uptime of your restoration skills. Or take a look at the dual Kismet Unholy Grail. This one grants players multiple layers of random blessings whenever you cast a skill, and it significantly speeds up the recovery of your restoration skills, letting you use them more often. There's also Kismet Star Trail. This one buffs
Those are like
all
2 minutes
micro
behind.
fates on its specific pack branch. This adds another optimization layer for players who like digging into systems interactions to maximize their setup.
Oh my god.
Next up, balance changes and core mechanics. First, let's go over hero balancing. We went over player feedback and we decided to address some traits that felt weaker in early and mid game. So let's take a quick look at some of the key changes.
How many layers of
in this
systems
season.
are there? A lot.
First, Rosa's trait High Court
They've been
Chariot
doing really
sees
big updates
adjustments.
every season.
Her early and mid-game trait nodes have been strengthened for a smoother start. We've also
Torchlight actually
added
pretty
a new
big game now.
damage-focused trait node, Divine Intervention, at level 60. Furthermore, the level 75 trait node Taking Risks has been completely reworked. Now, it allows players to continuously channel the trait skill while channeling. the Holy Domain follows the player and doesn't consume murderous intent. Reaching the maximum number of channel stacks will also apply corresponding stacks of no guard to all enemies within the Holy Domain, increasing the damage they take. Yo, Spacetime Relapse gets Spacetime Upheaval at level 45 for more offense. Level 75 Spacetime Curse is replaced by Spacetime Expansion. This increases duration for Twisted Spacetime, Spacetime Turbulence, and makes enemies in Turbulence count as being in Twisted Spacetime. This fixes anti-synergy with Spacetime Pause, which lowers duration but ups damage, giving Yoga more viable setups. Next up, Commander Model. We know players want self-destruct minion builds, but they often rely heavily on activation mediums. To help, we adjusted the level 75 node Field War with War to auto-trigger your main skill periodically. Better gameplay feel, less reliance on activation mediums, offering a new way to manage minion detonation that balances power with convenience. Of course, this is just a sample of what's coming. Many other hero traits are getting adjusted, whether those are minor tweaks or maybe some even more major adjustments. These are all going to be finalized and public in the upcoming Blue Bible, our patch notes, so please stay tuned for that. We're also making some additional changes, which are mostly focused on, improving how combat feels, the core gameplay, mapping, and so on and so forth. So let's take a quick look at some of those. First, we want to increase the competitiveness of builds which do not rely on auto-casting. To give players more active playstyle options, we're introducing new support skills and core affixes. For example, the support skill Willpower grants a buff that significantly increases your damage when you use a skill, but you lose all stacks on the buff if you move, rewarding stationary casting. Projectiles have also received some improvements this season. We've greatly increased the upper limit for projectile speed, which should improve the release feel and overall map clearing experience for builds using them. Additionally, the flight distance of projectiles will now be primarily affected by the projectile range attribute, rather than projectile duration. Builds using two-handed weapons are getting more dedicated support. We've added related base affixes, craft affixes, and other components. There's also a new pair of
35% multi for minion weapon, holy shit.
Designed to further increase two-handed weapon damage. Players can now better develop builds focusing on two-handed weapon damage, attack speed, and critical strike. We hope this enriches the playability of attack builds and reduces the feeling that choices for core items are too limited. Next up, slower skills. While changes to the damage cap system last season helped many skills, some inherently slower skills like Lightning Storm and Hammer of Ash still struggle due to their core design. This season we've buffed their base damage to make them more viable options if you like that kind of playstyle. Next up, Erosion 2.0. Something that many of you have asked about is new mechanics for erosion damage. In previous seasons, builds focusing on erosion damage typically center around persistent or wilt effects, as direct erosion on hit damage often felt too weak. In the new season, we're introducing a core mechanic to bolster on-hit erosion, Deterioration. Deterioration is a negative status applied by erosion on hit damage. It lasts for a set duration, and when it expires,
Looks funny when she's walking.
a percentage
The
of
claws.
triggering hits erosion damage as true damage. Naturally, we've added supporting skills, talents, and gear related to deterioration. For example, players can choose builds that shorten the deterioration duration for rapid multi-stage
Does she have like some
damage, or opt to extend the duration,
explode on death
causing the
kind of
true
mechanic?
damage to trigger periodically throughout. For example, players can choose builds that shorten the deterioration duration for rapid, multi-stage bursts of damage, or opt to extend the duration, causing the true damage to trigger periodically throughout, with more triggers resulting in higher total damage. We hope these changes provide players with more viable erosion builds to explore. Explosion effects are also getting a full overhaul. We know the old effects felt a bit underwhelming for how strong explosions can be. We've redone the visuals and sound effects with unique looks and sounds for 5 different explosion types. The damage and area of effect for explosions have also been adjusted accordingly. The goal to make explosions look and feel as impactful and satisfying as they should be, leading to a better overall map clearing experience for players who are using them. Finally, let's talk some crafting quality of life. Introducing the brand new gear imprint system. We all know the pain. You craft amazing mods onto an item, but the base has bad implicit base affixes. You know, because that's what you could afford early on. And then what? Recrafting is insanely expensive. Gear imprint lets you fix this. How it works. You need your primary item with a good crafted mods but bad base, the so-called imprint material. You also need another item of the same exact base type that does have the desired base affixes, the imprint target. Finally, you need an imprint crystal, which can be purchased from the trader. Using these together, you can completely replace the base affixes of your imprint material item with the superior base affixes from the imprint target item. What does this mean in practice? This means players will no longer be punished for starting crafting on imperfect bases early on, and excellent base materials will always retain their high value. Hopefully, crafting should feel a lot less stressful going forward.
That seems pretty nice.
Now let's dive into some updates for the Nether Realm. First up, Secret Realms. Starting time.
So the item type doesn't change, it just gets a new affix.
Has a low chance to spawn a portal. These are unique side areas with different mechanics and better rewards than standard maps.
Secret Realm.
Secret Realm Abyssal Vault is just full of loot chests, no mobs. The Secret Realm Sea of Rice has passive goblins you kill for a chance to summon a boss. There's a total of 5 types of Secret Realms this season, and we're hoping that they can kind of break up the monotony of in-game grinding and add some random excitement to mapping. Now let's talk Deep Space. Deep Space is the only system which is actually undergoing a larger overhaul this season. Forget the old regions and Plane Watchers. Now there are 5 dedicated Deep Space stages. These are larger, have way higher monster density.
Sounds like they're
better
basically
drops,
T17 maps,
but are
right?
significantly harder. Real survival challenges. To align with a high investment, high reward philosophy for this challenging content, we've introduced a new item type, usable only in Timemark 8 maps and the new Deep Space stages. Probes.
So Righteous Fire
You can
build.
think of them
Or
as
there's plenty of like
additional
auto bombers, Righteous
These
Fire,
are
like this kind of stuff.
targeted reward affixes like more ember drops, but also buffs monster life. High risk, high reward. Different probe types exist, some with chances for Easter egg events like the Compass Deep Space Probe, potentially spawning Plane Washer treasure chests with just compasses. Probes use their own slots, separate from compasses, so you can stack both if you want to push difficulty and rewards. So what about difficulty? The extra difficulty in Deep Space comes partly from ailments now affecting players. We're introducing a new category of stage mechanics specifically for Deep Space. Ailments that directly affect players. Familiar mechanics like Trauma, Wilt, Ignite, Numbed, and Curse may now be applied to players by monsters or environmental effects within Deep Space. For example, a special Ignite called Scorch also reduces all your resistances. Easier ailment mods can pop up randomly. The really nasty ones are tied to NetherRealm resonance affixes. We've added more defensive accesses to gear to help counter these. Finally, a key detail about setting up your Deep Space stages. When you open one, the pool of NetherRealm resonance affixes will start with 8 negative affixes active, and players will only have the option to re-roll them. You'll need to carefully manage the difficulty you face. Next up, let's talk about the Plane Watchers. First, some big news. After long tenure guarding the Dreamless Abyss, the Goblin Lightning High Priest is finally retiring from the active roster this season. Taking his place, we welcome the return of a formidable foe, Night Slayer, the Wilting Plume. The Night Slayer presents a completely updated art style, bringing an even darker flavor to his encounters and associated scenes. Expect a distinctly different and more intense visual experience when players face him. Also, one of our goals this season was to better integrate the Plane Watcher challenges into the regular NetherRealm mapping cycle, adding more diversity to the endgame grind for players. To support this, we've increased the overall rewards from defeating Plane Watchers. However, please note that star shards obtained from them will now be non-tradable items. Also, Plane Watchers now have scaling difficulty levels. beat one at time mark 8 to unlock the next tier. Higher tiers don't just get more stats, they also gain new combat mechanics. Tougher fights, much better rewards.
Yeah, but it has pay to win, but it's fine. You know, you can get away without it completely.
Some changes
I think.
which might more directly affect your mapping experience.
I never really spent anything. I bought like a battle pass or something, but that's about it.
Very specific looting strategies. To fix this, we've adjusted the drop source for level 21 active skills. Players now have a chance to find these skills when defeating bosses in time mark 8 and higher stages. Additionally, Truth Amber has been changed to Truth Fossil. Players can obtain Truth Fossils in time mark 8 and above stages, and consuming just one allows you to randomize an FX value on an item. We noticed that players in time mark 8 sometimes struggle to access suitable compasses for certain gameplay loops, as prices were often driven up by demand from players engaging in deep space looting strategies. We noticed that players in time mark 8 sometimes struggle to access suitable compasses for certain gameplay loops, as prices were often driven up by demand from players engaging in deep space mapping strategies. To address this,
Did you just say it twice?
added rare quality alternative versions for some high intensity gameplay compasses. These differ only in numerical values from their legendary quality counterparts. For example, the legendary cruising mechanical compass makes the drone quantity 3 times normal, while the rare version makes it 2 times. Also a new rule this season, only one compass of the same gameplay type can be active at a time, so players will need to choose the one that best suits their current goal. Also, to further enrich mapping strategies, we've added a batch of non-gameplay specific compasses, such as ones that increase the probability of finding trinkets among priceless gear drops. Next up, Talent Constellations. Several of the Talent Constellations have also undergone some reworks. Let's take a quick look at that. The Black Sail Talent Constellation has been reworked to focus on enhancing drops related to the Void Sea Bride. It now provides players with talents that increase the probability of certain Seal Whispers appearing. New boss Whispers have also been added to the Seal Whispers pool, which can increase the drop rate of Void Sea invitations. The Priceless Talent Constellation also offers richer options. Players can increase the drop rate of trinkets within priceless items, and even choose to prevent priceless items with only a single base affix from dropping, ensuring that dropped priceless gear always contains 2 base affixes. Getting that perfect ring with +1 blessing anchors might be closer than you think. We've also increased the effects of talent nodes related to bosses across various gameplay mechanic talent constellations. This increased benefit comes at the cost of losing some of the gameplay mechanics' other inherent rewards. For example, in the Cube Talent Constellation, players can increase the probability of obtaining a desired core record when drawing from the Cube of Craving. But this comes at the cost of reducing the amount of desired crystals obtained. And yes, the drawing speed for the cube, which has been a long-term point of contention in the community, has actually been increased this season. For the Mistville and the Frozen Canvas talent constellations, we've added special star talents related to unique drops. These give season-exclusive gameplay monsters encountered in the Netherrealm a chance to drop activation mediums and exclusive support skills. Keep in mind these drops are primarily for transitional use. The highest level skills still need to be obtained by players through their corresponding core gameplay sources. Now, let's turn to the Supreme Showdown. The bosses on the 20th and 21st floors will rotate again this season. The 20th floor challenge will be replaced by a brand new ultra difficult encounter, Night Slayer the Wilting Plume. Players will face a spectacular showdown beneath his wings and scythe. As for the ultimate test on the 21st floor, the Lord of the Void Sea returns with his imposing fleet. This season's Supreme Showdown also introduces a new mechanic, Golden Gaze. This effect will randomly appear in stages. Both players and bosses have a chance to be chosen by the Golden Gaze, temporarily gaining the ability to gild opponents. When possessing this power, the boss can gild units in a 360-degree area around itself, while players can gild enemies in a 180-degree cone in front of them. Gilded units cannot move or cast skills. Importantly, when the boss itself is gilded, the damage he takes is additionally increased. It's a mechanic with both risks and opportunities, requiring players to handle it carefully to turn it into an advantage in the final battle. Next up, the Arcana seasonal mechanic, the Tarot Path, is going corn, so by entering the main gameplay loop, it's also being accordingly adjusted. In the new season, the number of tarot cards required to enter the Tarot Path has been increased from 15 to 30. Correspondingly, the drop quantity from the Fate chest within the Tarot Path has also been proportionally increased. This change aims to greatly reduce how frequently the tarot mechanic interrupts
So you should try Torchlight, man. Torchlight is a good game.
alleviating the frustration of, having to break your main gameplay loop and going into
Seems like the update is really cool too. The new hero as well.
We've added a brand
I like the new
Netherrealm
crafting.
talent constellation dedicated to the Arcana seasonal mechanic. It can specifically increase the drop probability of certain types of destinies, increase the chance for secret paths to appear, enhance the rarity of divination stakes, and even offer ways to directly feel the progress of your tarot collection. As always, we're doing our best to bring a ton of quality of life updates with each season. Let's take a quick look at some of the major ones that we're bringing with Sandlord. Our training dummy, Invisible Number 2, has received some major system upgrades. Calculating DPS, it will now display the dynamic stat changes of the player in real time, providing more accurate and reliable data for refining your builds. The dummy
Very
also
cool.
gains a practical utility function. Players can now toggle a visual overlay centered on the dummy to see the actual in-game range of effects tagged as nearby and proximity. Depth Analysis 2.0. The depth screen is undergoing a huge overhaul. It will now clearly show what killed you, whether it was a mob, a mechanic, or a trap. It also separates damage into on-hit versus damage over time. Details page shows damage breakdown and ailments active on death. It will now be much better for diagnosing survivability issues. Important info prompts have also been revamped this season, appearing in a new, more aesthetically pleasing and noticeable way. Players can learn about their new sales in the trade house via these prompts, and will also receive notifications from the Cloud Oasis system, like funds running low, an airship glider returning from a mission, a special event being triggered, and so on and so forth. These notifications ensure you stay informed without constant checking. Of course, players can block unwanted notification types via the settings menu. Next up, we've made several quality of life optimizations to the trade house as well. When listing items, players can now quickly fill in their desired listing price by simply clicking on a unit price shown in the price check results. When listing stackable items, the quantity for sale now defaults to the maximum stack size you have in your inventory, making selling much faster. Additionally, when searching for divinity slates, players can now specify whether an affix must be placed in the last position, making it easier to find that perfect slate. And now one last interesting adjustment. In this new season, when players are doing their daily challenge and facing the Golden Calamity or Drag, the boss will no longer be restricted by the in-game damage cap mechanic. This means players can freely test the true maximum power of their builds against him and compete for the top scores on the leaderboard using their preferred strategies.
Nice.
Finally, let's go over microtransactions as well as some very exciting new events that we have coming your way. First, get ready for the Wasteland Gold Rush event. Players can earn Gold Rush attempts simply by progressing through the game. Use these attempts for a chance to win various valuable items from the event, including Jagged Primos, Battle Pack Spirit Crystals, and even the grand prize, a Torchlight commemorative gold note. And yeah, we do mean real gold, like real life gold. But the events don't stop there. Believe it or not, CLI is turning 2. And as a thank you to all of you for staying with us, we're also launching some very special celebration events. Players can claim a nice reward each day they log in during the event.
Do they get a legendary pack spirit just for logging in after 1 week?
All 7 days,
That's actually kind of
you'll
big.
receive a legendary drop pack spirit selection pack, allowing you to choose any legendary pack spirit from the Frozen Cafe season or any previous season. We also have the Hope in the Sands active event. During this event, complete quests related to the Sandlord seasonal mechanic to earn points. A accumulate enough points to unlock generous rewards, including Battle Pack Spirit Crystals, a rare drop Pack Spirit, a rare Pack Spirit upgrade insignia, an exclusive weapon appearance, and many more surprises. Check out the shop too for special anniversary exclusive packs. Now let's take a quick look at some of the cosmetics coming this season.
Big wings. Mhm. In case I didn't know, there's many waifus in this game.
Finally, this season's new pack spirits. The Moon Shadow Guide is this seasonal mechanics drop pack spirit. It will help with Cloud Oasis management. The Portrait of a Fallen Saintess is this season's battle pack spirit and is designed for synergy with
else
Thea's
is
new
designed?
trait, Blasphemer. That was a lot. Let's have a quick recap. The new Sandlord seasonal mechanic, a new hero trait for Thea, the new blending system, new legendaries,
Secret physics is
new
included for
imprint
free.
system, new explosive support skills, hero balancing changes, improvements to core gameplay mechanics, secret realms, adjustments to deep space, tons of quality of life, our second anniversary event, and so much more. Sandlord is right around the corner, coming April 17. Stay tuned for more news. That's all for today. We'll catch you all in the next one.
Torchlight now a phone game. Torchlight Infinite is phone and PC. It's cross progression. Actually, if someone can confirm, is it cross progression or cross play? Like, you can play the same account on both, but I'm not sure if you can like play multiplayer with both in the same time. If that's what you care about. Game news notification: 2 reporters for garbage audio on today's stream. We're in a hunt for new editors and hopefully a brand new separate line of content for the West. Interesting. Yeah, unfortunately, like here, the music was very loud on the YouTube stream, and on the Twitch stream, it was the audio was like giga scuffed. But okay. Anyway, I think the season looks pretty good. The hero looks interesting, although I have not really played erosion builds very much. I like the crafting stuff that they shown off. The what was that? Blending. So the belts. It used to be a good game. I don't know, I think it just keeps getting better, honestly. I really like the new season launches every time. Yeah, it does have some pay to win and stuff, but from what I know, most people don't really worry much about it, including myself. There's actually a lot of like PoE blasters that are usually very anti-pay to win that play this game as well. And yeah, the fact is just that, you know, like 98% or so of the power is basically all just you and your build and all that, and then okay, you can like boost the drops a bit with some of the pets, and you can boost your power in certain ways a bit better. But I think overall it doesn't make such a huge difference. If you just blast, it comes way more down to like, you know, making a game a good build and then playing the game basically. It does, trust me. Yeah, for leaderboards I guess it would matter only. It is not Torchlight 3, guys, it's a different game. They call this the spiritual successor to Torchlight 2. Although I've not played the old ones, so I don't know. Anyway, that was the Torchlight preview. It starts on 17th of April. Let me check when exactly, actually. I thought I would show it off here at the end, but I think they didn't. Let me see. Okay, it's 7 PM PDT on April 17. And if you want to see more, here's the link for their website. If you want to check out the season info and stuff. Yeah, it's the same day as last Epoch. Feels bad. But I will play it a bit afterwards or something, we'll see. Alright. Let's go back to this here. We're gonna do a bit more PoE now, and then we're gonna do some last Epoch prep as well. Oh, I'm gonna switch this again. Okay. Time to break my brain on barely translated patch notes. Oh no, it's okay. LA login. Yeah, we're gonna do a bit more PoE now and then LA later, guys. So let's do this. I'll be playing some Torchlight as well. Depending on the like, when exactly does LE start? This is 7 PM my time. And the Torchlight was 7 PM PDT, right? This is what time? 7 PDT. This is 5 AM, so this is 10 hours after last Epoch. Okay. I was thinking I would maybe do Torchlight before, you know, a little bit, and then last Epoch, but we'll see how we'll do this. Yeah, I'm doing the race for LE. Yeah, the strat would be to like first do Torchlight and then LE, I guess. But I can't since Torchlight comes afterwards. They gave me, I think, until the 20th of April to do the like we'll have like a sponsor stream for Torchlight for the season launch and stuff. But I think I don't have to do it on the launch. But they said until the 20th. So like basically I need to finish the last Epoch race in the first 2 days and then do that. So that's the strat. But okay. Then maybe I'll check it out a bit more afterwards. And these are probably on fire after launch. Could be, yeah. Can always play solo offline. You can do that, but not for a racer. I'm gonna go for the first Uber Barbaroth.
I need more time.
OTL, sir. Until you do in the race. Yeah, that's the strat basically. Yeah, it's kind of unfortunate because I agreed to this Torchlight stuff, like, you know, 2 months ago or something. You know, when they asked me for, you know, okay, season start and whatever. And I said, yeah, okay, this timing is perfect, you know, it's going to be way after PoE. It's going to be after Lee, you know, in the middle of nowhere. Perfect. I'm going to do Torchlight. And then PoE was giga late. LE got delayed. It's on the same day. Fuck. What can I do? You know, that's how it works sometimes. Anyway. Someone asked earlier about some bleed stuff, by the way. If you're still here, let me know. What is better for this build? Overwhelming Strike or Harmonic Generator as a passive for the neck? I've been using both. I like Overwhelming Strike right now. I don't have mana issues, and this gives me a bit of crit, I think. Yeah, it's kind of nice. Crit damage, crit chance, stun build up. It's pretty nice. But both are good, I think. After what Blizzard told us, winning the race in 2 days is not happening. Well, we'll see. It depends on like how... I mean, okay. It seems to me that none of the new crafting mechanisms are really like very long, like grindy mechanics, besides maybe the idle stuff. But even if the idols are very grindy, it might mean that you can still get something decent anyway, that's good enough. Because basically everything else they're introducing with the crafting in this epoch makes gearing faster. So you generally have higher quality gear earlier. And in the old seasons, in like 50 hours, you were basically done with your gear in SSF. So this is why I think that after around 50 hours, the race will be over. Unless the people die. Unless there's something new that I don't know. Maybe they nerf drop rates or shit, but... I'm doing a mapping guide video this week. Yeah, I wanted to do some more PoE guides, actually. I have not really been releasing that many videos. Also some last Epoch guides. I will be pumping out a bunch of stuff, probably.
Hold
Unless people die. Yeah, I mean, if people die, then... I mean, last time I died. And a bunch of other people died on Abaroth. Like, I was the first to reach Abaroth, then I died. And then there were like, I don't know, 8 other people that also died. Then there was one guy who killed it. And after, like, I think 4 hours after the first kill, I killed it. With my second character. So, that was basically what happened. Which was kind of funny. Now, the thing is, could I grind up a character all the way to, you know, getting ready for Uber Abaroth, wait for someone on softcore to kill Uber Abaroth so it unlocks on Legacy, and then log in on Legacy and get an Uber Abaroth there and practice the fight? So that could be a strat, actually, when I think about it. The thing is, I don't know how hard it will be to get the Uber Abaroth thing on Legacy when I start from scratch, basically, with the Woven Echoes and stuff. There's just disparage. Yeah, it's a tough choice. It depends on if there's like some Giga Broken build that will just walk in and have a really high chance of killing him. And also like how different are the mechanics. Like if the mechanics are largely the same, but it's just like, you know, way more life and whatever, then it's not such a big deal. Softcore being the unlocker is just such a bad choice. Yeah, we'll see, I guess. Oh, this one is actually done. Wait, is this the big or is this the medium grenade? No, this is not. It's not the big one, right? This is the medium one. Wait, there's siege, crossbow, and cannonade. Which one is the big one? Get hybrid. Kick. Yeah, woodland. Let's go. Is that killing Uber Abi 700 times already is wild? 700 times, what the fuck? How long have you been playing CT, man? I wonder how long this has been going, actually. Seems like they just had this for months, and they were just kept blasting off stream for months. Oh yeah, actually we can listen to the podcast later that I read into last night. Exactly 50,000 XP. A month. So killed it an average of like 25 times a day. Wait, what? How did he farm so many attempts? That's crazy. Can you just like giga farm him or what? I should log into some normal Abaroth as well. I have like a bunch of them lying around, so that's the other days. Maybe they have console commands? Could be. I'm not sure how the CT works exactly. What's going on with this guy? Is there a big difference of ingenuity? No. Ingenuity was quite nerfed this patch. But especially for a Tangle Tongue setup, it's not a bad idea, because you can get more flat damage from your rings. Tangle Tongue is a very low level weapon. I still didn't find a second one after I started using it, and I have not found a single chance base for it either, which is kind of wild. I wonder if the filter is actually working correctly with the chance base.
Need more time.
Ouch, what the... They're going rogue. I don't know. Tier list looks like it's all Sentinel, so I think I have to go practice Sentinel. Which really sucks because I'm not familiar with the class at all. I played at a Sentinel to level 10 and that was it. So I need to find what's the good build for that. And then practice that in the next days. Not much time. Judgment is the hardcore epic killer for season 2. Judgment. Okay, I know nothing about that. I don't even know. I guess it's like Paladin. So what makes it so special for hardcore Abaroth?
Need a moment.
CPS is Giga and nearly immortal. These guys have different spirits. That's funny. Why is everything so insanely tanky on this map?
Look out! Hold on.
Let's see it again. Okay, Enfeeble, 86 life, and Res. Okay. And then let's go down. And this in Macron. Okay.
I'm bet double as is.
YouTube game title actually again to be PFX Exile. Okay, here we go. Yo. Cold wudijo. Thank you, man.
Dying is not on our side.
Below. It's gonna be a long race. The play might be go Void, Warpath for clear, speed farming, then switch to bossing. Yeah, I mean, you only need to be very powerful for the actual final fight. Before that, you can just farm everything on like 300 corruption, and you're chilling. So I think that's actually the move. This is also why I thought I was gonna go Falconer, and then switch to Marksman for Uber Abaroth. But the thing is, I will have to switch to a build I've never played. Tango Toe better than Big Accuracy Spear, or Big Accuracy always wins. Tango Toe wins against most spears below 500 DPS, I'd say. And then, I mean, it comes down to exact setup and stuff. Big accuracy is not just the only thing that matters. You can also go just big fist damage. You know, I can do like flat fist, percent fist, and then either accuracy roll or hybrid fist percent accuracy. It's both kind of close depending on the roll that you have, on which base you have. Mm, 24. 9 similar transmitters. Not a breach. Why did a breach tablet show up as a new item? Oh, that's why. What does it do? Force increase monster density and breaches expand to at least 20 meters radius. Remain open while they are live breach monsters. Okay. This one is so good. It doesn't seem that impressive to me, to be honest. Because if you have like a big open map like this here and you get a breach, then okay, like some monsters will be lost, but it's very easy to kind of keep expanding a breach and kind of clear everything until it starts closing. It's more like in these shitty maps, where it's hard for you to expand the breach at all. But on the other hand, in the shitty maps you don't really care about the breach at all, right? Because there's just no monster spawning when there's walls and stuff everywhere. Reach skill gem to quality. I'll probably start with like 90 spear. And the ape, you need to get the ape to like 10 or 15 as well. To reduce the reservation a little bit. Else you can't fit in Herald of Thunder later. Potential? Fuck. Oh, there's a new unique charm. How many breaches are here? Only. We have a shrine right now, let's go in. X in fire us, rarity, cold lightning. Dude, I got 70 splinters here. Okay. Still a breach left somewhere. Down there. Holy fuck. Science respec is next week. Okay, what is this charm? Use when sound bleeding, creates consecrated ground. Okay. Yo, log in sub. 30, 24, 2 charm. Okay. Not terrible. Wait, now the checkpoint spawn next to me when I open the breach. That's kind of funny.
I'm about to double again.
My god, dude. There's 3 tablets of breach alone in this one breach. What is going on? I'm actually gonna go back. Is that a unique shield? This one, yeah, my offhand, but it doesn't do anything.
This whole possession now lies dormant.
Purple Omen, Pork. I got my second one actually. I haven't X-Factored it yet though. I got the prefix Chaos Omen again. Getting somewhere.
Not telling what this is saying.
Although I'm not sure on which item type I would actually use something like a prefix Chaos Omen. You get like 100 breach spinners or something in this map. Tactician is crazy fun, feels more powerful than Smith. That sounds interesting. Are you playing with the artillery fire?
This whole possession now lies dormant.
Extra spirit. You mean with the banner stuff?
Almost a challenge. Lightning strike twice.
Yeah, I guess it would be one of those cases where you have an item with full suffixes, like belt. Belt is mostly about rolling the suffixes. And then you can try your luck with the prefix omens and just try to get life roll because nothing else really matters. Mana roll is okay, but not the biggest deal.
Get back. Need a moment.
Good timing. The spirit is near.
Antidote. Get.
That base is marked.
Alright, bounty. Need more time. Clean kill.
Build on rarity and quant nerds? I say one or both. I'd have all the rarity and quant and all the shrine stuff. Shrine stuff is the only thing that actually does anything because it increases your clear speed. Like all the stuff there is really awful. The exiles are like completely worthless. So are the spirits if they don't even like make it worse. Because they slow you down while you're waiting for them to find a target. Like it's a struggle. Yeah, I think they just need to make it so that when you touch the wisp, you don't have to escort it, but it just like goes to a target, you know? It just goes around as soon as you touch it or something, you know? And then you can choose to follow it, or you just choose to like clear the map as you want it and then find the guy later. You know, I think that's what it should do. Like this whole escort mechanic is just not it, man. Because you have to follow exactly the predefined path. If you don't follow exactly the predefined path, it doesn't move. So it is not like, you know, if you go around it or something, it doesn't move, even if you're like in front of it, basically. That's the problem, I think, with the wisps. This makes it like really too clunky and stuff. Because you don't want to like follow the wisp like a random path for the map, you know? You still want to clear the map in the path that you chose.
Need more time.
Because that's the more efficient path. Yeah, I'm running Tangle Tongue right now.
Now we're talking.
Oh, the...
I'll take that.
Oh shit, I didn't Delirium encounter. Now we have to wait like a minute.
No telling what this is seeing.
With the didn't move to Waystone nodes. I mean, if you want to farm T60 maps as much as possible, Waystone nodes are still valuable. You know, because you're gonna corrupt every single T15. Some of them will go down, most of them will not go up. So in that case, you do care about Waystone drops. If you want to do the most amount of possible juicing. Dude, seriously, can I get my Delirium loot? Penetrated Sensei is pretty much a waste of Tangle Tongue? Not at all. The Vision Rune still gives you 27.5 physics damage. I mean, it's not like you can choose any other Ascendancy, so... And you can also corrupt this thing to get 2 sockets, and then that's really good.
Until next time.
How do you feel about Ellie's visual upgrades? Well, it's a huge login angle and it's getting larger. Blooming Field. $280 some macro sprinters soon. This is all real. Someone mentioned the GG to enable to the mods and trade. I guess that will come at some point. I guess the trade side is probably still, you know, in development. They just try to make sure that you can search for stuff at all, and then they're gonna do this stuff later. The rate of attack when you roar will be stunned. Yes, on the bottom left. You can see it on the stagger bar. It's above your flasks. What actually happens when you get stunned with the roar? Do you just like, get kicked off and the roar runs away, or I don't know? Are you just stunned and you sit on roar? You fall off and pretty much dead. Okay.
Through the art. Need a moment. A worthy foe. Need a moment.
Mighty Shrine. We're kind of tempted to farm to 96 actually. I'm probably gonna stop at 94, but the build has been so much fun and so strong. And I'm getting so close to actually completing the entire Atlas passive tree. Funny enough, I still don't have the last boss nodes after all this time. Speaking of boss, we actually have a boss here. But where? Don't worry, boom shakalaka. You're gonna play some shitty builds too. It always happens. Where is the boss?
I need more time.
The second person asked me about the visual upgrades for last Epoch. What's going on right now? Suddenly. Yeah, they shot him yesterday. Can I stun him while he's... We can. That's funny. Oh, he had the delirium thing proccing. And he did a jump. And this, what the fuck? Oh, that goes really far actually.
Time.
Hello? Phasing? Anyone? I think I bugged him out. He's bugged actually.
Get back!
He's stunned again. Can I kill him now? No, he's immune now. What the fuck? I can't attack him anymore. Everyone is posting a video now. Yeah, we've seen this yesterday. This is what they showed off on the... Wait, how do I get out? Dude, he's actually so close to Cull range. If I had extra Cull range, I could kill him. Yeah, I don't know what to do now, guys. I'm stuck here. Unlucky. I can't TP. I can't make a new portal. Wait, how can I get to my hideout? I wonder if in Trade League I could like get invited and then you can click on someone's portrait to TP to them, right? But I can't do it here. Can I take the checkpoint? Yeah, I'm just stuck now. Although I did learn something important here, which is that when he does the slam in the ground, it actually goes really far. I thought it would just be slamming like a circular AoE. Just die. No, we're not doing that. He already cost me an Omen of Resurgence, but I guess... Well... Alter 4, I guess. How long do we have to wait? Change server. This will still log you into the same instance here, Indo. I'm pretty sure this won't work. 15 minutes. Go away. Okay. I can't. I actually cannot click it. Okay. I don't think that matters. It will just put me back in the blooming field, they say. Yeah, F. Doesn't work. It always puts you back in the same instance, so you can't get out. You have to wait until it closes. Well, in that case, let's see what we raided into yesterday, because I went to sleep then. But last night we raided Lizard, and they were just about to start yapping. How about that, guys? Okay, here you watch the thing. Then he did stuff. And here they talked about stuff, so let's see what they talked about. Does he have music off?
How much damage is Nova Hammer with the...
Okay.
So we might get before this, but it's also like, right?
Just want to see if the sound is correct. Shit, we don't hear Volker. He has the sound off. I wonder if he uploaded this.
Rogue. Shall we move to Rogue? I think Sentinel is... We've been yapping for a bit. Rogue is good.
As well, and so basically
So here the sound works, but it starts like somewhere in the middle. Okay, how much? It says half episode. I'm not sure what that means. Recording issues in the first 30 minutes. We talked about Sentinel. F. Okay. Well, that's what it is, I guess.
the end game setup deals about 10 million DPS, but you do have to hit with Ice Barrage as well. Not the tankiest setup, but everything is permanently frozen, so it still blasts very, very well, but you know...
The one part I wanted... Yeah, maybe one of the other guys has it recorded. I'm gonna ask them, actually. And we're gonna see them tomorrow as well. I'm gonna be in a podcast with them as well tomorrow.
As pretty much all mages, you require to time your defensive tools like Flame Ward to be able to survive, big hits and stuff like that.
Where's my pitch
It's not a
notes?
tankiest class, but well, it's not the tankiest setup at least, and but it does a lot of damage. So still very good. You'll still permanently freeze pretty much anything in your path, except for bosses, of course. You have to play around bosses. But yeah, still very, very, very solid option. And as we saw, the Spark Charge Frostclaw node got the Spark Charge node for 40 plus mana cost spells was now nerfed to only work with static orb, right? So no more Frostclaw static charge over 40 mana. So that means that there's only a few options available. And static or spark chargers on their own don't deal that much damage without that. So yeah, still a very, very solid option.
It's very interesting actually what happened with this build, because since we went on testing, even before they nerfed the fragment of the Enigma version, which it was considered by a lot of people like almost one of the best builds in the game. So yeah, I don't know. It's just kind of interesting, I guess, and that when we tested, we figured out really quickly that it's actually Frostbite has always been, in terms of DPS, way superior, right? So
yeah, it does require you to hit with Ice Barrage though. Ice Barrage counts for a big portion of your damage.
cool. Anything else you want to say about this? We also have Glacier. Again, Glacier has a very interesting setup here. It has a setup where you can go for a hybrid damage dealt goes to mana. This is quite powerful, but it requires quite a few good items. You need the gloves, you need the Yggdrasil, you need to hit the damage taken goes to mana stuff. And if you do that, the build, again, I literally tested this at 2k corruption standing still, and it's yeah, I mean,
I'm not sure if we're gonna do Sentinel run. The problem is I've never played Sentinel, so I have 5 days to get good, and I still want to do some PoE stuff. I don't know. It's rough, I have like many hours in Rogue, and I don't know the skills on Sentinel. I don't know the fucking affix shots in Sentinel. Everything that is like crazy. I guess I could try, but I'm definitely starting at a very bad position if I don't go Rogue. And I expected Rogue to be good enough to do Uber Abarov in hardcore. So, right now I'm not so sure. Yeah, I guess we'll see tomorrow. I'm gonna talk to them about it. We're gonna talk about Uber Abarov race a lot, I guess. And I guess they will be able to tell me if there's any realistic option for Rogue or not. So, we'll see. I mean, I pushed Falconer to 1000 corruption in 1.1. So that was fine on hardcore. And if I can do that, then why can I not do Uber Abarov is the question. So we'll see.
this is so tanky, like it's kind of disgusting. The main issue you have here is like, in order to play something like this, you have to play Glacier. Because you have to be in order.
Yeah, Falconer is nerfed, but the problem is not the damage. Damage is fine. Lizard on Sistine said expect the race to last a week. Yeah, only if the people die. If people don't die, it will be over much faster.
And stuff, and it doesn't really do that much damage. We're talking like, depending on your DPS, your gear,
go get some drink.
And Arcane Ascendance and all that bullshit, it's like from 5 million to like 10 million DPS. So again, compared to the stuff we have, sure, you're tanky, but you're really lacking on the damage department. So, but solid build. Do you guys recommend playing Mage in general this patch, or is it a skip?
Bina, you wanna go first?
I tend to go towards build that perform extremely well in one area or another, and I see weaknesses in many places for mage, no matter what you play. So it's not necessarily it will not be my go-to class for sure this patch. I think Sentinel looks amazing. I think even I found a new love for Beastmaster, surprisingly. So I'll probably be playing Crows. But yeah, I think I don't know. I feel like it's somewhat weaker than some other options that just perform way better in one area or another, whether it be tankiness or damage. Yeah, but it still has some decent builds, you know.
Yeah, and the thing is like, well, I'm a bit of a mage hater. I guess I don't really play mage much at all. But overall, I wouldn't really like want to go for ward builds this patch. At least if you have situations in the game where you actually need sustain, just go HP and build leech. Of course, healing on some builds like judgment, but leech is like completely OP. So not having leech on ward, it's a huge downside. And just
sustain
mage
is the name of
overall
the
is
game,
much
no?
weaker.
Just sustain is so strong. Yeah.
Yeah, leech is completely out of control, basically. So we deal so much damage now, and we like the numbers for leech is massive. So you just insta leech your full HP all the time, like boom, 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 boom. So, yeah.
Moving to Primalist, I guess. We were talking about Bina. You're considering starting Primalist. Are you gonna follow Terek's leveling guide, or are you gonna struggle with the hardest build to level? You know, that's what people say.
I mean,
That's what
I
people say.
like leveling totems. I like leveling storm totem. It's just my go-to.
Wonder if Ben is going to log in.
I'm so used to it. And
I mean, Ben
nice
might
to
log
just,
in, but on the other hand, I don't think Ben has even played last Epoch, like,
anything else.
pretty much at all.
So
I don't know, I've never seen him.
I say probably, but I think I'm decided to go and start hardcore. I'm gonna go and level up with Storm Totem and Spriggan Form until level 50, maybe a little bit later, and then maybe till level 86, and then I'll swap to Storm Crows once I get Vessel of Strife. Storm Crows is most likely like one of the very highest DPS in the entire game right now, especially if you go with a cold setup with Apogee. You can also dual wield those if you really want to go. I probably won't do that in hardcore, but you could dual wield those to get double the more multiplier on that. It's one of those builds that has never really been popular. People tend to think that crows are very, very squishy. But we have this snapshotting thing in Last Epoch where you can just equip some very strong item, like for example, Drora Gloves or Communion Belt, and then you dash, you triple the stats, you snapshot your crows. You swap out these items, and then you have crows that are immortal, and you deal a ton of damage. So I don't know really why this wasn't more popular before. I've also optimized snapshotting setups for these versions. There is two options here. One is going with Lightning Crows, which is more balanced in like tankiness and damage. So that one is going to be probably my go-to, especially for hardcore, since the int conversion from strength from Cleaver Solution will give you water retention, even though water retention was nerfed by half from intelligence. It's still very, very nice. We get access to insane new idols with water retention and ward per second, and a suffix that has also flat health regen on it. So just a health regen stacking build. Block, Bastion of Honor. You don't see me very often playing with a shield, but sometimes when the opportunity fits the build, I'll go for it. I'll go for it. So yeah, just this build will deal more than 1, 2, possibly 300 million damage. If you count the buff that you get from on the cold version, obviously. If you count the buff that you get from Frozen Vengeance, which we will equip a bee idol so that the bees won't be snapshotted because you'll equip all of your gear and then they'll be summoned permanently, constantly, and then they'll just die, give you the buff, and then you deal just way more damage.
Yeah, I mean,
So
crows have always been Giga broken, but again, the fact that you can now get all these items for free, the fact that thanks to idols, you have like defensive options for regen setups and all that. It just basically turned this build into something very niche that kind of was hard to pull together. But again, the damage was always there. Like, shout out to Boardman, the original Crow believer. He never really min-maxed it, right? But the seed was planted, and Bina did the rest.
but that's the thing. I see a lot of people playing crows, and I know Crip played it at some point. I searched a lot of YouTube. I saw a lot of builds with crows, but I never saw really like some extraordinary damage out of them. Even though all the numbers are there,
Interesting.
nobody really managed to play the build long enough, I guess, to min-max it to the point where it dealt like an absolute absurd amount of damage. But it really does. It really does. And it's I do expect this to be nerfed in season 3.
You also have the problem like
Well, the order of releases is PoE 2, LE, Torchlight, D4. Just by date, you know.
because the game is so young, even though you have content creators coming from other games, you know, the tools are pretty bad, and you know, Creep goes and looks into Ellie tools, and it says the fucking ability scales with intelligence because it's just like some reused you know, tooltip of Lightning Blast from Mage, and it goes like, what the fuck, it's double scaling. No bro, it's EHG reusing a Lightning Blast tooltip for the mages, because for basically the crows are using Lightning Blast, but and Lightning Blast has you know, they didn't removed it, and he made a planner with a bunch of intelligence and shit, and it doesn't do anything. So yeah,
Unfortunate.
things like that happened, right? People are new to the game. We to be honest, we were noobs too. Like, we always been noobs. Let's be honest. So yeah, it's normal.
Yeah, the thing is that if we had something like POB in LE, this thing would have been POB'd very fast and would have been very, very popular. I really don't have a clue why nobody else play. I mean, I kind of have a clue, is because, you know,
They die,
the first
you know?
experience you get
That
with
experience,
crows is
yeah.
that they feel good, and then you get to, you know, empowered monos, you get to a little bit higher corruption, and then they always die. And then you're like, okay, do I want to invest into minion health, or do I prefer playing something where I can invest into my own damage things, right? So, yeah, I guess that discourages people to play it. But it's like, there's no reason to play any other companion, because it's literally the same playstyle, just you deal like 10 times the damage.
At the same time, we actually been spammed for so long to test other companions, right? Like Scorpion, Sabertooth, Raptor. You hear about these legends of builds that are supposedly secret OP, and then you go test them with numbers versus the dummy on a min-max setup, and you realize,
and they just suck in comparison. Because you know, something we're trying to move away from is having builds that scaled in the same way or have the same playstyle. We're just gonna keep the best one, right? So right now, crows are a big outlier, and they would deserve a nerf. So there's no reason to play either wolves, squirrels, scorpions.
Just real quick, does anyone know of another streamer who watched this podcast yesterday when I rated them? Like the one they're watching on YouTube right now? Because the first 30 minutes are missing, but maybe another streamer watched them with sound on, because I want to see that first 30 minutes part as well.
You know, saber-tooth raptor, the bear, like everything, you're incentivized to go melee.
Savvy.
So if you're melee already, why not just play with crows, snapshot them, and then crows you're not even reliant on the minion AI, because you're proccing the crow storm from your swipe, and you're proccing the crow storm from casting it yourself. So it's more like you're a hybrid caster. You can do it at range, but you're also melee. So it's a minion build with no downsides from the minions, because you don't care where they are. They could be like 10 miles like to the left or to the right, and it doesn't matter. If you swipe, it casts the crow storm right there, right?
Yep. Again, like you said, minions, people are talking about, snapshotting sucks, blah blah. It does suck, but again, the game does have challenges that reward you for doing so. And it's something that, you know, we for the longest time, we haven't included snapshotting in our guides, because we just thought, hey, it's not intended, it's not good, like why would we do this? But it's just a game. And again, when they fixed it, then we will revisit all the guides, delete it, no problem. But at the moment, it's basically a mechanic of the game. And if you ignore it, then people who do snapshot and don't disclaim that in their guides are gonna make us look bad, and we're tired of that. So we joined the dark side. Bina won. It is what it is. If you play minions, hey, sick mental health, it's okay. Moving on.
The thing is snapshotting, right? It's it's kind of like it adds another layer of complexity and optimization to the build. So it's actually kind of fun to like. I had quite a bit of fun to optimize a you know, what items would I use for snapshotting? Like, oh, Jolra rings. Oh, the communion belt. So you know, you dash, use a potion, double and triple your stats, and yeah, you know, adds an extra layer of complexity, which is kind of fun to optimize.
Yeah, like I said, mental health. You know, there's professionals. You know, do what you gotta do. Okay, shall we go Primalist leveling, Tarek? You want to talk a bit about it?
Yeah.
I'll go grab some
Can
water
you hear me,
while you explain it.
Can you hear me well, by the way?
Yeah, it's fine.
Okay. So for Primalist, I tested a lot, but I ended up getting inspired by a build from Dread. He was testing a Tornado with Werebear. And the basic of the build is to proc Stormbolts from your Tornadoes, and then going to Werebear form to buff the damage, because basically the damage is snapshotted from when the Stormbolt is created, not when you cast your Tornado. So you can cast your Tornado and then go into Werebear form and get all the buff from Werebear. So that's the build I'm going for. Before I was doing totems. So totems are like really good for leveling, but the thing is you have to switch form. The damage is not as insane as other options. And a lot of people don't really like the totem playstyle, to be fair. You have also a lot of other options. So for example, Beastmaster is very interesting because Beastmaster, you get an insane amount of stats for free. Like you get close to 700% increased melee damage for you and your minions. Near 100% increased melee attack speed. And a lot of armor shred chance. But the thing is, it's very heavy on the right side of the Beastmaster tree. So until you get those points, you don't deal as much damage as other options. But after you get those points, you're dealing actually way more damage than other options. But also it's like minion playstyle, it's not for everyone. So I kind of went for like a more direct approach where you deal the damage yourself. The build is kind of automated because you're going to pop your Werebear form and it's going to proc the lightning bolts automatically whenever you move. What else? Shaman, yeah. Earthquake is still good, but the playstyle is not that insane for leveling. Like it costs a lot of mana. It's a bit clunky. And yeah, that's pretty much it. You have a lot of options if you like minions, totems, or dealing damage yourself. And there you go.
Insane. Again, the clunk won, you know. It is the age of the clunk. To be honest, Primalist, in my opinion, has actually a few ways to be leveled. All of them have pros.
Last time I played Primalist, I played Avalanche Shaman, which was really nice and strong. This is actually how I killed Aberoth in hardcore last league. I was the second to do it. But after I died on my rogue, I made a Shaman, and I did with Avalanche. It was nice.
Pros and cons, honestly.
I was the second to do it.
Yeah. You know,
you're kind of fighting between like different options that aren't perfect compared to, like, for example, if you were to play Sentinel and you go with Paladin, there's literally no downside except the speed. Like, you're doing good damage, you have insane defense.
Yeah, it looks like Rogue might not be viable enough. Everyone keeps saying me that I should go Sentinels. I'm probably going Sentinel, but I guess I'm gonna ask them point blank tomorrow when I sit down with them. I'm gonna be doing a podcast with them tomorrow evening, and then we're gonna talk about that, I guess. I want to go Rogue, but I'm not sure if I can for World First, obviously.
Recovery. Rather, if you're playing a Primalist, there's always one aspect that is not as smooth as other classes. Especially the early game on Primalist is way weaker than other classes. So, yeah. It's always quite tricky to find something that feels good.
I think we could mention... We were on the verge of archiving Squirrel Beastmaster, because again, it's like basically it plays the same as Crows, and it does 1/100th of the damage. I'm not exaggerating with that number.
You stupid beast.
So No.
I mean, maybe 100th is
yeah,
a
it's
bit
3
much.
million
It
DPS or
does-
so.
It does way less. But I mean, you could still
Imagine it's watching
snapshot the
prepping
squirrels
for
and do
Epoch
quite a
now.
bit more. But it's just, it's at least 10 to
50.
30 times less, maybe, or something like that.
So it's like, again, people like
Or
them.
or rather, you
Yeah,
do
I
10 to
played,
30
I
times
played a lot
more.
of Rogue. I've made like, I don't know, 5 or 6 different Rogue builds already or something. It's really fun. I like it in Epoch. It's like my main class by far.
Or with crows. Like,
Yeah.
yeah.
Um,
And you're not susceptible. Like, you don't have to have your squirrels all attack the same target, right? Where crows is just boom a big nuke and that's it.
yeah. And again, to be honest, not that many changes on Primalist as a whole. Oh,
Lizard, the camps are
Oops.
fucked up.
Oh.
No.
sorry. I got important DMs. It is what it is. So basically, yeah, not that many changes on Primalist, no, overall. Like, again, squirrels, basically the same. Stormcrows, it's always been there, but we were blind and bad. Now we are not blind and bad, or at least not as much. So we have crows. It's always been the same, really. No changes, really. Just buffs, some new items, boom.
Yeah, people have been asking me about Swarmblade, what's happening with Swarmblade, why is Frostbite Swarmblade not there anymore, what about Poison Swarmblade, what about, all of the different Swarmblade builds. Swarmblade is kind of like, it's always been a fan favorite, but it's kind of mid right now, compared to other options. It's gotten a little buff, Lightning Swarmblade got in a little buff with the gloves that enabled you to get more tornadoes out passively. So you have about like 1 million passive DPS just with your tornadoes that spawn from their own procs of Stormbolt from the tornado at spawn. So it's like 1 million passive DPS. Maybe you get 6 million DPS when you're attacking yourself as well. There's no crazy upside. It doesn't get the free dodge anymore. Since that node was nerfed quite a few patches ago. It's still solid if you want to play it, but nothing special about it, really. Then you got Totem Shaman, which I changed to be way more way more damage on single target with Storm Totem with Gathering Storm, which is a change I should have done in the previous patch. I just didn't really play it that much, and I was seeing, obviously Storm Totem with Upheaval Totem was doing like absolute crazy damage. So, there was no reason for that to exist in the Spriggan form because, it was just better to play in human form. But now there's actually a pretty good reason to play in Spriggan form. Although if your Storm Totem dies, you do lose your damage. But if you manage to position it properly so it survives, you can actually fully leverage the mana cost node in Gathering Storm, so you can scale your mana, and then in Spriggan form, while you're spamming Thorn Totem, which themselves do damage as well, you are keeping this mana up, and you are actually dealing a lot of damage with Storm Totem on single targets.
I don't like Spriggan form at all.
Thorn Totem is still good enough for clear and for
The Thorn
general
Totem is kinda
mapping.
nice.
So you now have,
I know Thorn Totem was like pretty popular back in season 1, I think, or was it season 0? Yeah, I think that some people, like, everyone was saying just Thorn Totem was like kind of like a very nice casual, not like the best, but kind of decent build, I think. And it seems like it still continues to be.
a very, very comfy sort of like one button build that when you want big damage, you put down your Storm Totem, you get a big chunk of mana, so you have a big multiplier and it does a lot of damage. So that one is actually surprisingly does, quite well in the current patch.
Minions OP, boom.
And
Yeah.
of course, because you are transformed, you get access to Seed of Yggdrasil and the damage dealt to mana before health. But since you are transformed, it works with Rage, so you get a good amount of tankiness, and especially the new body armor. I don't know if we showcased this one.
Yep.
The new body
I
armor
showed
that
it on the Stormcrows, the Mantle of the Palox. Yeah, very strong.
Yeah, absolute staple for minion builds. And apparently, I'm a minion main now, so yeah. Look, it seems like all builds I play is using Mantle of the Palox.
I don't think being a minion main is something you become. I think you're either born, like being gay, or you're just are, So yeah,
it's good. It's good, good item.
Yeah, good. Okay, anything Primalist? Your new favorite build aside from Crows, maybe?
Dude, Lizard is
Yeah.
skin,
Oh,
man.
Tornado Shaman. Yes. Absolutely.
Crazy take. Is it though? Some people are just born to play minion. I'm definitely the opposite, you know. I'm like, if minion builds is gay, I'm like straight as fuck, you know. Because I always dislike minion builds. Although there are some exceptions. Maybe I'm a little bit gay, you know.
Tornado Shaman. This is the guy that was written by Amarathi. So for all of those, all of you guys that say, "Oh, you're Bina, you're Tornado build," you know, like we don't own any build. Nobody owns any build. It's all part of a video game. But
My build.
yeah, our build now, yoink.
Yes.
But yeah, so this was presented to me by Amarathi first, and then I decided to play it on stream and make a video about it. So now everyone's like, "Hey, Bina, your build." Hey, it's not my build, but this is amazing. I do prefer this. I played both Werebear and Human Tornado, and so both have ups and downs. Werebear will do more damage. Tornado is
Cozy.
it has
is the
way
word.
it has way more quality of life, I feel, and it just plays very well. Even in both scenarios, leveling, end game, everything. This one is just a charm to play for me, and it's like I like the play style. You stand still, you have your entire health pool covered by endurance threshold, and you just don't move and you spam tornado. You got a lot of leech, you deal damage. It's great. They buffed the amulet from 7% to, was it 7 or 8% to now 15% increased damage per Maelstrom.
Storms, yeah.
Yeah, and you get like over 30 stacks of Maelstrom pretty much at all times with this. So this amulet is pretty GG. Absolutely amazing. So yeah, overall, I think this is going to be another fan favorite. I know a lot of people liked it when I showcased it, and I am sure a lot of people will enjoy playing with this build on season launch.
Yeah, another one of those builds that nothing really has changed, right? It's just, again, builds that big. I think on last patch, like, people were so blinded by Static Orb and stuff that, and Ward in general, that there's so many builds that were already this strong that just didn't really get spotlight because other things were, you know.
Yeah, to be honest, Static Orb was like completely busted.
Yeah, exactly.
Like, Storm Totem as well, and XYZ builds, right? You know, so. But yeah, I mean, it's a really nice one. It's a very nice one. Lots of quality of life on this build.
And to finish off Primalist, Mr. Bolka.
Yeah.
This one has been a bit of a scratcher, huh? There's been so many changes to EQ. You want to talk a bit about it?
Yeah, so EQ got nerfed in some ways, so you lost quite a bit of damage multipliers. But then there's more damage multipliers you can get back. So you could either make a self-cast EQ build, or you could make what I have made here with Aftershock. So this deals a little bit less damage than self-cast, but it's much like better to play and much easier to clear maps with, and the damage is not like that much lower. And it also doesn't like rely on any kind of like insane rotation. It's much just better. So you proc the Aftershock with the idols, yeah. So you use Swipe to proc the Aftershock.
These idols got giga buffed, basically.
Yeah.
Yeah,
so they now have a higher chance to proc, but it's also capped. But very strong. You can just have 2 idols and you're basically always at the maximum proc rate for the Aftershocks, and you deal crit physical damage on the build. And then it's just like usual melee scaling with all the melee uniques like the belt, Doom Bring, crit multi boots, and double scissor of Atropos for the giga damage. And
and it looks cool, you know.
And it looks cool. You're like a Giga Chad dual wield.
Gain a stack of Kismet when you directly use a melee attack, hit at least one enemy. Then you use a throwing attack, consume all stacks, gain +8 throwing critical strike chance, 8 throwing physical damage, +50 melee damage, +2 to all melee attacks, +9 vitality, 22 attack speed. And you put this damage and crit on it. But it's not a throwing attack. Which attack is he using?
He's like a swipe or something.
Boots and double scissor of Atropos for the giga damage, and well,
And it looks cool,
and it looks cool.
And what is the best way to farm a specific unique in SSF? I mean, the boss drops you can farm on the bosses. Everything else is just chance offs, basically.
Or like a
And it looks
giga
cool.
chat dual wielding guy.
Yeah.
And you have the exiles as well. These menus sort of +2 and flat melee. Okay, so this throwing stuff is just like irrelevant. I mean, it seems like okay this base, but I guess you can get away with like another weapon, right? I guess the big advantage here is also attack speed for the procs and then +4 to the skills. And it seems very easy to get 2 LP, 1 in 25. Okay.
Well,
and it looks cool,
And it looks cool. You're like a
And it looks
giga
cool.
chat dual wielding guy.
Yeah, this build
And-
is kind of like a Tremor build, right? Where you just like attack really fast and fucking shit stop. It feels like a PoE build. Like it's kind of cool.
Yeah,
It's
you
still
can
melee.
you can get like close to 400% attack speed, so like 350 or something, depending how many shark stacks you have. So a lot of attack speed.
That's pretty crazy.
Yeah, that's pretty crazy. And sadly, it does have a minion, but the wolf is just for the buffs. So it's you kind of must use it. It's too good not
It's,
to use.
we calculate
Hey.
it's like half DPS or some shit, right? So
Yeah,
again,
something
it
like that,
sucks.
yeah,
He dies. Again, you can snapshot him so he doesn't die.
Yeah.
If you're high
You can make it
corruption.
decently tanky with the
Like,
passive.
if you snapshot him, like you can, you do it once per session if you don't exit the monolith, and you'll be fine. But again, it's worth mentioning that, just
Hey,
turn.
Volka says
Yeah.
Volka said that he doesn't like minions, but I see a pale ox here, and doesn't like mage, but he used to play disintegrate. Like, what's going on here?
I mean, disintegrate was like like ancient history. So,
Exposed,
so we don't think about that anymore. But I mean, the chest armor is crazy. So yeah.
Holy.
Again, overall,
What can I say?
would you guys, if you had to recommend a build for this class, probably just
Pros, tornado.
crows if you just wanna go for that.
Totem Shaman is an excellent starter. Excellent
Totem
starter.
Shaman, good starter. Like these 3 are for sure the way to go. And if you are a melee person, then this.
Yeah.
It's good.
And also something on the EQ compared to like on the Aftershock version, you can actually go Seed of Yggdrasil for tankiness. So you're actually quite tanky on this guy.
Oh yeah, that's a good
because-
point.
Yeah, because you don't use mana. You actually just generate mana with the swipe for this helmet. So
Yeah, you
very
function with the procs. Yeah, so
This was from Abaroth, I think, right? Or from one of the Harbingers. This helm. Yeah. It's actually pretty cracked, this helm. Lots of mana regen, and 28% of damage dealt to mana before health, and 56 of endurance applies to all damage dealt to mana. And 8% of maximum health gain is endurance threshold, and life, and chance to take 0 damage. Crazy. No, I've not decided yet what class. I mean, it will be between Sentinel and Rogue, basically. Rogue is what I'm familiar with, but it might not be winnable with Rogue, so I might have to do Sentinel.
for this helmet. So
yeah, you
very
function with the procs. Yeah, so
good. Yeah.
okay.
So yeah, the procs don't cost any mana. So
Bina is asking me on the
Game I was playing a long while back with just large maps and killing monsters, Dwarven Realm. Yeah, Dwarven Realms is what you're looking for, Mr. Moxley.
M's. Have we done Acolyte already? He is
That's
fried.
next.
He has kids also, and I think he has to leave us, unfortunately. But it doesn't
Yeah,
matter
I'm gonna
because
have to go.
we're gonna play Acolyte, and he's clueless on Acolyte, so he wouldn't add much, right? It is what it is, Maybe you need
But
to
man,
start playing
my-
Acolyte and be the true minion master,
I don't know, man. I don't know. I don't want to play Snapshot Abomination. This looks
Hey,
like
Embrace,
this looks so
embrace
freaking
it.
annoying. Like this looks way more annoying to Snapshot than anything else. Swapping 5 different skill, like no, there's
Hey,
no way I
let's
do
not
this
spoil
crap,
too
man.
much, Let's not spoil too
There's
much.
no way. Okay,
Yeah.
but super excited for the patch. Crows, big win. Okay, love you guys. I have to go. Bye.
Because again,
Bye,
can you
Bina-
be more
Bina playing
unprofessional? I don't think so. It is what it is. Again, my cams are fucked now. Aaron syndrome podcast. Like, what is happening?
no.
Like,
Look,
okay,
it's a
one second,
cut
one
off.
second, guys. Okay, Bolka became Terek. Terek became Bolka.
Yeah.
This is a true experience. Okay, one second. Boom. Bam.
Yeah, the reason why this happens is because he was doing it for a Discord call, and then when one guy leaves the Discord call, it rearranges everything. So
It's okay, guys. I'm what you call a professional. Oh fuck, that was Tarek. Oops.
Oh, am I going to Bina?
No, you will be. Okay, this has been absolutely scuffed, but good content, right? So boom. I also zoomed you so people can witness your cute face. There you go. Ikis, maybe? Okay. All right. We can talk a bit about Acolyte. You want to talk a bit about leveling and just in general?
Yeah. So with Acolyte,
Tarek is at 160p now. I won't go.
you have multiple choices, I would say. The first one is if you want to play minions. Minions, you can deal a lot of damage, but the problem with minions during leveling is how do you survive?
Oh boy.
Like on most builds, it's impossible. You just wishing your minions are gonna kill stuff before the enemy is gonna kill you. But what you can do is you can play with summon skeletal mages, and there is a node inside the tree that is gonna sacrifice your skeleton. And so basically, you're gonna summon skeleton that are gonna get sacrificed by your skeletal mage, and this is gonna proc a lot of stuff that happen when your minion dies. So you're gonna be tanky because you're gonna regenerate a lot of ward with this build, and you can also profit from playing Abomination on bosses. I have a clip where I literally one-shot the Abomination of the first timeline with my own Abomination when I'm level 50. And same for T1 Jorah. I killed her before she even could like swap timelines. So yeah, minions pretty good. A lot of people are forgetting about Abomination, even though it's pretty annoying to set up. It's doing so much damage. I think it's the most damage ability that you can have at this point in the game when you unlock it. Then you have Leech. I would say Leech is a bit weaker than Warlock, but still okay. You can still level with it. It's just a bit tricky for new players to play Leech because you're kind of playing a low life playstyle, and you have to maintain your death seal with your Reaper form. Some people like it, a lot of people don't. So I went away with Leech and I ended up with Warlock. Warlock, the biggest strength is the clear with Tonic Fissure and Chaos Bolt. It's going to proc a ton of spells. It's going to be insane clear. The only thing I would say is with the new patch, they nerfed the ward generation with Spirit Plague, because there is a node in Spirit Plague which is called Putrid Recovery, which before was not capped. They tripled the amount, but they capped it at 5 times per second. So you're going to generate a bit less ward, but you have also other options on gear now. One thing I didn't mention, though, for other build guides for leveling, is the new affix called ward per second and ward decay threshold. You can get it on rings and on amulet, and it's insane. It's literally, I think, the best affix for leveling, especially on ward classes. So Acolyte and Mages.
Yeah, that does seem quite a lot.
So you want to spend a lot of time on your
This is a tier 5 mod
for ward classes,
Yeah,
and you're
like-
gonna
That is
feel like
insane.
unkillable. basically.
Early on, if you drop these affixes, you gotta think that, again, think about it, right? You drop a tier 5 of this at level whatever the fuck, 20 or whatever you can drop your first tier 5, right? It's 114
yeah.
ward decay threshold, which is basically health, right?
Yeah,
And ward
and
per
on top of
second,
it,
which
yeah.
is regen, and extra ward, right? So it's like,
yeah, and what
Right.
people don't realize is that ward per second combined with ward gets threshold, basically the tier 5 is the equivalent of like 300 or 400 health.
Yeah.
Affix.
your mic is doing
Incredible.
weird shit, Tarek. I don't know if
Oh, hello.
that's better, I guess. Yeah.
Test 1 2 1 2.
Yeah. Again, what you were saying, right, Tarek? Can you level as a minion? Yeah. Can you level as a lich? Yeah. But you could also just Catonic Fissure one bottom till level 60 with your eyes closed. You could do that too.
Yeah, and I added a new tech on this build. I went with the Inferno Shade that gets consumed by your Catonic Fissure. And it's going to increase a lot your single target, because this was kind of the downside of the build before. You weren't dealing as much single target damage as your clear, for example. So now the build is complete. In
Yeah,
a sense.
this setup does just a bunch of different damage types. You basically grab all the damage you can from everywhere just to, you know, get along the first levels. And then eventually you
Yeah.
switch to fan favorite also, the Warlock, you know. Again, Warlock, a lot of some new things for Warlock, like the Witchfire thing and blah blah. We tested quite a bit in general. Volka, what
And look at that nepotism in chat. The mods.
is the conclusion here?
Yeah, so I mean, Torment Warlock is still.
I don't know anything about Sentinel yet. I need to check Wonkas. But yeah, it looks like everything is just like Sentinel at the top on the tier list and stuff, so I probably have to go for one of them.
So the new setup does quite a bit of more damage than the old one, so I think
Times
about
3, no?
it-
Or some shit.
Yeah, about triple the DPS, depending how well you execute the rotation. So it's still decent.
is a bone as a
tankiness.
quiver.
Of course, ward nerfs, hurt it a bit.
I don't think I would
But
just
now you
change.
can go Ravenous Void as well. So
Just save it
the
for
tankiness is
bubbles.
okay, nothing crazy, but the damage is much improved. Compared to like the super high DPS builds, it's not gonna be like a massive damage build, but it's like good damage. So now we're using some new tech on this guy, like the Chariot Boots for Profane Veil, for example. So it gives you 40% more damage when you channel Profane Veil. This also applies to the Profane Orbs. So for the whole duration of the channel. So you get free 40% more damage from that. And of course now those boots are easy to use because of the guaranteed slam.
Yeah.
Otherwise, I mean, it's pretty similar. Otherwise, we're using also the new amulet, the Swine Amulet. So it gives you Decrepify, which is
extra
more
curse,
damage.
yeah.
Extra curse, also more damage over time taken on enemies from the curse itself, and good stats from that. So this also requires us to have a bone curse now. So we want to self-cast the bone curse once to apply it on hit, and then we also get Decrepify. And this way, you don't even need Mark for Death gloves anymore. So you don't need to use those gloves anymore. So you can use Ravenous Void, for example, for tankiness or whatever you want for the gloves. So it's like a frees up the glove slot. And I think otherwise it's mostly the same. Like you can go, there's like kind of like choices you can make on the items. Like you can do, of course, double red ring instead of midnight ring in aspirational, for example. You can do stuff like that. So you could also use wrong warp, but it's just less damage. So, but you do get haste from it. And you still want to be snapshotting the increased poison damage idols with Aura of Decay. So you get increased poison damage for Acid Skin for the crit chance.
Yeah.
And then you just swap back your normal idols. Yeah. Someone saying in chat, wrong warp is more damage. It's not. I've tested it. It's less damage. But of course, the
it's very
haste is
funny.
nice.
It's very funny because when you test with tools that literally give you an answer, it's not an opinion anymore. If you want to argue against a calculator that 4 plus 4 is more than 5 plus 5, hey, sure. I mean, what do you want? Keep typing, I guess. Calculator is still the same, so
yeah. Yeah. But yeah, still like a very strong build. So if you like Torment, now you actually have pretty decent single target damage. So you should have a nice time with it for sure.
Yeah. I mean, again,
and of course, for mapping, like you don't need to use like Bone Curse and like you don't need to execute the rotation for mapping. So it's a very specific rotation for bossing to get max DPS. But for mapping, you can just for mapping, you just drop down the fissure and everything dies.
Yeah, I mean, I think Torment is in a situation where, like, if you like the coziness and how easy it is to play.
And most of the snapshotting is just some minions, right? Where they do some stuff. Or is it like other big snapshotting shenanigans?
I mean, it is pretty much proven that even if you are brain rotted, you can play this build, right? It's brain rot proofed. I would even say it's disabled friendly, right? Again, if you kind of like the kind of build and that's what you pivot towards, that's your preference, you kind of like builds that anyone can make work. If that's what you like, there's still a reason to play this build. It's still fast, it's still easy, it's good. But the problem is, like, again, like with everything on Acolyte in general, the problem is it just pretty much gets dethroned either by minions, because yeah,
These are not
snapshotting and all
devs.
that.
These
Or
are content
Stygian
creators.
Coil, right? Which, again, Stygian Coil, very popular build also. I've seen a lot of setups. I did a lot of research, and again, a lot of big buffs for the build with the intelligence belt, right? With the gloves for the crit, so you don't have to go the shitty things. Again, I've seen people build how is it called? What is it called? The Seed of Yggdrasil, or whatever it's called, the mana tank thingy. And it's actually a pretty bad idea once you once you actually take damage, because mana with this build can be a bit tricky. If you wanna have the DPS at the maximum, you basically you almost consume more mana than you use if you play properly and even with ladle and everything. So again, you can do it. I mentioned it in the guide, but I wouldn't recommend it. You don't really need it. You can get tankiness from somewhere else. And yeah. On the other hand, though, for Dead Seal, right? Which again, another fan favorite build, probably my favorite build ever. 3 million DPS, absolute dogshit DPS, cooldown based DPS, absolute dogshit. But pretty big buffs to tankiness on this, because again, you get this, you know, more damage reduction on top of your always damage reduction. Then you get your idols. Then you get your, you know, your seed. Then you get, you know, like you get your classic items and blah blah. And again, on an aspirational, again, you can be really tanky. But again, it's fast build, it's fun build, but you just don't do damage. So again, it's still a fun build. If you like it, you can play it. You know, but again, eventually on this build, you will be much tankier, much tankier. Like this build, even on this setup on the endgame gear, if you go with this into normal Aberoth, you can stand still and your HP won't move in the entire fight. Like you just, it won't move. You just tank everything, explosion. Like I'm not even saying you're gonna go like bloop. It's like it's straight up, it's not gonna move the HP. But again, you can't compete versus a Stygian. Stygian damage is just yeah, like Stygian can go up to 40 million if you do the rotation properly and you time your Dead Seal properly and all that.
Now, all the builds have red rings. Yeah, they have like different steps here. You see like endgame gear, aspirational gear, and whatever, and you know, starter gear. So you need to look at the different steps of what you go for. Hi Snap, any judgment enjoyers? Yeah, I heard judgment being thrown around a few times, so maybe that's it. But I have no idea what that even is. So we'll see.
I'm not even saying you're gonna go like bloop. It's like it's straight up, it's not gonna move the HP. But again, you can't compete versus a Stygian. Stygian damage is just
Red rings aren't that rare.
Stygian.
Yeah, someone said that they're actually much more farmable now. I am kind of holding my breath there. I think I found red rings like once or twice in my entire time playing COF, so we'll see about that.
You can go up to 40 million if you do the rotation properly and you time
Yeah, the
your
foiling
Dead
going
Seal
my judgment in
properly and all
hardcore.
that.
Okay.
And again, Stygian, I think it will get nerfed eventually. Again, we know Lich is gonna get reworked the next patch, right? So we haven't put that much effort into Acolyte in general because again, we don't really like putting work on something that is gonna get updated next patch. It's not its season. 1.3 waiting room exactly. And again, I want to have a mention about the minion builds. Abomination is coming. We're cooking it. Like we didn't have time to get it for today, but it will be cooked, right? And again, if it's basically a cheese boss setup, pretty much. If that's what you want to do, go for it. Otherwise, it's kind of painful. Or arena, you know, you can cheese arena with it, all that. And then you have Raid Necromancer, the classic, the spammy. The spammy is almost 12 million DPS. Whereas Raid Lord is like 7 to 8. So we're talking about this version of the build with the same level of gear. It's actually almost double the damage of Raid Lord and way more active and fun to play, and you don't want to kill yourself. But the difference is like Raid Lord just with the helmet will get online faster. So again, we tested a lot of Raid Lord. We might still include it. I personally think it's absolute dog shit. You're gonna see a lot of people posting on Reddit. Oh, I took Raid Lord to 3k corruption. Yeah, and, over 3 months. Like, just kill me, bro. Like, you know, the people are just very strong-willed. don't get baited. Any build can do that with enough time. Like, yeah. I don't know. I think if you're gonna play that kind of build, just start with Roid Mage, which is much faster and much nicer to play, and then switch to Abomination. Again, Roid Mage pretty good still. Around 6 million DPS, way more AoE because it has the cone thingy. You can scale mana. It's good, you know. It's built by it's a classic build by Vision, the OG tournament guy. Which, by the way, tournaments might be coming back. We'll see. We're working on that. And what is the DPS versus Abomination on that Raid Lord? Terek, I'm pretty sure Abomination caps out like with everything snapshotted. Is it like
120 million?
120 million and Raid
130, maybe even more. But
yeah,
it's around that.
It's 200 range million, and Raid Lord is 7 million. So yeah,
I mean, you have to take into account the summoning, right?
Again, the devs are aware of this. Roid Mage is like, again, 7. Again, all of those are 7 to 8, something like that, depending on gear. But again, Roid Mage will need more gear, but it's just way easier to play early on, and I prefer Roid Mage personally, from a personal standpoint. And again, these builds have got a bit of quality of life with Infinite Red Shade and all that. But I don't know, bro. It's like... yeah, an Abomination is just overpowered, you know, so they just probably have to... the devs have basically told us that they're looking into Snapshot, not this season, so hopefully they develop some tech, so Snapshotting on minions specifically disappears, but at the moment, it's part of the game, so we had to show it, pretty much.
I think Abomination is straight up overpowered, even without Snapshotting.
And again,
Like,
Abomination, for mapping, you can just play the setup that with the infinite duration Abomination, just with skeletons, and I think that's 30 million DPS with the infinite duration.
Like that.
It does 16. It does 16 million crits per second. It's bonk, bonk, bonk. So
with nothing, I'm talking trash gear at level 70. It was doing around 3 million DPS. I'm talking leveling. 3 million DPS. It's doing more DPS than endgame builds without any gear.
Yes.
What the fuck?
Yeah,
so no snapshotting or anything.
Yeah, it's again, if you want to endure the playstyle and if you're okay with that, and you...
I mean, to be fair, I didn't really try hard to get red rings in the past because, you know, I was always like focusing on other gear, you know, I was trying to get like more exalted, of like, you know, trying to slam my stuff, and I was always like focusing a lot on amulets for the Aurora's Time Glass or whatever it's called. It's also a very rare amulet. Very hard to get. Usually I like that in hardcore. So I never really went for rings that much, I guess, since I was playing a lot of like Falconer with the Phantom Grip, which is really OP. The minion ring. So yeah, maybe it's fine if you go all in on rings in COF, especially once you hit rank 12. But the thing is, you're not going to hit rank 12 COF before the race is over, most likely. So yeah, I think red ring is not part of the strategy.
You're a slow gamer, whatever. You enjoy minions in general. I think it's not even again. If you are gonna play a minion, just go Abomination. Like a Raid Lord, they're like the same build, but one does 100 times the damage. Well, not 100, but 10x or whatever the fuck it is.
I understand how Circle of Fortune works, Katal. Thank you.
Yeah, 10x.
So yeah, not that. Yeah, that's why I haven't included, because it's just like, I don't know, it doesn't really make sense. Again, I think in order to finish the podcast, maybe, because we talked a bit about guides in general, talk a bit about the branch, maybe we can just go over the tier list very quickly and mention the top slots. We had a bit of technical issues with sound at the beginning of the podcast, so might as well have a section that can be covered as a whole, so we can upload it to YouTube for the people to see. And again, we're gonna have another podcast on Sunday with Woody. This podcast today was more about the branch and just like showcasing the guides and talking about the meta and what we believe it's going to be good, and kind of sharing our knowledge with the people so you guys can catch up and, you know, maybe get inspired.
Yeah, I agree with that Red Wings argument of aspirational gear. They should probably go into aspirational. But maybe they put it like in endgame gear, but no LP. But on the other hand, no LP doesn't exist anymore because of eggs, right? You always have something on your red ring because of eggs. So I guess they could probably just put the red rings into an aspirational in general.
To do your own versions on things and stuff. But I think, and basically the podcast we do with Woody is going to be a bit more generic, more talking about the game and stuff, right? So yeah, shall we go over the tier list and maybe have a bit of an idea? Again, we can start with leveling since it's the first one. Insane tier list. What do you have to say about this?
I don't know if it's gonna stay. I put a tier list because tier list, right? People want tier list.
Hey,
Hey, I take credit for this tier list, guys. Two tiers in the tier list and 5 guys.
all
There you
guides
go.
good, insane. You know?
Insane tier list. Yeah, I don't know if it's gonna stay, but yeah, for people who want.
Dude, what? Rogue is an A, and those 3 are an S. That's actually nuts. How is that? Like, how fast are they? I can't believe that. Like, especially leveling as a Falconer, even with the nerfed Falconer. That's crazy.
Tier list. I even put notes on why I ranked 3 builds above 2. But yeah,
Insane.
Yeah,
Red rings are not aspirational, they're easy to farm with max rank COF. Yeah, but the thing is, like, max rank COF is like probably in the range of like 62 hours in or so, which is relatively long, and then you have to start farming the rings. So I guess if we're talking about, like, you know, around 100 hours or so, you can like, really expect rings, like the red rings. It's quite a lot of hours, and that's like optimized, right? But I don't know, maybe it's not as bad as I think. It's like 1 in 700 something drops, I think. And probably like some kind of lower restriction, I don't know.
this one might last for just a little bit. Yeah.
Hey,
It
a
might-
bit of
might
a bit of a meme tier list.
How much HP does the audience boss have? 2 million or so?
To start, but yeah. Okay, since there is gonna be a hardcore race, maybe we should mention hardcore stuff.
Yes.
Again,
Yeah.
keep in mind, with everything we've been saying over the last 2 hours, the builds we currently have on max roll are all extremely powerful, right? Otherwise, they wouldn't be on max roll. We cut a lot of shit, right? So if a build is in like C, it doesn't mean it's like bad or not playable or something like that. It just means that the gap between these builds, this is not comparing it to YouTube builds. This is comparing it between the builds we have. Because if this was compared to YouTube builds, then this would be S tier, right? But or S tier will just didn't have perspective. So with that in mind, there's 2 very clear winners when it comes to survivability. And again, we talk here, we kind of like explain a bit the factors, but we consider the survivability.
It's not just essentially only in S and A, but also like in B, the top is Paladin, Void Knight, Void Guard, Void Knight, and then comes the next class.
Even on the starting planner, right? Even when you don't have uniques and red rings and shit like that. Hey, I want to play hardcore. It's a race. I don't want to die. You can't go wrong with these 2, right? Judgment. You want to talk a bit about it, Bolka? Why is it?
Yeah. So basically, what sets those 2 apart from the other Sentinel builds is the just like overall tankiness. So lots of tank and then lots of sustain. So you have a lot of healing and leech on the Judgment plus the ward, and then you have
Thanks,
a lot of leech on bleed hammered in. So you can have like 12-second bleed duration on the bleed hammered in. So it basically gives you over leech. So, and just the raw tankiness also is super good. So if you compare that to the A tier builds, they have a little bit like less sustain usually, but they might still have very similar like actual like raw tankiness, but it's just like a combination of things.
Yeah, but
so S and A tier are crazy basically for tank.
S and A tier are crazy, but the S tier are those that are just significantly, for whatever reason, just undeniably the best, right?
Yeah.
And again, the stuff on
By
A
the way-
tier still giga tanky, you know.
Yeah, Liz, just one thing. I haven't seen this tier list yet. That's the
Yep.
first time I see it. I kind of see a pattern there. If you look at the classes, I don't know.
Yeah,
I don't see a lot of
Sentinel,
classes in
Sentinel,
S,
Sentinel. What? Oh, what is happening? You know. So yeah, all the rogue enjoyers practicing for the race.
Uh-oh.
Where is Rogue, by the way?
We have a couple, you know. There's a couple.
Okay, B tier, okay.
Yeah. Again, is it playable in hardcore if you play like a god and all that? Absolutely. But eventually,
Pause.
you're gonna make a mistake, right? So keep in mind also the game is getting harder. 18 new types of mobs, you know. Things are getting harder, all that. Yeah.
Yeah,
Champions,
and
by the way.
you might also notice that the S and A tier, what they have in common, they all have block. They all have capped block, so that might tell you something about how OP block is. So yeah.
Again, not call me Nostradamus, but block is OP. July 20. 5 years. Maybe I'm proven right for once. You know? Yeah, block OP pretty much. Yeah, there's not much to say. All right, any other notable mention that you wanna do on hardcore? Again, everything in B is super reliable and. But
you are actually like decently tanky now with the two-hander Void Knight builds like Warpath and Rive and stuff like that. So before it was like really squishy without block, but now you're actually like with the passives and other stuff, you're actually decently tanky. So they are like decently reliable also.
Yeah, and again, I think sustain is the name of the game because basically last Epoch, enemies haven't really done enough damage to us in the previous patches or even Aberoth or whatever. They haven't done enough damage where sustain mattered that much. It mattered, but it didn't matter if you had a lot of less. If you had a bit of sustain, you were getting away with it. And again, keep in mind something like Bleed Hammerdin. Let's just say there's a Shade of Orobis and you hit it, right? You could run, you spam your hammers, right? You could run 12 seconds, right? And you would still be getting healed as long as the Shade is alive. You could just be focusing on juking abilities and stuff, and you're just leeching from damage you've done 12 seconds ago. And the same goes from Time Rot. You know, a lot of these dot builds with Bleeding Heart and all that, or just like Void Leech. Again, they get pretty ridiculous, sustaining wise, right? Which one of these builds doesn't have DPS for Uber Abbey? Well, I cannot answer that because, we don't know how much HP Uber Abbey has. We will see on the 17, I guess. Okay.
Should we check the bossing one next?
Bossing tier list. Boom, bada bam, bada boom. Bossing tier list. Okay.
Yeah, I wonder if like Aberoth will have an enrage timer. I think that's gonna be quite important actually.
So again, you will see that we have a few builds that have asterisks, kind of like for the same reason that we were talking about the hardcore builds. What the reason we put an asterisk in some of these builds is like we believe they have the tools to challenge Aberoth-like fights, right? Which are fights with a lot of void damage, a lot of dot damage, and a lot of like attrition, right? So again, this is just recommendations. We can't really state which one is the best or whatever because we don't want to impact the race at all, you know. But yeah, obviously, we just try to give a bit of guidance if you guys are gonna play hardcore. If you have aspirations to kill all the content in the game, there's certain things that are just a bit better suited. But again, we don't want to get too much into detail because there's a race going on and we don't want to affect that, right? So again, there is a lot of recommendeds. We'll see if there's bait or not bait, right? We'll see. Again, Stormcrows, we were talking how it does 300 million DPS. Well, enough said. Keep in mind, regular Aberoth is 20 million DPS, 20 million HP at the moment, including all the ward. So that means Crows can kill it in 1/5 of a second or some shit, right? So yeah, I don't know. Yeah, Erasing Void Knight, around 70 million DPS with good gear, right? More like 50 with the endgame planner, right, Boca?
Yeah.
Holy shit.
Again, these builds are just...
that build is a very high DPS build for sure, also.
Yeah. So basically anything on S is builds that are doing more than 20 million, but it is true that some of these are more than 100 million, right? So even on S tier, we could have an SS plus, but again, then it gets a bit ridiculous, right? So again, more than 20 million, we do consider is nerfing territory. So just be aware that eventually, probably everything here should get nerfed damage-wise. Then we have the A-tier builds, which are from 20 million to kind of like 15-ish, 10-ish million, that kind of range. That really, really, really good DPS, but not to the point where, yeah.
Yeah, lots of Void Knight, lots of Sentinel on the A tier. Like A tier is also really crazy, and it's nice to see some builds like Nova Hammerding go up now with the bossing setup. Usually it was so bad on bossing, so now that's good, like good bossing DPS. And Void Knight really is a high DPS class, so that's why you see a lot of Void Knight like high. You can even take Vengeance on Void Knight and make it deal damage, like actually. So if you have gear, so Void Knight is really like a DPS master.
Okay, Eric's Camo is doing weird things. So yeah, again, all of these builds, insane damage. Some more annoying than others, some more freeze than other. And again, a lot of these builds here, they might have also even similar damage to this, but it might be a bit more conditional, Again, for example, Shatter Strike on paper can have like 50 million DPS, like we mentioned. Like, I know, are the bosses just gonna stay, Are the bosses just gonna stay still for you to hit it like it's a dummy? Probably not, right? So again, there's sometimes a bit of fake DPS going on in calculations because enemies do move. But overall, these builds are just, again, anything you play above on here, the damage is just fucking insane, pretty much.
Yep.
Yeah. They also like have nerfed a lot of builds, by the way, compared to before, because you had like we were talking about builds right now that are crazy and that are doing like 100 million, 120 million DPS. There were builds that were literally doing 500 million DPS.
Yeah, like
before.
Storm Totem and things like that.
Yeah, because of bugs and stuff, with exponential scaling and stuff. So I'm pretty sure in like 2 or 3 patches, we're gonna have a game where it's gonna be like so much more balanced than what we had like for this 1.2.
Which is interesting because we tested pretty much every ability that there is, and aside from these like very, very few like outliners, pretty much Abomination and Stormcrow are in their own category. Then Erasing Strike is kind of like up there, like sure. But then again, the rest of the builds are comfortably between 20 to 5 million. The builds that we consider actual builds, right? Like things that are showable and not just meme, homebrew bullshit. So again, like it's the kind of DPS. It's a DPS window that I find pretty healthy to aim for if I was the depths. I think it's okay if you have builds that are doing 3 times as damage as others. But when you start getting into the 10x, 20x territory, it's when it gets ridiculous, right? So I think the damage is the most balanced it's ever been, regardless of what we've been saying. And the tankiness, Volca, that's a different story.
Yeah, tankiness is like completely out of control. Like, of course, we said block is OP, which it is. But then you also have the leech, like the sustain situation also. So tankiness will need like a kind of like a big revamp or balance pass next patch. Especially like on Void Knight, you can just get insane leech. The damage we do is so massive now, and the values for leech is also just too high. So sustain is crazy, and getting like some builds are just much tankier than others. Some builds don't really, they can't like get access to those damage reduction layers without like completely just losing all their damage and stuff like that. Yeah. So
I would what we're trying to say here is like if you, when going into the end game actual tier list, a lot of the builds that are in this S tier are actually builds that kind of have the best of both worlds. They're very tanky, they do a lot of damage, they're pretty fast, So again, if you're picking your class starters and all that, again, if 20 million damage is enough to almost one-shot fucking everything in the game, why play a build that does, 50 but is super squishy or whatever, right? Think about these things, and again, the big imbalance is here, like when we talk on the bossing, in the hardcore tier list, like you like the like like how in the bossing tier list we're talking like these builds have 20 million damage and these builds, there's a couple with 100 million damage or 200, right? In this tier list, like comparing like this build, right, Hydrohedron to Judgment is like comparing a bow and arrow to like an orbital strike machine from Mars, right? The gap of power is like one build doesn't take damage, can sit on fucking Aberoth, like it doesn't give a fuck, right? Like you literally can drink coffee, and the other build is getting one shot by air. Like the amount of the gap in tankiness in the moment of the game is for sure the least balanced thing. It's always been a problem, right? We complained for years about this, but damage was obviously a bit more. One-shotting bosses is a bit more flashy than just tanking them. But especially, again, tankiness didn't matter that much because there was nothing doing damage to us, right? The game was so easy that why would you play something tanky when, nothing's really killing you? And I think that was very noticeable on ward builds, right? Volca, like, you play a ward build on 1.1, and 10k ward seems enough to just tank everything in the game.
Yeah. Now, if the game is hard, you will need sustain and stuff like that. So on a ward build, sure, you might have a cool looking, ward number, but what happens when you lose it? How can you regain all that ward? So just the difference is massive, basically, between the builds.
And again, there's some of these things can easily be fixed, right? For example, like Judgment. What if the healing of concentrated ground, you could only get affected by one circle at a time? So you can stack the damage, but not the healing on yourself. That alone would like balance it, right? So there's a lot of things that they can do to instantly fix it. But yeah, like if you stack, again, you're getting. I'm pretty sure this build can get how much healing per second? I think you calculated that, right?
Well, one is like 600, I think. If you with like an end game planner, like 600 health per second is one conk round, and you should be able to get, depending on your mana, at attack speed and all that, at least 10 on the ground, most likely more at once, because the duration is so high. So it's gonna be thousands of healing per second, plus leech, plus the ward generation. So
plus your tank is fucked. So
yeah, and they're actually like real tankiness, not just
not like it looks good. Again, you go into a EHP calculator and you say, oh my god, I have my my mage has this much tankiness or whatever. Yeah, but that's with flame ward, which is not always gonna be up. And what if you get hit 3 times in a row? How do you recover that ward now that they nerfed ward on hit so much? And again, we can talk a bit about speed farming. Again, if you're thinking, hey, what build should I play? You can take a look at the tier lists, and if something is showing on S and A on all of the categories, pretty safe bet, pretty safe bet. Tarek, you're the master of the speed. What do you have to say about this in general?
The speed, I don't know. I mean, I'm discovering the tier list with you guys.
It is what it is.
But I think overall, like if you want to farm very fast in the game, you want to have a build that can move and kill stuff as you move. Generally, like that's the play.
Your microphone, Tarek.
Is it? Test 1 2 1 2.
Yeah.
Yeah, now it's fine. That's fine.
Dude, why is it doing that? Yeah, I was saying like you want a build that has clear while moving. That's usually the best build to farm a lot. But then you end up like playing stuff that also don't really have.
Your mic is complete rolling. I don't know if you have a noise gate or some shit going crazy.
Yeah. Okay. Move on, bro.
No.
Move on.
Yes. Okay. Again.
Yeah. I mean, for speed farming, Warpath is just crazy. I mean, like Tarek said, you deal damage while moving, so that's definitely a huge upside on any build. So if you can deal damage while moving, has massive AOE, just crazy build for speed farming. Massive damage. You pretty much instantly kill everything. So you don't really rely on the echoes anymore. Echoes don't get the damage buff from the Warrior's Fury node either. So they do add damage, but the build is not like reliant on the echoes. Then of course Nova Hammerdin, classic full screen AoE build, now actually has bossing damage as well, so it can kill the bosses fast. Also good movement speed, all that stuff. And I think you can talk about the Umbral Blades, Lizard.
Yeah, Umbrella Blades is just fucking full screen AoE, dashes every 2 seconds or 1 second. Like again, there's gameplay of this online that you can check. Again, these builds are just absolute nuts. Again, Nova hammered in, full AoE screen, Ballista Falconer. I mean, you guys familiar with this build? It just zooms, right, and kills everything fast, especially once you get good gear. And yeah, all these builds are just like, these builds, basically, I would consider anything that is in S tier on the endgame planners, right? I would consider them like, you feel like they're gonna get nerfed regarding speed, basically. It's like, and the A tier builds, they feel speedy, but you don't feel like you're cheating speedy. You know, it feels like, okay, I'm speedy, but I'm still in LE. And this is like, I'm not in LE anymore, I'm in PoE 1. And yeah, they're super strong. Again, lots of options. Obviously, the rogue here a bit more valuable. So rogue not that high on the hardcore tier list, but speed is always good. So again, if you want to be risky and go hardcore rogue, and you want to go for first level 100 or whatever, still a very safe bet, right? But yeah, it's tricky, you know, definitely tricky. And again, pretty exciting to see both, you know, minion builds, throwing attack builds, kind of, right? With here, melee builds, some bow stuff, some spell stuff. I think it's good that in terms of that, there's options to be fast on every archetype. So, you know, people don't feel forced to play, oh, I want to be fast, so I have to play a spellcaster no matter what, which I think is how people felt last patch with Frostclaw and these things. So yeah, I think overall it's much healthier meta. That we'll see.
Yep.
And I guess to finish,
should we take a look at the endgame one?
Yeah.
Last.
And this is what basically taking everything into account, right? We consider are the most complete, I guess. You wanna add to that? Wolfgang,
Yeah. So again, Warpath is at the top. Like we saw, it's S on many things like speed and really good on bossing and everything. I think Warpath is kind of like our prediction is that Warpath will be really popular. So for the PoE players, it kind of reminds me of like.
You wanna add to that? Wolfgang,
yeah. So again, Warpath is at the top. Like we saw, it's.
This is
like I'm
speed farm.
I'm in PoE 1. So again, if you want to be safe, build off for it's complete, I guess.
So again, Warpath is at the top. Like we saw, it's S on many things like
This
speed
one, okay.
and really good on bossing and everything.
No.
I think Warpath is kind of like our prediction is that Warpath will be really popular.
Yeah.
So for the PoE players, it kind of reminds me of like the Legion Cyclone. So really big AoE and really fulfills that like spin to win fantasy. You only spin on that build. You do nothing else but spin. So it's really smooth playstyle. Then Erasing Strike, of course, high damage, fast, just insane build. And Judgment as the like super tank, still decent speed and really good DPS, like a overall very strong build.
It's also worth mentioning that Judgment, even though on paper when you start playing it, if you're a new player and you switch to it because you watched this podcast and you say, hey, you know what, I'm gonna play Judgment. If you're not a really good player, you don't really get the flow of how to play the build, you might feel like, what the fuck, this build is really slow. But again, so once you get your haste, once you get your movement speed boots, you get your Flames of Midnight, this guy is running around with 150 movement speed, like dropping, you know, AoEs that tick for 20k, that everything that walks into it dies. And it kind of like, as you get gear, it kind of becomes a trapper, kind of, it feels like, right? When you're mapping.
You leave behind the conk rounds, basically. You don't need to see the enemies die, pretty much.
Yeah. It gets pretty crazy. And again, then your usual suspects, you know, you guys know what is just complete builds. That some of these have been there for a while, and then we have some builds that just got upgraded, and they're very, very strong. And again, maybe the only reason they're not in S tier is because, again, either comparing damage or comparing speed or comparing tankiness or bossing or whatever it is, these builds were just like felt like, yeah, these are just GG, you know. And something like Abomination has the numbers to be on S tier, but it's so shit to play that we can't really put it on S tier, right? Even though it's S tier on damage, it's like a, what, like on speed is like D tier, you know. So
Yeah, it's like a combination of everything. The end game tier list and the A tier is crazy also. So yeah,
Yeah.
Even B tier, I could easily take, for example, like EQ Beastmaster from B tier and have a really fun time playing that. Maybe I would kind of avoid the C tier and below, but even B is like super nice.
Yeah, and yeah, I think we can call it a day, right? It was just like we were kind of riding the hype of the patch, just so people know the branch is up. Again, just before we finish the podcast, I'm gonna go over how the new guides work. So you can see the different planners in guide now. If you click, as always, you're gonna have the full planner with any other variant that you can have, with all the skills, all the progression, like always, right? Then you're gonna have all the progression explained, all the uniques, all the GG gear, all the tooltips, all the disclaimers, all the skills, etc., etc. We made it a bit more compact. We removed a lot of the bloating, so it's a bit easier to see. Some like really important stuff mentioned always visible, and the stuff that is not so important not visible. Gameplay a bit simplified, so it's not bloated. Same with the tips. Again, the endgame section has been we just mentioned why the decisions are being made, and again, you still have access to the full progression, so you see. We have completely reworked this section with the build scaling. We just give you a list of stats that you should be looking at, and if there's something that you have to explain further, then we have these things where something that just couldn't fit in these categories, we go further and to explain it. Loot filter, as always, automatically generated. These are going to be uploaded with updated with proper rules for the 17th, right? So we make sure you don't miss on the new shit, right? And again, some FAQ, some builds will have it, some builds don't have it, depending on how much questions we get. This, you're gonna have or Volca. If he didn't have this, his stream would just be, how do I sustain mana every 10 seconds? So basically this is him trying to avoid that. Video guides coming on the 17th for most guides. That's when NDA lives in that regard. And yeah, as you can see, the builds are way more compacted, way more straight to the point, way more min-maxed. And everything is at first glance. You can click on. We developed a lot of tools and stuff for it, and I hope you guys like it. And again, thank you guys for coming with me. Bina, thank you for being so insightful. Yeah.
Before that, show also the leveling guides.
Oh,
there has been some
sorry,
changes to it.
I've completely forgot about the stuff that I already know. All right, so for example, you wanna talk through this, and I can be showing it, Tarek. You wanna explain everything?
I mean, it's kind of the same. Yeah, it's kind of the same as endgame guides. I simplified it a lot, so it's much more compact. I also, if you scroll down a bit, I changed some of the embeds. So now the gameplay and skills are separate from the passives and the items. So you have basically different setups for each class and build. So you see, you go from at level 2 do this, at level 3 do that, etc. And you have a disclaimer saying, okay, when you reach that point, then you go into the next setup.
And then you press here,
if you go
right?
down, if you go down in the gearing section, I respect also this those setups. So for each setup, you're gonna have like different set of gear with indication on what piece of gear you should look for, some example of gear on the right side. Same as the endgame guide, you can click on any planner, and it's gonna show the full planner with all the different setups, with everything. So gear, passives, skills. So you have everything in one planner if you just care about the planner.
Mm-hmm.
And if you go back there,
you can match the tabs, right? So you basically make it so early.
Yeah, exactly.
Intermediate, you go intermediate when you switch, and boom, you're happy, right? You follow that. And you made it so passives didn't need respecking, right?
Yeah. I changed something is that now the passives, you never respect them. No matter if you respect skills or like have different setups, you will skip the same passive tree.
Yeah.
So it's much simpler. You have the action bar in the skill section at the top. If you go back to it, you have the action bar that you're gonna have at the end of this setup, and you also have the skill progression. So I know a lot of people were asking me that. So you have both now.
So you know what you put on your bar, and you also know what to spec on your bar. Because again, especially early on, for example, next patch, this is actually very interesting. We can talk about this, but for example, we used to always have Holy Aura first, right, over sigils, because sigils were just really hard to sustain mana on, and they didn't really give anything without being spec'd. But that has completely changed now. We're gonna spec symbols first because they provide a lot and they don't cost any mana, and we are gonna keep Holy Aura unspec'd because it still gives 30% increased damage and 15% all res without even specking it, right? Again, there's
we're gonna
spec
it at level 50, I believe.
Yeah, at the level 50 you do. But before you used to get this before sigils, right? So the order has changed.
Yeah.
Very interesting.
Okay,
Very min maxed.
let's go down a bit. There are other min maxing that I've been doing on those guides. Sorry. So stat priorities, same as the endgame guide, but it is a bit more complex because you have different stats that depends on like the setup that you are on. If you're on the early setup, on the intermediate setup, or the final setup, maybe you're gonna care about different stats at different steps. So I put all the indication there. It's much simpler than before. I'm not actually listing all the stats. It's just like examples. You have them ranked as well. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, etc.
Yeah, in order.
And you also have scaling tips. Yeah, order of priority. And you also have scaling tips, same as the end game. I changed the uniques right below, so it's a bit more visual now. And I focus really on the uniques that are really good for the build. I don't list any unique that could be used on the build. I just focus on the one that are really good. And last thing is the loot filter. Loot filter are especially designed for those builds. I went pretty aggressive with the loot, so you're not gonna see, for example, all the exalted when you're gonna go into monos. So you're not gonna be having like to pick up a lot of loot, especially for new players. It was a complaint. It was showing a bit too much. So yeah, they're gonna be like much smoother. You're gonna have a much smoother experience with the loot filter. Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, insane. You know, again, all the builds, again, because Tarek only had to make 5 builds, the builds are actually really min-maxed. And again, if they looked a bit overcomplicated, you know, a lot of these setups are actually playable still now, because not a lot of the leveling stuff has really changed. So, hey, if you don't want to feel overwhelmed on the 17th, just grab the guide, play on 1.1, do a bit of a testing, you know. Let's just say you wanted to skip a step, feel free, right? He's just providing the best experience possible with the most min-max possible. But you know, sometimes you just have you find such a good weapon that you don't even bother or whatever. Leveling is pretty easy in this game anyway. But Tarek is just teaching you how to do it giga. You know, so.
Yeah, also they convert really well into the end game. I made sure that every single build I pick for leveling, they perform really well into empowered. So you can still play those builds even after level 70 and farm your.
So this one would go, for example, into the Judgment guide, right? Like the Rogue one would go into the Umbral Blade guide and so on, right? Yeah, there's always like a way to continue playing the build into end game.
Okay.
So yeah, thank you guys for being here. I don't know if you guys want to say something before leaving, or
well, I'm just gonna say I'm super hyped for the patch. I'm gonna play Judgment Paladin on hardcore, try to kill Uber Aberrot, and it's gonna be a blast. It's gonna be a blast.
Hell yeah.
Hell yeah. It's gonna
Judgment Paladin, is that?
Judgment Paladin on hardcore, try to kill Uber Aberrot, and it's gonna be a blast. It's gonna be a blast.
Hell yeah.
Hell yeah. It's gonna be Judgment Day is coming, boys.
Incoming. You guys are gonna be streaming also these days, practicing something, right? You wanna shout out your Twitches and all that?
Yeah, you can find me at Volka_ on Twitch and Volkavich on YouTube.
Yeah, I'm gonna also do all the leveling guides I posted on Maxroll. I'm gonna do a video guide on YouTube and also gonna do a run. So you're gonna have a video guide, a written guide, and a run of the build. So you can do whatever you want with those. Pick whatever you prefer.
Yeah. And again,
and also for the 17th, we will have gameplay and stuff like that for the guides. So That's gonna be nice. You can actually see what the builds do.
Imagine, you know.
Yeah.
Again, a lot of these builds, the gameplay itself, it's you can go test them right in live and just to see if you like the playstyle. Obviously, except the new skills. So yeah.
Yeah.
Again,
You,
on
you can play also. Yeah. Go ahead.
Sorry, Tarek.
No, I was gonna say you can also play all the leveling builds. The only thing is for Sentinel, you're gonna be half your damage of 1.2. So
Because
just keep that in
sigils,
mind.
right? Also.
And the passive tree and stuff. Yeah.
Again, I'll see you guys on Sunday. We have the official Max Roll podcast. This was kind of like improvised just to, talk a bit and inform you guys. We're going to have the official podcast with Woody. He's going to host on his channel. And we're going to be talking with him more generically, not so much about Max Roll, but just the game in general, changes in the meta, in the crafting, item progression, and not so much like our branch itself. This was more of like a presentation of the branch to yourselves. What time is the Woody podcast?
I think it's 10 p.m. my time.
23 24 hours
9 o'clock
tomorrow.
our time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
9
o'clock.
So 1
Paris
hour
time.
before the usual Ellie stream.
Yep.
Yeah, thank you guys for being here. Big kiss, and I'll see what part of this goes into YouTube. It's probably gonna be a long video and maybe the tier list part or something, just giving people some information.
Yeah,
We'll
yeah.
see. Or maybe we just wait for Woody. We'll see. And
Okay.
thank you guys for being here, and you can go sleep now. And tomorrow go back to the basement.
Yep. GG's.
GG's.
GG. Bye bye.
Okay, that was kind of nice.
Okay. Downloading the game, brother.
Dude, there's actually so much defense on the skill tree. It's actually
I
insane.
was so tired. I made a few mistakes with the recording and stuff. Whatever. I didn't do worse than Aaron. I did okay. Where is my music?
Uh-oh. Monka TS. Okay, let's close this here. Alright. Well. What the fuck? Okay. I guess we're gonna read through some Sentinel stuff for a little bit, guys. I guess Judgment might be the way after all. At least I want to be informed, and then we'll see if I make a call or not. I guess I can make the call after tomorrow when we actually talk to the guys, but it seems like everyone is going Judgment, so it might be just the way, and I guess like all the races will probably just play that. We have like a realistic chance of actually doing it. Not another judge. You get Rescat without gear as a paladin. Holy shit. That sounds kind of funny, actually. I mean, the thing is, I can still play Heartseeker. Like, the good thing is that if the race is over, I can just make Marksman and like forget about Falconer altogether and like play Heartseeker. I can do this as my second character, basically, after the race. Or if I kill him, I'm just gonna do it again on Marksman. It's fine. Is this been up to date? Yeah, it seems to have the new stuff, yes. Also be easier to remember. Yeah, you can do like crazy alt skipping and stuff because you can go straight into the empowered monoliths and everything. So if I have like some of the leveling stuff, I'm gonna get a few things ready for leveling. And there's just like power like in Marksman straight to empowered monoliths at level 40 or some shit. It's gonna be fun. Make some LP items. It's gonna be good. What? You're oinking him. You want to sit here for a minute? That's perfect, actually.
No.
Yes. Say hello.
Hello.
I wanted to AFK for a second. Did you watch?
Yeah, watch it.
What do you think? Tell us your thoughts.
I think I'm gonna play.
Please.
How long are you gonna be away?
That'll be a bit. Just a minute.
Okay. Hello, guys. How are you? What are you gonna play last Epoch? Where's Daddy going? Did you have fun? What are you gonna play, Merlin? Are you gonna play minion build? I want to hear your builds. What are you playing with? Mylene, say hi to chat. Tornado Shaman. Heartseeker. Did Woody say what he's gonna play? I don't think he did. Does he even know? You never played the game before. Are you excited? I know I am. But I have the game since it first was released on Steam. So I've seen it in various stages. Ah yeah, he's racing. I'm not sure. I would like to play Lich again, but it would be the third time. I maybe make a shaman to try it out. I think it's the only one I've never played so far. And you, Blue? I'm not fully decided yet. Depends on what my friend is gonna play. I'm gonna level with my best friend. I don't remember Sentinel at all. I have played it though. Paladin, I never played that either. Come to think of it. Hello, YouTube chat. I see a lot of Sentinels in general. Is it the new meta? I haven't seen the max roll tiers. What is considered S tier? Thank you for the sub, Mark Steak. Woody?
Yeah.
What are you gonna play?
Yeah. It's a disadvantage angle.
Why?
I have to play a class I've never played. And
Yeah, so
I have to use that to win.
plenty of days to practice if you want.
I guess so.
Should you play?
Maybe it's fun, I don't know. I just need to completely read on this entire class.
Ah, he's licking my eye. Oh. Why do I get so much love all of a sudden? Oh.
He's the biggest fan. There's many fans here.
You never subscribed, Merlin, you know that? I keep simping for you though.
It's for Sentinel, yes. Yeah, especially in hardcore, it looks very funny. There's like 10 Sentinel builds, and then there's just the rest on the tier list. So I guess either way, it's gonna be Sentinel.
Okay, let's go now. Ah. What happened to him? I think he missed me. Goodbye, chat.
Okay, thank you, Mimi.
Okay.
Okay. Well. You have to check out some more stuff here. Let's go. So I'm like, we're kind of like going through the skill tree a little bit to understand what's going on, and I guess maybe we're gonna log in later and like actually try out a Sentinel and see what happens. And get a bit familiar with everything. I mean, right now, I guess it's like much weaker than it will be after the patch. The good conquered Abbey in 12 hours. Okay, that's actually pretty comparable to what I did on the Rogue. I guess it actually rushing to Aberov is probably easier, at least in a hardcore setting on Sentinel, just because you're generally tankier. Because the main thing you need is tankiness, not so much damage. And you barely have to do any kind of farming. You know, out of this 12 hours, you know, half of that is just like even getting to empowered monoliths. And then you do like each monolith and empowered like once or so, or maybe twice, and you have it because of the insane like catch-up mechanics now. Leveling actually got worse for bleed hammers because they could have turned it into 50 more. Okay. So are the enemies. I mean, not buffing the enemies very much, but they're making the new champions and stuff. So you're going for a lot of attack speed, yeah. And spam Vengeance. So this is how this works. We spam Vengeance at no cost, you gain mana and health back. And then Judgment is the actual damage, but it has a 4 seconds cooldown. So you just cast this and then run, or what? Okay, I wonder if there's like ways to proc Judgment or something. Healing effectiveness, block effectiveness. Gains 1 spell damage per 5% increased healing effectiveness. So something like this is plus 20, plus 20, plus 20, plus 5, plus 5, plus 5, plus 5. So this is 100 flat spell damage. Just from the idols. Here's another, like 20-ish. Where do you get this thing? It's a celestial ring. Doesn't say the top location. Is this new? Must be new. Or it's maybe from... Is it from Outer Harbinger? Expect the Judgment has 0 cooldown. Okay, so you just spam it wherever you want. And then Vengeance. Khan was hurting himself trying to figure out why they're all plugging out our Judgment instead of Smite. Khan loves his Smite. Where does this land? Smite Void Knight. It's only this. Seems also good though. Here. Smite Judgment. Okay, I need to learn what Smite does, first of all. Holy Bolt of Fire that descends in the sky. And heals for 60 health. Phantom Grip. Oh, by the way, there was some mention of like Phantom Grip bug fix.
Yeah, it says something about Phantom Grip bug fix. But it just says that what it was a bug fix, but not what they actually fixed. Okay, so this is Smite Void Knight. Let's stick to the judgment for now and try to run this a little bit. Then we'll see. Wait, where's the... Yeah. You just try to get 15 errors here to everything. That's actually insane. 2%. 1 endurance threshold per 2% uncounted errors. So if you have 300 res, let's say. Like, usually you overcap lightning a little bit at least to, let's say, 100 because of shock. Shock gives you minus 20. So let's say I have like, 80, 100. Yeah, you said like 150, 120 at least, like res, endurance threshold. Free block chance, block effectiveness, stun avoidance. Endurance, healing effectiveness, health. This probably just like filler points at the end or something. Or to reach the next step. Fire rest chance per 2 strength. Yeah, you just need 1 point in that thing. That's actually nuts. And then you get fire rest. Red. It seems kind of cracked. Okay, how much strength are you gonna have? Let's say you have like 100 strength. You get 50% fire rest shred chance. And I guess this might hit like easily. What the fuck is this here? Dodge trading minus dodge chance minus 700%. That doesn't seem right. 6,000 armor. Does it even calculate everything? I remember in the past it didn't actually calculate everything. That's insane. Block chance 94%. Is there no cap to block chance? Pretty good video about the Weaver tree.
Hey folks, today I'm going to be going...
Oh shit, is that stuff out? Okay, we can check this out in a second. Wait, do you have the entire Weaver tree? Looks like it. Or is it just the stuff they showed from the video? Maybe. They did show a lot of nodes, to be fair. Okay, I want to finish going through the passive points once, just gonna see what's there. And then EP2s have all 3, okay. Well, don't we have that here too? Planner. Apparently not. Tree FOMO. Dude, say of 250 flat armor. Cast speed of a shield, all resistance of a shield. So you get 15 auras here. You get Giga Fire and Void Res here. You get 15 Ele Res here. So just Fire, you're already at like 60 here at that point. And Void like 45. Okay. What the fuck, man? Ain't block chance, less dodge chance, less generation, health gain on block. Fire pen per 10% increase healing effectiveness. 5% per 100%. So healing effectiveness here was like 100% for idle. Let's say we have like 500% healing effectiveness.
Get 25% fire pen. There's no weird mechanic in this game, right? Where fire pen only goes to 0 like in Fury 2 or something. Dude, what the hell is this? Okay. That's just like the Giga Chat passive. Okay. Divine Essence lasts 10 seconds, grants 15% increased armor and healing effectiveness. Also reduce damage by time you take. Can have access on 3 Divine Essences. So with 4 points, we get 40% chance. So every 2.5 seconds, we gain 1. While at high health. Yeah, that sounds realistic, I guess. Just need to make sure that they don't fall off. Actually, they should very easily just stack up now. You can probably get away with like 2 or 3 points even. %5% move speed, physical, fire, lightning damage, increased mana region from Holy Aura. It's interesting because this thing doesn't have any mana region as a baseline. So I guess it's somewhere in the tree. Increased armor. Oh my god, man, 56%. And the dot application. I mean, dots was nerfed, so I guess it's not a bad. Like, you don't have to go ham on dots. The reduction anymore, I guess, but still, it's nice. What is the other stuff? All the damage and pen. So you don't go for this, which seems pretty good. On the other hand, we have Fire Rest Red and Fire Pen already. So maybe this is just enough. Like if you get, like, let's say, a 1000 healing effectiveness, you get 50% pen. So these points are not that crazy anymore. Blind chance, electrify chance. I'm not sure what blind. I think blind is that enemies cannot do crits, right? I'm not sure what electrify does. Is electrify just like a lightning dot? We don't really care about crits because this helmet is just fucking insane. With 550 armor and 85% bonus damage taken reduction. What the fuck? Like, what is this class? And there's actually the 30% reduced damage taken from crits. You probably don't even need those points really when you have that helm. When you get 85% reduction, it's not really such a big deal. Is there anything that can give monsters more bonus damage from crits? I'm not sure actually. Maybe. Alright, the Holy Aura also gives you a res. When you block, you cast Holy Symbol, healing yourself, granting your ward over 3 seconds. Holy Symbol, ward per second, 5 per point. The Holy Symbol is not the same as Symbol of Hope, right? Okay. Okay. Necrotic Res as well. So you have Elemental Res, we have Fire and Void Res, we have All Res, we have Necrotic Res. So it's missing Fizz, interestingly, out of all things. I guess this might be in the Forge Guard. And Poison. 5 points is more to neglect the fight, but it's not worth it to pick up, I guess. For 5 points. What? There's missing some text there. Doubled with 10 mana cost spells. This costs 15. Maybe this is something worth picking up early on. But I guess later when you have like insane amounts of healing effectiveness, it's not that bad. Not that good. Yo, Lubo, thank you. This seems also kind of nice. Attunement. Wait, is it 1% mana? 1% mana, not mana regen, okay. I'm not sure how bad the mana is though in the mana regen. But this is gonna be a lot of mana regen on a 5-pointer. That's a lot of crit and crit multi. You have a chance to bleed when hit. Mm-hmm. What else is here? Spells the next additional void damage. Damage, leech, double effect on recent kill. Melee damage leeches life, so you have more leech. And more leech and leech rate. Okay. What the hell? Okay. He has increased health. Chance to absorb health on kill. A chance to absorb 5% of their health. Interesting. Critical multi per point spent in Void Knight. That's kind of funny. Strength, health, and more armor. Yeah, I understand you use Vengeance to get mana. You get a lot of mana back for just using Vengeance. I'm gonna check the skill trees a little bit in a second and we can watch this video later. I just wanna get like the general idea of the build a little bit and like the tree. Because I actually don't know much about the Sentinel tree, so I need to like study it. So you have a 10% cull here. In Forge Guide here we have just strength and then attack speed. Here's physical res, I was already said. Increased armor when hit recently. Kinda neat as well. He's another 3% block. Like this setup here is at 94%. You can get to 97. Damn it. Imagine actually 100%. Sounds good. I need to check this block effectiveness calculation. Do the Forge Guard stuff where you have like a two-handed weapon with a shield sounds really fun as well. Like I'm not sure where it is. Here. This one, the last one. Definitely want to try this at some point. That seems cool. Really enjoyed that in PoE 2 as well. Block is OP. Yeah, so I wonder, wouldn't it be nice to try to go for the 100% block? Yeah, we can get to 97 with this setup. Maybe the aspirational setup actually has it. But this one says 94% block chance. Still 94%. They really like this petrify stuff here, right? Carve also talked about this yesterday on the developer live stream. This petrify stuff is apparently OP. I wonder if this can reproc on enemies that are already petrified. So you just stand there, does it like count 20% chance per second even while they're petrified, and it just petrifies them again? 35% of block effectiveness applies to damage over time as if it had been blocked. Hammerden is still in the game, yeah, it's gonna look very strong actually. If it's not well tested, I think it will cause glitch bosses, missing animations, and funny rap clips. Could be. Like, first of all, how do we even get that shield? Like, it doesn't have a drop location here. So it might only drop from like certain woven echoes and stuff. I'm not sure if we have like a list of like all the new drop locations of everything or so. This one as well, it seems to be like a new one. You have swiftness. What does swiftness even do? It doesn't say that actually. I think it's like a bunch of movement speed though. Wait, I have the crab ring. Don't I? I think the crab ring also gives you swiftness. Wait, that's the wrong game. Log out. I think I have a crab ring somewhere. Some are born to play minions. Yep. Wait, that's not a crab. Or maybe I deleted it. Okay. Unlucky. Anyway. Let's see what else is here. Damn. So here you can get 150 armor per point when you block. But you have to block 10 times in 4 seconds, so oof. Seems kind of yikes. Interesting. Let's say you have like 50 attunement. Get 25% of damage or time mitigation from armor. Kind of odds. Armor shreds. Okay. Let's see the skills a little bit. So let's start with Judgment, since that's the main skill. So it makes a Consecrate Ground effect. Ground healing effectiveness. We need that to go here for 100% duration. I suppose you can stack them, right? It becomes an aura. So I guess here you can't stack them. And it costs more. And it lasts 6 seconds. No, it lasts 8 seconds. So it's basically like RF. I wonder if I can spec into this for like farming. And then spec out of it. Plus area. Cooldown and mana. That's a lot of damage. Wait, I don't really get it. So it says Judgment hit pulls enemies. But it doesn't hit because it's just a consecrated ground effect that deals dot damage. But I guess like the first time that touches an enemy. Consumes 5% of current mana. And more damage per 2%. Per 1 mana, 2%. So let's say you have a 100 mana, it costs 15 and consumes 5. So it gets 10% damage. Yeah, Judgment no longer has a cooldown. Oh shit, it costs. Oh my god. And the mana cost now counts as mana consumed. Okay. So it will cost 55 plus 5% of current consumed of the mana consumed. So let's say this costs like 60 mana or 65 when you have like 200 mana. So you will get like a 30% bonus on this. But you also need to attack like 5 times of vengeance to get it back. I think Heartseeker needs plus 3 to 4 in a skill. You mean like extra ranks or what? Yeah, I mean extra ranks are pretty powerful sometimes. Okay, what else is here? We gain 5 mana more. That sounds kind of nice, to be fair. This gives us basically 50% extra mana back. Because you get 10 from Vengeance. Maybe you get more though on the tree, I need to check. What else is here? There's a cleanse as well for 2 points. That's kind of nuts, actually. There's also Frenzy. It's also kind of nice. For 1 point. Wait, there's a melee attack. I realized now. Powerful melee attack that leaves an area of consecrated ground. Okay. Okay, let's see Vengeance. Good luck, Rice. If Vengeance successfully hits an enemy, you take a hit in the next 2 seconds. You're repulsed, taking 25 less damage and striking at a nearby enemy. So I guess this riposte only happens once, right? So I do 1 hit, I get attacked, I riposte. I can't just like do 1 hit and then 10 enemies attack me and I take 25% less damage every time, right? Okay, here it is. But that's only 18. You deal more global damage while preparing to riposte. Oh shit. So this means if I don't get hit, I do 20% more damage. Okay. And another one. So I have 3 ripostes per vengeance. Oh my god. What? 26% and 50% armor. Are you fucking serious? And frailty chance. And physical rest threat. Fire rest threat. Wait a minute, do we actually need that? Maybe this is all not really useful. Because you already have this here, no? The chance to shred enemy fire rest scaling for your strength. Let's say we have 100 strength, you get 50% fire rest shred. I mean, how long does it last? It's a self-ignite build. Yeah, that's like the build here for that, right? 100% chance to ignite yourself and use a fire or necrotic skill. 2 spell damage for fire and necrotic skills per stack of ignite on you up to 20. So you get 40 flat if you have 20 stacks, but I guess 20 stacks is kind of hard to get. Chance to gain frenzy for 2 seconds when you directly use a fire or necrotic skill per stack of ignite on you. But it will take a long time to get this build. You can only farm it in tier 3 or higher Soul via Bastion. And that's only a 12% drop, so it's a 1 in 8 in tier 3. So this will take a while to even get this build. So before that, we definitely have to do other stuff. But at least for the frenzy, we can get frenzy. Here, for example, you probably want to pick this up. Maybe 1 or 2 points. Leave out something else. Like maybe, for example, remove the duration. I guess the duration will not be very important at the start. I mean, this is level 25, so we have level 20. We have to remove this anyway. What can we remove? Frankly, not much. Although actually we can remove 7 points. We can remove this, and then at level 20 we have exactly the points for 2 points here in Frenzy. And then maybe later, once you have more ranks, and once you get the belt, you have the Frenzy there. So that might be an idea. Wait, you can get dungeon drops from the Weaver tree? That sounds kind of lame, actually. Especially like how easily it made it to farm them. What's the easiest to get through a campaign with? Huntress or Minion Lich? I heard bad things about minions. Okay, let's see what else here. Like, this is absolutely busted. But I don't really get why we want this when we already get the shred. Like, maybe we can leave this out. Maybe we can get enough. I mean, this is a lot of shred. It's 50%. But you might already have something like 50% plus, but maybe it's enough. Resistance shred lasts 4 seconds and default on stick up to 10 times. Does anyone know if the stacks are refreshed or individual timers? I guess that's important here. They have individual timers. Okay, so this means we need to shred 2.5 times per second. Okay, so I guess this is why we have to. I mean, it's like only 3 points investment. Then 1 point or 2 points here on the tree, right? This is 1 here, and this. Okay. And if all else fails, we just put an extra point or something there. Okay. And that's it, actually. So we have 3 riposts, a bunch of global damage, a bunch of damage reduction and armor, a bunch of attack speed, and a shred. And there's this as well. Armor shred. What about that? We have armor shred here, but we don't take this. Chance to grant frenzy when hitting ignite enemies. 5% is quite little. Is armor shred only for dots? Only for hits? Okay. So we don't care about it, actually. I just realized I've never played a dot build in this game. Actually, was the Warlock I played a dot build? Maybe. Maybe it was a crit build anyway. Iron Blade. So we take the attack speed and this late, and we take this instead. Maybe we're gonna pick up this earlier, because I think it will take a while until we get to the point where we really care much about the shred. I don't know how the scaling will be in like early game. Okay, what else do we have? Void conversion. Time rod chance. Interesting. Repose kill threshold. You get 50% kill threshold. Okay, let's see Holy Aura. So this gives us 30% damage and 50% elemental res. 10 seconds cooldown. Okay. 20% health regen. Alright. Person resistance. Cleanses ailments. Now that's cool. Okay. Healing effectiveness. That's like a good start. Health globe chance. Healing for 70 health. Wow. Okay. Ignite, electrify. Fire pen. Okay. Okay. Wait, there's another 25 res. And 15 endurance. Oh my god, dude. What the fuck? Dude, you literally don't have any res on your gear, right? Wait, is it like any res? Wait, let me see that. Nope. 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 Dude, there's like no res on anything. And you don't care. Like, you just wake up in the morning and you have fucking Giga Chat. That's what it is, actually. That's insane. Dude, you get fucking 40 auras just from existing. Just with this skill. No res for the victim. Go Falconer or Marksman. Yeah, we're gonna skip Falconer and we're gonna go Marksman after killing Ubarbarov with this, I guess. Yeah, I like the cleanse ailment thing. That's really nice. And it only costs 30 mana. Activating Holy Aura doubles the stat bonus for 4 seconds. So I guess you can press it sometimes to actually get more damage as well. Wait, does this double this stuff as well? Like when I press, I actually do want to press it every 10 seconds, right? Because it also gets this here, I guess. And the pen. So it's kind of like a burst tool, I guess. Ward region, ward retention, ward on activation. Chance to slow enemies each second. That's actually kind of nice. I'd like to put 1 point in there. Maybe we're gonna do something like this here. It's kind of neat. Slow lasts 4 seconds, stacks 3 times. I wonder if this has like individual timers. Does everything have individual timers actually? I'm not sure. Like every ailment? Yes, I think that's like a general mechanic, right? But it would be kind of nice to have the slow there just on the aura. And depending on how big that is. Or maybe I don't need this res. So we can do something like this here as well. I guess taking out 1 point there is not such a big deal. Okay, Symbols of Hope. Every 2 seconds, summon a symbol that orbits you, causing you and your allies attacks and spells to deal 3% additional fire damage, increasing health regeneration by 20%. Activate the consumer symbols, granting 100 ward. 5% damage taken per 3 seconds. Okay. So that has a 18 seconds cooldown. 30 mana cost. Lasts longer, so it's like 3.6 seconds duration for a tiny bit of damage. And some health regen. You can have 4 symbols. So now we're looking at 12 fire damage, 80 health regen. You get fucking 300 endurance thresholds on this? Oh my god. 15% cooling recovery speed. So that puts it at 12 seconds. 5 symbols, oh my god. Double health regen. So you're gonna get 200% health regen. And block chance. Wait, is that actually included here in the calculation? No, it's not. Oh shit. 15% like this. And block effectiveness. So you actually do get 100% block chance pretty easily. Because of this. Hey, so do you actually want to press it? I don't think you even want to press this button, right? Like, pressing it is actively bad. Because it consumes all your symbols, and you have to wait 2 seconds each time to spawn one. So you have to wait 10 seconds to even get them back. Then you lose the block. You lose the health regen. Yeah, so you actually don't even want to press it. Oh my god, man, this is fucking insane. And this entire class seems absolutely broken. Spawn rate. Divine Flare. Not instant cast, no damage reduction. Reduce cooldown 80%. There's also damage per active symbol. Wait, what? Ah, this is increased damage, right? Yeah, okay, this is not not multi. But still, this is 25% increased damage per point. That seems quite a lot. But I guess you can't really fit it, right? Unless we remove 3 points here. We can't remove anything here. I mean, symbols grant you and the others increased healing effectiveness. This would mean 150%. If you take out 2 points, still 90. So it's 60% healing effectiveness that we're losing here. And if you have like 1,000, it might actually be better off to like take out 2 points and put them here at a late game, once you have a lot of healing effectiveness from other sources. Yeah, but I mean, if you have like 1,000% healing effectiveness or whatever, then just like 60 is not that crazy. And it might be better to just go for like this here. This will be 50% increased damage. Increased crit chance per symbol, fire damage per symbol, void damage per symbol, elective right chance. Mana region per symbol. Wow. Okay. And healing hands. Heals all allies in a target area for 50 health and applies a lingering warmth. Shields 80 health over the next 3 seconds. Can't stack. Okay, so the healing is like irrelevant on this, I guess. Let's see. You have a chance to cast Healing Hands around the target. This consumes mana based on Healing Hands mana cost. This upfront healing. When you directly use Healing Hands, you dash to a target location first. However, Healing Hands now has a cooldown as counts as a traversal skill. Oh shit, okay. That's kinda neat. But this sounds like a lot of mana cost. It costs 11. 12 actually of this. And we proc it on 100% chance. They're gonna proc this like all the time. Oh, 6 seconds cooldown. You're immune to damage while moving. Okay. Grants water allies based on your attunement. Ward per 2 attunement 1. Do we actually stack attunement? Or do we stack strength? This has attunement. Seems like we don't really go for attunement, we go for strength. So basically we don't really get much. The ally has an effect that causes them to gain ward per second based on their missing health. That will not heal them, but will provide a percentage of its healing as ward. Healing Hands also grants wards to allies based on your increased healing effectiveness. Okay, wait a minute. So let's say we have 1000 healing effectiveness. We get 300 ward per fucking vengeance strike. Like for real? And you probably do this like 3 times per second or some shit. Restores additional health up front, 40. So here's 50. But then it has 65% less up front, but it has like 40% more. Lower mana cost. Okay, so it costs 6. It costs 5. But it costs 110%, so it costs 5.5. I wonder if it rounds up to 6. Wait. Yeah, 2 times lower mana cost. What? So it's minus 11. So it actually costs nothing. Oh shit. Dude, it's actually kind of wild that this entire class has like 3 buttons out of 5 that you just don't press, right? You don't press symbols, you don't press healing hands. And I mean, okay, occasionally you press aura for the burst, I guess. So like, okay, this is kind of a button. But there's at least 2 that you don't press. Deals fire damage on hits. Deals additional spell damage based on the effect of healing. Healing Hands immobilizes void enemies for 1 second on hit and deals more damage to them. Grants all allies 10% less void damage taken for 10 seconds when cast, and this buff does not stack. Okay, that's kinda neat. Fears undead enemies for 2 to 3 seconds on hit, deals more damage. That sounds yikes. But it gives you 10% necrotic damage taken reduction. I don't like the fear, but okay. Maybe we can put these 3 points somewhere else. What time's the podcast? In 22 hours. Okay, I guess I just take this anyway. I'm just kind of like worried about the fear. It sounds kind of yikes to fear them. But maybe it doesn't matter. Maybe it's actually good because it's like defensive. But here we immobilize the void enemies and we fear the undead and we get 10% necrotic and 10% void damage reduction. I guess this also makes the amulet a bit better here. Where No, actually it doesn't. It's the opposite. It makes the amulet worse. Because you have less fire damage and we convert void to fire. So honestly, this amulet doesn't seem that important. We already have so much damage, no time reduction from dots anyway because of a giga armor. And armor applies to dots. And the dot nerfs. So I think this amulet is not really what we're going for. It's also a 1 in 470 chance. With a 1 in 6 for 1 LP. I simply... Okay, so TLDR, this entire class is basically just we spam Vengeance at all times, and we cast Judgment when we have mana, and then we ignore the rest. And meanwhile, we also ignore everything that the monsters do because they can't hurt us. So this is basically it, right? Nihilis Amulet. That's some Abaroth, right? Sounds pretty boring. And we heal 6k health per second, yeah, sounds kinda correct. I wonder if we can like find some text to actually make this like more viable for racing. I'm not sure how big this judgment is actually. But we need to go fast. That's the important thing. Wait, wasn't Nihilis an amulet? Dude, honestly, I would much rather go for an Aurora's Time Glass over like one of the others there. Like, what is that thing? I mean, it has a bunch of mana. Okay, the 150 mana might be kind of big, right? Because you want to stack maximum mana so we can consume. Maybe this is why we have it. It consumes 5%. And it gets 2% damage per 1 mana consumed. So if you have, let's say, 250 mana instead of 100 mana because of this thing, it's maybe more like 300 mana instead of 150 mana. So the cost is already 55. And then it consumes 5% of our total. On 300 mana, that will be 60. Oh, wait. 15. It would be 15. So doubling our mana pool only gives us like 7.5 more consumption. Going from 55 base to 62.5 or so, or to 70. So our damage bonus would be at 40. So this will be the calculation, I guess. So it's like a 16.7% damage increase. I'm not sure if we have like other sources of mana, but it doesn't really look like we have a lot of mana. Or increased mana. What does this character have here? So we have 9 as human, gets 2 mana each. Here's a bit of mana. Here's a bit of mana. So we already have a bit of mana as well on this character, more than we normally would have. God, all my keybands are reset. Fuck. We don't have the mana blessing. And we don't take the mana blessing here because it's a Dragon one. We take the health regen blessing. So TLDR we have very little mana. So I think this mana consumption effect is actually not that important, which means this Orion's Eye is also not that important. And the 30% less fire damage taken is nice, but the void damage taken as fire is not such a big deal, because you already take 10% less void damage. The question is just, are we actually gonna cap on void res? Because if it is, you don't have to cap any void res, because everything will be taken as fire. But you already have Giga Chat res anyway, because you're gonna get 40 all res from just existing with the aura. Sorry, this is elemental res. Okay, it's elemental res. My bad. But we also have 24 void res here. There's necrotic. He has all res. He has 15 all res. So you have 40 40 void res already. Now where do we get the rest? Here. So we had 60 void res. And we have the 20 there. So we are just void res capped once we get a blessing. So this is not the reason to use this amulet. It's just like basically less fire damage. I think the increased duration of stun immunity doesn't matter because we have fucking Giga Chat. We don't need to worry about stun. Chance of getting Orions in the race is pretty low. I mean, 1 in 470. People tell me that a Red Ring of Adlaria is very easy to get, which is a lower chance than this. Red Ring is like 750. This is a 1 in 470. So it's easier to get Orions than it is Red Ring. It's insane tankiness to dots. Yeah, but you can just get a Oracle Amulet that has this implicit anyway, right? And in fact, this implicit has an insane roll range. It goes from 6 to 20, and you can't roll. These, right? Besides the new Woven Echo that allows you to reroll this, but for this I need a copy of this, which you're definitely not gonna get. So, you know, at least on a normal amulet, you can actually roll this implicit. Like, this is not happening, basically, is what I'm saying. I think it would be much better to just go for like an Exalted Amulet. Like, this void damage taken as fire basically does nothing. Less fire damage taken is neat and all, but okay. The mana is not really a big deal, I think. It does give us a bit of extra damage, but it's probably not enough to really warrant this amulet. And the stun immunity is irrelevant, I guess. So basically, I think it's gonna go for a normal amulet, or we go for an Aurora. I might just do Aurora's Time Glass again. Aurora is sick. It also gives us endurance, which is nice. It gives us attack speed, which is nice. Like, ward retention, we are actually getting some ward at least. And we have this effect. So if you're talking about like a defensive choice, I think Aurora's is just a way better choice. Because it has this, when you drop below 30% life, which is likely on this class because we are insanely tanky, you know, it's likely that we'll actually drop below 30% and live from something. And then boom, you get the full restore. It's also way easy to get. It's like 7 times easier to get than Orion. And 1 LP is pretty realistic. You don't have to stack any warders at the other one. Yeah, you don't stack any warders at all. This class doesn't have res on these items. Like, res is irrelevant on this class. Like, the only thing is missing here, okay, it looks like poison is not capped. But everything else is just capped because they exist, basically. Or maybe put like, some sealed poison res somewhere on like 1 or 2 items. And some sealed necrotic res on or something on. Poison LA. Wait, there's also poison. This is LA, endurance. Here, there's also 20 poison rest, you're right. So we get some there. Now the thing is, poison rest need to overcap a little bit. You want to get to like usually 90 or something. So that when you get poisoned, you don't go down too much. But I guess it's fine if you're like, I mean, we're really tanky here with lots of dots reduction. Uniques are better because of guaranteed LP slam. Yeah, I think I was gonna go Aurora though. Yeah, I was looking for Nihilis actually, but I couldn't see it here in the list. Am I blind? Why is it not here? Also, why is this in a set minute? Nihilis is from Amarov, right? Do you have like an Amarov or like a boss drop guide? Champions. Let me do that. Set item crafting. Ah, true. We have the 20% effect of the aura. You're right. I forgot about that. Where's the planner? Let's close this. Let's close this. Let's close this. This is for soon. Let's put this here. I can't find Nihilis. Why is it not on this? Increased holy aura and symbols of... Oh my god. Oh my god, dude. 20% to both of them. These developers are fucking insane. This is new as well. I saw this on the patch notes. Oh my god, dude. This is 18% block chance. And I don't know what, like 50 fucking elemental res. What else again? Giga health regen, healing effectiveness. Endurance threshold as well. Oh my god, dude. Oh yeah, block effectiveness too, because why not? Fire pen damage. Endurance. With no mana regen. Yeah, we don't need mana regen because he just spam vengeance. Yo, by the way, since Volker, you're here, I'm thinking that before I get to 25 points or any points at all, I'll have 20 points. I'll probably leave out the duration, I suppose. Because like early game, you're probably kind of just speed running and killing shit fast anyway. It starts 4 seconds. It's probably fine, right? I'm even thinking about going with Frenzy. Maybe take out 2 points from, I don't know, something. I guess we can remove those 7 points and then put 2 points there when you have 20. I'm thinking about doing something like that. You imagine playing anything other than Sentinel in this patch? Imagine, dude. Look at that shit. Dude. This is like season 6, man, in Diablo 4. You know? S plus Spiritborn, S, Spiritborn. Oh god, dude. Yeah, like I'm looking at this right now, And I'm trying to compare this to like what I'm used to from like Rogue and Falconer and stuff. And I'm like, you know, I'm like giga scrambling to get like any kind of Dust Shroud stacks to maybe get Glancing Blow capped. Nice. And then, okay, I have like my 30% armor damage reduction. Oh, nice. I have no block. I have like 3k life. I have like no dot reduction. Unless I get lucky with my glove base to be Eternal Gauntlet. And sometimes I get a Silver Shroud if I'm lucky. So that's the rogue defenses summed up. And then I look at this here. The fucking everything gives me insane block, insane damage. Dude, I just need to hit stuff and I get the damage reduction I have from basically glancing blows. I just get it. And not only that, I get it again because we have to repose as well. So not only do you get 26% damage reduction, but you also have to repose, which is 25%. So they multiply with each other. So you have like 50% of damage taken reduced just from attacking. Like this is already more than this entire fucking rogue kit. And then you also like, I don't know, have like multiple hundreds of ward per second and healing per second, because why not? If something ever attacks you, because everything will be petrified. Okay. Alright, you have even more ward here. When you go Twisted Heart. Because why not? Yeah, I'm definitely gonna go for Auroras though. I think Auroras or Orients is actually legit. Because if you die to dot damage, then Auroras will save you anyway. So I think the mana does not really warrant taking in Orient's Eye. And the res, like, you know, not stacking Void res because we convert it to fire is irrelevant because we have Void res cap anyway. Just from existing, basically. Wait, this is not it's not a spell. Oh, you're right, actually. It's only on spell. I thought all the time that Judgment is a spell, actually, until I realized now that's a strike. I mean, it has +1 to spells and 16 strength and 20% health. 20% health is nice, I guess. Yeah, I mean, usually I push Reign of Dragons timeline anyway. That's like my favorite timeline to push in hardcore. So we're gonna get a Twisted Heart on the way. So it's not bad, I guess. +4 to Judgment. 16 strength. 16 strength is the same as a T7, right? So you basically have a T7 strength on this. You have a +1 to elemental spells, which I guess is... Wait, does that count? I suppose it does. Does it count? It says spells. But it has a spell tag, actually. Okay. Yeah, that counts. So you get a +1, you get a T7 strength, and then nothing else besides a 20% life. So it's basically 20% life versus 2 T5 stats. And the 20% life definitely wins there, I guess. And we can also do the LP thing. Dude, I really wonder how often we're gonna get this Rune of Havoc. I suppose it's pretty rare. But Rune of Havoc will allow you to make these insane 1 LP items like this. That is an item you're gonna have 1 LP on, and not 2. That's 2 T7 stats, yeah, because of the LP. I just wonder how often you're gonna get Rune of Havoc. He's saying I shouldn't play Rogue. You shouldn't play Rogue if you wanna get world first, it looks like. Looks like Rogue is not a world first angle, unfortunately. Aurora is useless if you cover whole HP pool in 0.1 seconds. Yeah, I don't think we cover that much. I mean, this setup here looks like 4k life. I'm not sure if this calculates everything properly. For example, it doesn't seem to show the... It does show it. Relic 20%, okay. What that is reference of duality. Oh, dude, actually, I saw that you can use Throne of Ambition, man. Oh god. It's a fire build, so I can use Throne of Ambition. So I get another 40% more fire damage, and you get 40% armor. Oh my god. In before, Sentinels are all sniped by a Stormcrow player for world first. I mean, if it's like that strong and he just walks in and kills like Uber Aberov in like 2 seconds, then I guess you're fine just not being as tanky, right? And Primaris can be pretty tanky too. But I'm not sure what you need to actually do this. You probably need like certain combo or something to do the Stormcrow stuff. The thing is, I'm much more familiar with Primaris than I am with Sentinel. PoE 2 or last Epoch. We need to choose one. Right now, everyone is on the elite hype train. I'm not sure so far. Both works, I guess. Okay, 100% chance to ignite yourself when you use a fire or narcotic skill. 2 spell damage for fire and necrotic skills per stack of ignite. Like, this is not a fire skill, is it? This is physical. But I think it becomes a fire, right, with this. Soul's Vengeance, physical to fire attack. Okay, so like this... How much attack speed do I have? The ignite stack is 4 seconds, I suppose. It's 2.5 seconds, oh boy. So... we need to attack 8 times per second in order to ignite ourselves 20 times. And then we take how much damage? 40 over 2.5. So this is per second. Like 13.3? No. 15? 16.6. So that's 16.6 per second per stack. So we take roughly 330 damage per second, 3 fire res with 20 stacks. So with fire res, we take like 80 damage per second. That's not too bad actually, especially because we heal and gain ward like hundreds of each per second. So wait, does the healing effectiveness actually wait? How does it work? Do we just get a healing from something? Oh yeah, right, we have all this healing effectiveness. So this actually scales with the healing hands, right? Whenever we attack, we gain like 500 health. We have other mitigation besides. Yeah, we also have dot mitigation and stuff. Yeah, so it's probably less than 80 per second. I guess the bigger challenge is to actually get to the point where you attack 8 times per second. That sounds kind of rough. You're probably not doing that. 6% chance to gain frenzy for 2 seconds when you directly use a fire or necrotic skill per stack of ignite on here. Increase ignite duration. Chance to cleanse all aimers and potion use. Okay, so here we basically have a tier 7 and a tier 5. And the other options here are probably like mana regen and fire damage on the prefixes or something like that. I don't think you can have stats, right, on a build. There's also element damage over time, actually. You can get a lot of that element damage over time, so a normal build would also not hurt. This is not terrible. So... also experimental shenanigans. There's fire damage. This is a okay, wait, minion health region. Chance to cast fire aura on crit. Okay, so this would basically be elemental damage over time and fire damage. This would be a normal build, I guess. Which is a lot of damage, to be fair. So I wonder how much better is this unique belt compared to a normal belt. I'd say a normal belt that has like the tier 7 health hybrid and a tier 5 health, and then elemental over time and fire damage. You can easily get like 300% increase there. How much increase do we actually have? Very little fire damage. Oh wait, this is flat. Here 209. It doesn't actually show the elemental damage over time. That's a lot. I guess that's tier 7. Okay. So like 450 here. We have some from the aura. Let's see how much we actually have. Nothing here. Tiny bit there. Nothing here. Nothing here. Nothing here. Actually, I realized I'm not searching correctly. Because I know there is like one thing that gives us fire damage. Increased global fire damage. Okay, we should probably just search for increased. But, okay, now we have the 50 there. And we have 10% holy aura effects versus 60. Hi, Chronix. Let's check the symbols of hope again. Nope. So they don't give us any damage. They're only like insane endurance threshold, insane block, health regeneration, and a bit of flat damage. Okay. Getting 4% per strength. That's armor. Wait. Ah, damage for the skill, I guess. You're right. So it's 200. Yeah, so if I had to guess, I probably have something like in the range of like 600 to 700% increased damage, right? From various sources, if I count it all together. I don't quite understand why I go for this here. I guess it's just for the spell damage. It's like a spell damage sword. We don't care about the fire aura and volcanic orb stuff, right? It's just pen spell damage. Glyph of Dominion, volcanic orb. I don't even know what that is. Is that mage? Are these mage skills? These are mage skills, right? This thing has a 1 in 11 ascendancy chance and a 1 in 23 for 2 LP. And it's fast, 1.2, okay. Need to figure out why this thing drops. 7 ward per gain per second per active wandering spirit. So if we attack... no, it has a 4-second cooldown. So we basically get barely any ward. But it has pen. Swiftness. Yeah, swiftness is a big thing, I guess. Healing effectiveness, elemental short time. We also have this here. Okay, we're probably looking at more like 1000% plus elemental short time, or like just increased damage, I guess. Why do we use this? We don't care about the melee fire damage. We want spell damage. Flame Wave is something we don't use. And the ignite doesn't really matter. So why do we use this? Just for the fire damage? Fire res, fire damage. So in other words, the swing is irrelevant. Okay. Is this like special to this? Legendary Ruby Ring. Yeah, normal Ruby Rings only have the fire res, not the fire damage, right? No, they do actually. Really? Okay. So is this not a special base or anything? But why don't we go for a ring that actually has like stats? We can just make a ruby ring and actually put stats on it. 80% damage over time, I guess. I mean, even if we had like 1000% increase, this is still like almost 7% or something. So I guess it's like a bit of DPS. But I wonder if there's something better. Might be able to put something else there. Okay, put a normal ring. I can do this. Actually, we want to do this. I can try to hit like a double Exile ring. And then do something like this or this. That'll be kind of big. And suffixes. There's health regen. There's block effectiveness. So this would be like a way to like maybe close the gap to 800% block chance if you don't get it otherwise. There's res. Maybe gonna fill in some res that we still need because it seems like we don't cap out on necrotic. And void. I think those two will be undercapped, and poison maybe as well. So you might need some res somewhere. There's also this ward per second and ward decay threshold. And health regen. So there are some pretty good things you can put on a normal ring. All the boys are here, yeah, Lizard too, yeah. It can be farmed for LP, yeah, I'm not sure about that. One in 7.8k. I mean, 3 LP seems doable. It's a 1 in 15 rune of ascendance chance, and then 1 in 119 free LP. So that seems actually doable. After the race, at least. But not, yeah. One in 50? Wait, what? Where the lightning javelin builds are not even worth rolling it. CF bonus times 2. Ah, yeah, you're right. Well, 1 in 60 then, I guess. I forgot about the COF bonus. Does that work for every source of legendaries? Like if I ascendance them, or if I drop them, or whatever? I guess so, right? Yeah, FLP seems quite doable. When I come back to PoE2, will I do a ranger build? Actually, I will do it before. I have my ranger from last week I'm going to log into and see if I can like update it. You're telling Sis there's heavy leaking going on here? Nothing here is leaking right now. Are they all just farming as a warpath? Anyway. Yikes. Maybe. Get the HP suffix. Yeah, okay. I mean, it seems nice, but it seems not crucial. This seems kind of crazy. This seems easy to get, so not really a problem. Transcribers, Graver. Like this helm build is just fucking crazy. Okay, I need to understand. So when you have 85% reduced damage taken from crits, is that a multiplier to any crit that a mob does? Or can it have increased crit damage and it counts against that additively. Because this is 85 and we also have like minus 30 from the tree. So we are overcapped. I'm not sure if monsters can have extra crit damage from anything. Rip wudijo paladin. I mean, it starts on the 17th. I need to do the Torchlight by the 20th. It's a reduce of total bonus, okay. Yeah, the belt. Okay, we get 40 flat damage if we get all the 20 ignite stacks, right? And we already have a lot of flat damage, so I'm not sure how much the spirit itself has. Does it say that somewhere? Gains 1 spell damage per 5% increased healing effectiveness. Okay, let's say we have 1,000 healing effectiveness. Or something like that. So per 100 we get 20. We have 200 flat already. Plus some other stuff. Like this, 250. Like it doesn't seem that crazy, honestly. You can only get another 40. You also lose a good belt base. This has no armor, no res or anything. It's a source of frenzy, yeah. Can't we put judgment here? No, we cannot. Is that only on relic? Apparently. Really? It's only on relic. Okay. I mean, frenzy is here. If you're willing to give up something like size. They always say size doesn't matter. Okay, anyway. Ignite myself, Monka Christ. Belt has cleanse. And the cleanse is not important. We have cleanse already from healing aura, holy aura. Every 10 seconds. Okay, I guess the big advantage is that cleanse can be done with the potion while you're stunned. And the aura cannot be cast while stunned, I guess. What if I need a lot of cleanse all the time? I mean, that could be true for Uber-Abarov, but other than that, I don't remember any fight where that is actually important. I don't really cleanse a lot. But I could imagine that this is going to be part of the fight. There is some stuff that you can cleanse on normal Abarov. Chance to cleanse all elements on potion use. Okay, fine. I need to check the Weaver tree actually. I haven't checked the Weaver tree yet. But if you can actually get dungeon boss drops in monos, then I might not have to try hard so much. And 2 LP seems very realistic, 1 in 21. Now what about this here? This is a Weaver item, right? Why does it say like LP 1, 2, 3, 4? Is it just to get an idea how likely it is to get certain Weaver will amounts? This is Weaver's will item, no? Chance to gain haste when a nearby enemy dies. So he has swiftness and haste and frenzy. All the time. And less damage or time taken. But the problem is we don't get it in boss fights. So this item is actually pretty weak for bosses. It has a cleanse and judgment itself, but AoE 1 over it. Wait, that's cleanse. Wait, let's see. Alright, that's here for 2 points. When it finishes. Ah, yeah, right, I saw that. I was thinking about actually taking this. I mean, AoE is nice. In fact, for farming, I guess you want to even put a 4th point here and take out some damage point or something, right? What is like the least impactful damage point? Or maybe take one out for the duration and put them in AoE or something, I guess. I'll probably do that in general. And then maybe take it back for bossing. Unless every Uber RV has ads and taking every item to be a hint. Dude, I don't think they like min-max every single fucking Maxor build for the Uber Aberov fight. So, you know, most people will never even try them. So, duration is more multi for bosses. Yeah, it is. For this one, they did Monka S. Take every hint. Oh no. So now, what about this here? This is a new ring, right? I don't think this exists. It doesn't show a drop duration, drop location. So we gain swiftness and a bunch of pen. So that's kind of nice. This ring is kind of nice. 2 LP seems realistic, depending on where it drops. It's a hobby drop? Okay. Why is it not shown? So it's not a new one. Okay, so you have to farm a certain Harbinger. I'm not sure how the drops work for the Harbingers. Does every timeline Harbinger have their own drops? No, it's just 2 types of Harbingers and they both have their own tables and that's it, right? So you just need to farm the right one in any of the timelines, I guess. Spirit of Fire timeline. Fuck, that's the wrong timeline. Can I get it in Reign of Dragons? So which one is this? I guess it's the thin one. Because of swiftness. Not the fat guy. So I know the thin one is in Lagon. But I definitely don't want to farm Lagon. Spirit of Fire has the fat guy, I know that. Why did they kill Uber Aberov 700 times? How the hell did they have time for that? How the hell did they farm so many? Is it so easy to get? Like when I think about how long it takes to get a normal Aberov. He didn't farm. Okay. Okay. By the way, I need this first 30 minutes of the podcast yesterday from somewhere. Fuck. Okay, so now the question is, do we actually start with this shit? Or do we transition to this later? And also, how the hell do I make a loot filler like this? I'm not really convinced of these boots. I mean, for mapping, sure. Because of the haste. But otherwise, they offer, like, nothing if I fight bosses. So at the very least, I will have a different pair of boss boots that have, like, something. I guess. But okay. I can just take boots that have, like, giga speed and some health and stuff. Full offline testing. Yeah, it's only when you have haste, but you get haste only from here, no? Do we get haste anywhere else? I don't recall getting haste anywhere. Haste on activation. Yeah. Okay, we don't have haste. Change one item, puzzle makes no sense. Yeah, not necessarily. Like this ring is just here for a bit more damage. This is just here for a bit more health. And this is just here for haste. So I think a lot of stuff still makes sense. Like even this here. Like we have enough res. We don't need this for like, you know, not running void res or something. Haste gloves. Ah, true, we have gloves here. I forgot the haste buff. So we do have this combo actually. Okay, you're right. In that case, you can keep it. I was just looking at this and I forgot that this also gives us haste. So you have 40 attack speed, haste. Yeah, these gloves are pretty nuts. And they are 1 in 19, 1 in 6, 1 LP. Relatively easy to get with 1 LP, I guess. To just the glove, 70% attack speed seems legit. And a bunch of endurance. Okay, how much endurance do we need on our gear? We have 15 here. This is a threshold. We have 18 here because of 20% bonus. So we have 33 and the baseline is 20? Does it show somewhere? Yeah, it's 20 plus 33, so we have 53 just from existing. There must be something here. Endurance thresholds, and here's 8. So we get to 61 and we're capped. Worst case, we can leave out 1 point, I guess. Okay. So we get that. We don't need any endurance on our gear, besides what this glove offers. And the thing is, the glove has a roll range of... Oh my god. A lot. Okay. So I might actually have to put more points in there. Right. Not a single item is there for res, I know. Yeah, this is kind of ridiculous. This entire class is just ridiculous. 17 mana gained when you use vengeance and hit at least one enemy. That seems like a very important stat. There's no mana gain on vengeance by default, right? We just like make the healing hands cost 0. But there's no mana gain built in. What about the passive tree? Here's 10 mana gain. Okay. And percent increased mana. Increased mana region from Holy Aura. Sus. Where? Wait a minute. What? Is it only for the movement speed? You have only 5 out of 7, so you have the threshold bonus, but not full. Am I tripping? And all those DRs and well. Produce .dr with haste. Wait, are these actually like multiplicative or additive .drs? I just realized. We're getting to a point where this actually matters. 35% less, so it's a multiplier, right? 20% less. So those two together are already like almost 50%. Yeah, dots are just not going to be a problem at all. And hits is going to block, basically. Yeah, I was just wondering about the mechanic of it, but I mean, it's less is like a multiplier, right? So it doesn't like stack to 100% less damage, and that's it. I don't understand this mana regen part here. Enlighten me, please. Because nothing here says mana. So why do we spec into more mana regeneration from Holy Aura? Nothing here says mana even. But for some reason we have this. And I don't get it. Ah, oh my god. Okay, so if I have Holy Aura, I have 25% increased mana regen. Dude, this wording is so bad. Okay. Yeah, I think I should reword this a bit, because this is very confusing. But okay. Anyway, so we get a bit of mana regen there. Sure, I guess. A bit of damage. Okay, how's the armor looking? Is this correct here? There's 1% increased armor. T1, T7. Wait, aren't we supposed to have more? Aren't we supposed to have 10? Or is it only 8? %, 1%. And then it jumps to 3 and 1, 4 and 1, and 6 and 3. These are some very weird jumps. $14 max theoretically. Yeah, so I guess it's not gonna happen that easily, right? And there's less damage over time taken while using a shield, health gain on block. 1, 2, 3. My god. Healing effectiveness, physical res, poison res, physical res, physical res. Okay. Small Viva Idol. Do 12 poison res on a small idol. For real? Stormcross is gonna kill Uber AB naked for centers of farming their shit. Yeah, maybe gonna pivot over to Primalist. Kinda like the idea of playing Stormcross actually. Smalls are insane value. I mean, everything's fucking insane value. Look at this shit. Block effectiveness. I need to actually figure out what block effectiveness actually means in this game. I've never equipped the shield. When you take a hit, your block chances roll to determine if you block the hit. On a successful block, a percentage of the damage is mitigated. This percentage depends on how much block effectiveness you have and the level of the area you are in. The percentage cannot exceed 85%. A is the zone's level and X is block effectiveness. Oh my god. What the fuck is that calculation? I can't even see this. Is this the X or is this the A? This needs to be X, this needs to be A. X. Okay, is there like some kind of calculator for this? You can block all hits including from spells, but not damage over time. Blocking a hit counts as being hit. And there's no cap to block chance. So you get 100% block chance. This percentage depends on how much block effectiveness you have and the level of the area you are in. It also shows block effectiveness here, right? The percentage by which damage is reduced when you block a hit. It's reduced by the level of the areas in the area. So block has nothing to do with the size of the hit. It just needs to be a hit. And then it scales with monster level, which is always the same. %63 apparently. The 3.5k. Offhand 1700. So it does the shield itself because it's half. And then almost, and again the rest from the idols. So what happens if I remove this? $60 block mitigation. $56. So we take like 7% more damage for not having one of the block rolls if you have 100% block chance against hits on the idols. That is actually kind of noticeable. 7%. Or is it? As this class, maybe it's not noticeable. But it's kind of insane. Wait, when you reroll idols in the future, can you actually reroll the ranges of these stats? Or can you just reroll the extra stats? Because it will be pretty hard to get these. Calculators for everything. Okay, block mitigation does not go above 81 with 12,000. But let's say I have like 2,000 block mitigation. Block effectiveness, so we have 50. And 3,000. 59 at 1,000. 35. So going from 1,000 to 2,000 gives us an effective TR of like 20 to 25%. Going from 2 to 3k. Also around 20. Going from 3 to 4k. That's less now. This is like 15% or 14. We have 3.5 here. That's kind of neat. So the asymptote is 85%. As it says in the stats, okay. Dude, that's actually kind of insane tool. It would be nice if I could do something like click on this and then click on this and then see the effective difference. That would be a nice addition here. Okay, anyway. How realistic is this? I'm gonna get these kind of jewel idols. We'll find out, I guess. What other stats are on there that are useful? How about that? You don't need camera shred, fire melee, no. A bunch of life. Oof. So there's actually literally nothing. We want exactly those two, and nothing else. Good to know. Ah, wait, there's more. Prefix, okay, suffix says only this one. And here, no. Okay, we do want exactly those two. Nice. I can actually make a filter that shows exactly those two. Very cool. Because otherwise I probably don't use them. Yeah, flight HP maybe, I guess. It's not bad. Majasa's shield has 30%. 35% of block effectiveness applies to damage over time as if it had been blocked. So we have like 60% block mitigation. And then we get like a third of that, so we get like 20% DR against dots. Seriously, man. Why is everyone so scared of dots? Each second, every enemy looking at you has up to 20% chance to be petrified. Someone said that this is gonna lead to like lots of bugs of bosses. And then like, you know, weird bugged out attacks that just kill you. Is that true? How much damage do we do with this build? Like there's like, okay, we have like a lot of increased damage. We have lots of attack speed, which gives us mana to spam the judgment. We have a lot of attack speed, which I guess allows us to actually do that. Yeah, I just realized, I always think judgment is a spell, but it's not a spell, it's an attack. We have all this attack speed, so I can actually cast it much faster. So I guess it's like one advantage of Orion's Eye, and we have a lot of like mana pool, so we can actually cast it like 3-4 times in a row. Instead of going like back and forth all the time. But I guess you're mainly still gonna be spamming Vengeance. You also want to spam Vengeance at least once every 2 seconds, so they get the damage reduction buffs and the repose buffs. So you don't really want to just stand there and cast Judgment too many times in a row anyway. So you want to go back and forth as much as possible. Also just to get more mana. To then consume more mana with Judgment. $17 million DPS, dive on the same level as 6 million. Even that is like a ridiculous amount of DPS, to be honest. Like even like 1 million DPS is insane. Does less damage taken block apply to the dot for this shield? Yeah, that's what it says there. The block effectiveness applies to damage over time. To assess there's 20% block chance and a shield will pound in passive. Here, 20%, you're right. But it also doesn't count, for example, the 18% you get from symbols. If a build did not do at least 3 million, you archive that on max roll. Feels bad, man. You don't need to go back. Ali has a Q system, you can hold down both buttons. Okay, I guess you do like shift left click, Vengeance. Oh wait, there's no left click. So I'm gonna hold right click, Vengeance. Fuck, how did I do this actually? I guess I'm gonna hold right click. And then just tap Judgment. And I guess the tap will override the right click. Crowd snapshot can reach 250 million DPS. And it sounds like it's gonna walk in and just like insta melt Aberoth. So maybe a Crow guys is gonna win. We should check out Crow. At least I'm somewhat familiar with Primalist. I did report it. Meetings and snapshotting. So what exactly do you snapshot? And how do you like then summon the pets? I guess you like take them off the bar or what? Equip the items and then put them on? Like how often do you have to do this? Do you have to do this like every run? Inspiration Cold, Endgame Lightning. Wait, what variants? On monolith, as monoliths the same area all the time. Okay. So when you... So it's not just go to... Wait, is it like all the monoliths together? So I can jump from timeline to timeline? So just like I walk in there, I do the thing, and then I blast for like 10 hours and go back and forth? Okay, nice idols. Water retention and health regen. Those are indeed nice idols. And not only that, but apparently this build also has the most DPS in the game. With this. Okay. At least they aligned them at the corners. Very cool. But why are these four not in those four corners? This is a real question. Dude, we have a fucking clever solution on this. Let's go. With frailty on hit. Okay. %4% of damage redirected to highest health minion. Yeah, that's fucking insane. That's a lot of movement speed. This thing has fire damage. Plus 15% chance to receive a critical strike. 85% reduced damage taken from crits. Significant haste. Is haste 20 or 30? It's 30. These boots have less movement speed. And also they're a useful item. So will we get something like this? Probably not. Wait, this is a useful item, right? Advent of the Erased. Like, you can't really make sure that we get movement speed on these. So going for like another pair of boots might not be so bad, but you have to 30% less damage over time here. Which is kind of nice. Also, wait, I forgot if we actually had an answer to this or not. The reduced damage taken from crits. So if you had 100% reduced damage taken from crits, you will be crit immune. No matter what, right? Even if there's some kind of effect that gives monsters more crit damage. More crit multi. Because that should include the bonus damage there. Yeah, okay. I find it so weird that there's two separate ways of getting crit immunity in this game. I think I should just delete crit avoidance completely. And just make it this stats only. I think this is like such a redundancy. Health regen. Health regen. 14 vitality, 20 endurance. So the endurance is like a T6 mod, and vitality is like a T7 mod. And it has a decent armor base. Coin mail belt. It's not a Praetor's or a Praetorian belt, but it's pretty good. So much health regen. Okay, let's get that real quick. And the block. Like, this build also seems very tanky, to be fair. Not that much life. Not that much block actually. So they have Giga block effectiveness. Block chance per strength against enemies within 4 meters. Oh. That's interesting. They have a lot of ward. And then you have 2 red rings. And you're Primalist, so Primalist also has a bunch of stuff. And you have to damage redirect. This build actually seems fairly tanky too. It's not like Paladin level tanky, but it seems fairly tanky. And it's an Aurora's Porg, man. 40% health regen also applies to wards. Okay. This is from T4 Julra. Oh shit. Wait, they Giga buffed health regen, right? Did it nerf this? Vessel of Strife. Wonder if it's mentioned. What? %, from 66. Yeah, considering how much they buffed health regen in this patch supposedly, I guess this is like a net buff, right? We got it nerfed. Okay, let me see those Stormcrows. Level 31, by the way. So you press the active, it has a 4 seconds cooldown. And then you just like zap shit. You have a maximum of 2 companions by default. So you get 2. You get +1 because you are Beastmaster, I guess. Cast speed, dodge, shred, more damage. Melee hits have a 20% chance to grant more damage for 10 seconds. Okay. Armor shred chance and effect. More damage per crow. So you don't go for this stuff here. Shock chance, lighting res. Damage per shock stack. Up to 15 stacks. Crit. Multi. Base crit. 20% chance to improve Stormcrown's base crit for 10 seconds. Up to 3 times. That's a lot of crit. That's a lot of damage. How can these guys have so much damage? Like, nothing here really adds any kind of damage to your minions. It seems. Okay, it's like ranks. But it's basically all just defense. Isn't 2 sets of gear a lot more gear dependent than other builds? This is a different class. This is a Primalist I'm looking at. Like, some people say something about like playing Warpath to farm and then switching to Judgment later. So I need to check out Warpath. That might be a thing. Look, minion gear on tabs. Minion power. Maximum companions, I have 5. What? You mean on the guide? What are we talking about?
Ah. Oh shit. You mean this? Ah, the snapshot stuff. Many damage, many health. Many damage, many crit. Does it also snapshot the crit stuff? Your minions take 5% less damage. Minion damage, minion health. All minion skills. But this is, you're gonna lose the 2 ranks, right? So you can't do that. Okay, so which of those effects are we snapshotting? All of them? I mean, the minion skills, that will disappear when you take it off. What about the minions take first increased damage? Minion damage, minion dodge. All of that stays on. Everything but minion level, wow. So wait a minute, you have to use a fucking potion to then get this. And then summon the guys in 1 second. Very cool. Alright. So what changes here? Snapshot gear, cold and lightning. Looks like the same items. I don't think anything changes. Oh no. Oh no. And that is kind of awful. Okay, so this is why. Yikes, basically. This basically means yikes, right? So for Aberov, you want to take off the shield to go for a second sword. What the fuck? When the minion dies, you gain a stack of Frozen Vengeance. When you hit an enemy with a melee attack, you expend a stack of Frozen Vengeance or grant all your minions Frenzy and 24% more damage to shield enemies. And freeze up to 8 nearby normal and magic enemies for 3 seconds. So wait a minute, what do you do if your Stormcrows somehow die in the Obama fight? You're just fucked, right? If your Stormcrows ever die, you're just fucked, basically, right? Because you have to redo all the snapshotting. If you don't redo all the snapshotting, your minions will just, like... Wait, will they keep it if you revive them? If you revive them, that's it, right? So you just can't do damage and they just die instantly. You get fucked and TP out. Yeah, okay, wait a minute, you have infinite attempts on Uber Aberov, right? So I guess. How much do we lose from not doing snapshotting? So we have like 2, 4, 6, 8, 2, 4. This is 12 pen. 48, this is 60% pen. 32 cold damage. 80. So it's like, I don't know, nearly 200 increased. 60 pen. 240 increased. 380. It's 450, 550. So we're talking about like 700% increased. 350 million health. 200 million region. Dodge, health. 300% health, oh my god. So they're gonna be like, I don't know,
somewhere in the range of like 6 times squishier, have no regen, have no dodge, and we lose like a few 100%, like probably like half the damage at least. No, wait, even more. That's just as idols. So yeah, you probably lose like at least 3/4 of our damage, I guess. And probably it's times 6 is our ability or something. We don't do snapshotting, right? So what is the big advantage of going cold? How low do we even do cold? Here's a chance to freeze enemies instead. You have the 24% more cold damage to chilled enemies. And on lightning, you have the cleaver solution. So this is like the more defensive version because you get lots of int, which gives you the ward retention. This sounds like it's gonna have a lot of ward, just because of this health regen. How much health regen do we have? Does it calculate it all? You have 450 ward retention. $1,500 ward regen, by the way. What the fuck? $1,900 health regeneration. We're looking at Beastmaster before they're going Paladin. Well, I haven't made a decision yet. Like, okay, this build seems completely cracked. I haven't even looked at the passives or the skills. But this build already looks like insane. And not just offensively, like even defensively, this looks insane. Like, how are you gonna die with this? And this is probably like, you know, a quarter of what the Paladin has. Beastmaster, oh no. There's health. Minion damage. Less damage taken on low health. I'm really glad that they changed this. It's actually a suggestion I made to them at some point. Well, maybe they were going to do it anyway. This is nuts. Aspect of the shark. 10 melee attack speeds. How does the fight last at a judgment build? Like 10 seconds instead of 1 second of crows. And there are going to be builds that are just fine without snapshotting. Yeah, there's plenty of builds that seem really OP. In fact, every fucking build seems OP. Like, Lizard says that every build below 3 million DPS is archived. So this means even the fucking D tier Fireball Sork is probably like stronger than anything I've ever played, when I think about it. So that's kind of funny to think about. How do you open builds? You just click on the thing here in the guide. And first of all, you can open them from the tier list or from the build guides. But for the planners, You just click on this thing here. Increase health vision per strength. I wonder how likely it is I can win playing a Beastmaster of Stormcrows. Maybe I should do a test run. Like if you only have to do the snapshotting once for the entire session, or when the servers go down and do it again, it's actually not that bad. So when I do the snapshot, does this also apply for when I go in? It doesn't apply when I go into dungeons, right? So for dungeons, I have to do the snapshot. What about Aberoth? Is Aberoth part of the monoliths? What else is there? Yeah. Alright, the Uber one is actually part of the Echoes, you're right. So the normal Aberoth is not there, I guess. We will have a guide on snapshotting. Mm-hmm. Do we take this 10 out of 10 only for 50% attack speed? Mm-hmm. Endurance also applies to companions. Let's see, Tempest Strike is probably just like make it basically free. 60 mana cost. Gain 5 mana. -8. Why do we care about this? Grants you and your minions additional spell damage that I can trigger a maximum of 3 times per second. So it's 24 stacks of 4. Okay, and here we just get like 30% more. So you go for the Wind Tempest. That's a short duration in physical damage over time. Okay. Does that matter? -4 mana cost, -4, this is -16. We gain 5. I guess we just pick 2 at random pretty much, but it has the least clutter. And then we just take this here, and then this is kind of like whatever. If we go and win with snapshotting, at least they're going to remove the bullshit for next season. It could be a service to the community, huh? Okay. Warcry, that seems pretty standard. 5 seconds. Pull. Recleanse. Heal. Invuln. Berserk. Yeah, okay, that seems very standard. 1.5 seconds. 10 stacks. It's more like 2.3 seconds. 15 stacks. Oh my god. Okay. Summon Wolf 6 points. Wait, what the fuck? Is this for the +1 companion? Oh god, that's hilarious actually. Yeah, true, we don't have it on the bar, right? You swipe. Wait, do you have swipe spect? What do we have on the bar? The leap unspect, I guess. Wait, leap has a new animation, a new icon. I really like specking leap, I gotta say. But I see. What about swipe? Every few seconds, your next 5 deals damage, has its base converted to lightning. Chance to shock on hit. Why do we care about that? It's just shocking, I guess, for the... Don't they shock enough already? Shock. Crowstorm shock chance is 100%. Now, I'm not 100% sure how the Crowstorm works. Oh shit, Bina's here too. Why is everyone here now? Yo, Big Mac, thank you for the sub, by the way. You don't care, it's just extra. Okay, so I guess we mostly spam Tempest Strike, but maybe do swiping. Spectre Panther, global damage, and attack speed. Okay, so when I do this twice in 4 seconds to get the attack speed. But this seems like very minor at this point. There's some leech. Okay, we don't really care. Bigger area. So you have to kill. Okay, that's neat. If you even get to press it. More damage and 2 cooldown. Oh. If you hit at least one enemy, your nearest companion uses its companion ability and restore to full health. Oh shit. Okay, so that's the big thing here. So it heals and it does the thing. So every 2 seconds we do 1 swipe. And I guess all the other stuff is like whatever. Why don't we go for the more Panther stacks though, instead of this random? I guess shock chance is shock chance. You're probably not really keeping that much. Lasts longer and grants health regen. So maybe do this. Yo, Rangestein, thanks for Prime as well. Krauser absolutely giga this patch. Just like last patch, but nobody was min-maxing them. Yeah, I just checked this out with the snapshotting. And I need to learn which instances can I go, and then I have to redo the snapshot. So apparently, as long as you stay in the monolith area in any of the timelines, you can keep running echoes and you're fine. But what if you go into the fucking cemeteries after erased? Does that count? What about going for Aberov? Aberov is in the timelines as well, so that should work. But dungeons do not work, right? For dungeons, I have to redo it. I mean, dungeons are probably easy enough that they just redo the gear, but not the idols or something. The lightning version will be tankier. Yeah, it seems so, because of the cleaver. I understand that. It seems like the damage is way too high anyway. I mean, 2 red rings will be hard. But it's actually nuts, man, 2 red rings. Alright, the red rings are so easy to get as well. Because your cleaver makes intelligence equal to strength. So you just stack strength and you get this too. So you get like a red ring online automatically. You don't even have to work for it. Did they announce something that makes it OP? Now this build is OP, and they announced that they're not fixing it. So this is why you're looking at it. Okay. It's definitely something to keep in mind. Maybe I'm gonna do a test run on Kraus. Okay, I mean, how many days do I have? We have like 4 days of test runs or so. Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. So I can do like one, or I can do like... Okay, there's like some talk about Warpath for starting out on Sentinel. Either Warpath or Erasing Strike to get the early game going, and then later switch to Judgment. I wonder if that's actually a tech that you want to do. In that case, I would have to do more Sentinel test runs. What do we do here? Holy Horror. Symbols. Multi-strike. And Judgment. Multi-strike costs 0. So it's basically similar to Vengeance, but maybe has more like offensive. Lunge. I'm gonna do a Kraus hardcore. It sounds tempting. It definitely seems tanky enough. I mean, it's a Primalist. Primalist is fine already, without anything. And then we get this Giga Ward. I mean, you're gonna have like thousands of ward of this. With this health region applied to ward, you're probably gonna go up to like 5, 6, 8, I don't know, 10k of ward or something with all this region, no? And the ward retention, especially with this and this. It's a lot of ward retention, plus the int ward retention. We have the formula here. 0.4 of current ward divided by 1 plus 0.5 ward retention. So divided by 5.5. 0.4 times current ward. So if you do this, so basically you have to divide our current ward by a roughly 15. And that is a decay per second. So 1/15 of our current ward is decaying. Is that correct? Let's make an example. So let's say we have 10,000 ward times 0.4, and then divided by 5.5. So it would decay by 700. Yeah, this is correct. Yes. You're gonna have so much ward. 1400 like region. Wait, is that real? I actually gonna walk around like this with 10k, like 15k ward? I don't know what. Not even 1 million ward. Wait, is that actually real? I get like 5 to 7k. But why? What am I missing? Is the ward retention formula not updated? Intelligence? Okay, intelligence says it's 4%. So that is not updated. So this is why. So I have to reduce this number.
So this is the number. 11.575. So we have like 8,000. The decay is like 700 per second. Yeah, you can get more, no? It says the formula for watt decay per second is 0.4. Wait, is it outdated? Let me check the in-game watt formula. Another tank link here, let's see. Okay. I don't know, we have like this. It was like this. Wood. Can't go higher. So with only 1000 watt per second, we already get to 5.7k watt. And according to the planner, that seems like a lot more watt per second. We have 1400. Yeah, this is an old formula in the planner, that's why. Look. We got bamboozled here. Yeah, I remember this. They made like this exponential squared formula. So that like punishes the high values. Dude, 6,000 watt is insane. With that amount of region as well. Like, why is everything so fucking OP compared to like rogues? Like this ward stuff. Like, I don't know, Sentinel just like doesn't die. Like, what have I done wrong? We just want a rogue, yes. But if I look at this here, like I feel like everything is just like 3 times tankier, at least. You know? It's actually crazy. Rogue has speed. Wait. Let me check the facts. The speed, guys. This will be the party season we never got. And not yet. Second expansion is certainly Paladin, I think. He is Rogue though. Speed, they die really fast. Okay, I am tempted to go Stormcrows, I gotta say. Just the fucking 2 red rings are already nuts. If you get them. Like, let's say, even if I get to like half the ward. Let's say I have like, you know, 1500, how much life does this have? 2.7k life. Let's say I have 2k life and like 3k ward. With this amount of DR, this is already insanely tanky. With 24% damage taken, we redirected to the minion. How much life do these fuckers have actually? What if I take like a 10k hit? Does the Stormcrow just die? No, right? It's probably fine. Forge Guard season when? Yeah, if you want to be an ultra giga chat, then you have to go Forge Guard. Because you can wear a shield and 2-handed weapon. I'm very tempted. Maybe not for the race. But maybe
after the race, after Heartseeker, I'll make a Forge Guard, two-handed shield. Maybe I'm gonna like that after all. I wanted to try some Javelin stuff and so on. Everybody's playing Judgment on hardcore, might as well be different. I don't have to be different, it's fine. We can go full meta slave for the race. It's fine. I just wish I could play Rogue and be successful, but I don't think I have that option. And the thing is that we don't even know if we're gonna see some softcore people clearing Abaroth before we can do it on hardcore. Because all of the big blasters will be on hardcore. So it's actually a really good chance that the first person to try Abaroth will be on hardcore. Which means I can't even rely on anyone to give us any kind of footage of the fight. We'll see Uber on offline day one. He can't do it on Legacy until someone kills it in season. Maybe the group people will do it. Yeah, that could be it. The group people could do it. MP, Snap, and so on. I might sacrifice myself for softcore. Don't do it, Synchronics. You go hardcore. Okay, not release a video from CT. I mean, maybe. But I wouldn't be surprised if they specifically said he can't release Abaroth footage. Which class will be the most popular in Season 2? I think it's not even close. It's gonna be Sentinel. Last week they said it starts on day 1 in offline. Okay, if they said that, then maybe. Yeah, maybe because it's offline, you know, if it actually has no connection to anything, you know, maybe it's just unlocked. But realistically, I think what they should do is, in offline, they should just give it like a 1 week, you know, like hard-coded delay or something in offline. I think that would probably make the most sense. You know, just like unlock it after 1 week, and that's it. Okay, anyway, Stormcrow does look cracked. Defensively as offensively. Like, if this actually has this kind of damage that it says... Now the thing is, how's it clear on this? I don't really know what to expect from these guys, to be honest. How fast do they go? What does it say here? Yeah. But, I mean... I guess it's time to check out Warpath and Erasing Strike. I heard the clear is bad. Yeah, it probably is. And we do care about clear. Like, it's not just about actually killing Abaroth, it's also about getting there. So you have to find a good mix. I mean, you could do a respec or something, but yeah. You don't care about the speed as a melee caster build. Yeah, I'm not more like about this clear speed, you know, like how fast do they actually clear echoes? Like, for example, like I'm used to like, you know, Falconer dive bomb kind of speed where all I do is like, you know, shift or aerial assault and then everything around me just dies. You know, like you barely ever attack unless it's like a unique or something or a boss. You just run. So if that's kind of the benchmark, then how fast does something like Stormcrow clear? Or Judgment? Judgment is a melee attack. So I'm not sure how large it is. But I guess it will not really be like a full screen clear. Yeah, it's not far enough fast, yeah, that will matter. You know, it adds up. if you're talking about like a 50-hour plus race, even just being like 10% slower in clear speed probably leads to, you know, 3-4 extra hours. And potentially it's more than 10% slower, so. Armor Blade sounds very similar to what Diveform used to be. Yeah, but you don't have survivability. I'm kind of surprised to see Umbro Blades up here of all things. I mean, for speed farming, yeah, okay, because it's like you use aerial assault and it just like throws the Umbro Blades everywhere. Dude, they never fixed the fucking Umbro Blades like throw bug, right? Like if you play Umbro Blades, it just randomly goes twice as far. That's not fixed, right? I didn't see it in patch notes. I was doing my test run the other day and I was so frustrated. You don't see a 3 days race at all? I see a 3 days race. I mean, if you're that tanky, like, okay, unless, I don't know what kind of DPS requirement there is for Uber Ambrov. I mean, obviously it will make it very hard. And they obviously balance it around the craziest builds out there. But survivability-wise, like, the Paladin is, like, ridiculous. So unless there are, like, built-in one-shots that you have to dodge that are extremely hard to dodge, that will kill even the tankiest character, and there is an enrage that is extremely tough to beat in terms of DPS. I don't know. Yo, Big Mac. Good luck. It's not really about clear, it's mainly about items I need for Uber. Some builds need way less gear. Yeah. Strength stacking Rune Master, 6k ward, 8 million DPS. Consider stacking silver shards or tankiness. Yeah, you can't really stack silver shards very much. You get one every 10 seconds from pressing, for me it's usually Falcon Strikes on the Falconer. And then you get one every like 8 seconds or so from the Smoke Bomb, and that's it. And also, it's not like each stack gives you a 10%, 100% dodge chance. All stacks are consumed when you take a hit. You can't stack multiple uses of silver shrouds. What the stacks do is just to give you 100 ward per stack. But you need to make sure that you cycle them. But this doesn't really help us when there is like a lot of ground effects and dots and stuff going on. Silver shards is only for hits. And we still have the problem that we have, you know, maybe 3.5k, maybe 4k life on like the very high end, like maybe 4k is viewable. And that's it. And then you have like glancing blows, okay. Which is like half of what the block does on the Paladin. If you even reach 100% glance, but let's say we do. And then we have like 20% damage reduction while moving and 8% damage reduction while moving. But we don't always move. So we can get hit sometimes where we don't move. Like when we start a step attack, like half the time we'll be moving, half the time not. I guess most of the time when we do take damage, we are moving. Yeah, I don't know, man. Rogue doesn't really hold a candle. Like 4k life. Recovery is also much lower. Yeah, I think we should check out what Evasing Strike does in Warpath. So it's time to learn those. Yo, this is a Titan Heart build, man. I like it already. And this too. I love Titan Heart. I actually use this on one of my rogues as well. I used the Aberov two-handed sword for fuck, what was that skill called? Lethal Mirage. That was actually a funny build. Increased area for melee area skills per 1 mana cost. Crit strike chance on melee attacks per 1 mana cost. What does the starter gear look like here? You want the World Splitter from Harvest of Hated and Black Sun. Which one is that? It's like one of the birds, right? One LP, 1 in 8. 2 LP, 2 FP, 6. That seems tough. The races SF hardcore. Are we wallpathing? Yeah, wallpath or erasing strike. And this weapon is relatively easy to get. And also relatively easy to get with 1 LP. So you won't have to farm that timeline too much. Nice crit chance per mana cost, per max mana, mana regen, percent mana. 90 mana, armor, res. Okay. You have swiftness. Actually, one thing I noticed is that all of these builds do not have any set items. I wanted to check out the set items, actually. Do we have like an overview of them? No. Erasing strike without World Splitter is really meh. What makes erasing strike with World Splitter so good? 0.02 increased area. Is that a flat area amount? I don't know what to expect here. Per 1 mana cost. This thing costs 30 and probably has something. Consumes mana to cause additional echoes when used. So does this count as mana cost in that case? So it'll be 120 extra. Everything has a cooldown. 5 seconds. We don't even take it. So cost more mana has more cooldown, we don't even take it. Okay, so the thing is that this thing only has 30 mana cost. So we're gonna get plus 0.6 area, whatever that means. And we get plus 15 crit chance. And we get some crit multi. So I guess we care more about the crit chance than we care about the crit area of effect here. And they have max mana. Probably like a few hundred, let's say 500 max mana. 50 crit multi.
Maybe more mana. Word Splitter is from Black Sun timeline. This is an Abaroth drop, right? Doesn't it have like this insane ranges? Oh my god. Oh my god. %20% of current health and ward loss when you evade. Monka S, dude. Oh god. Oh god. I mean, the good thing is that by the time you find you have to like, kill Abaroth a bunch of times, basically. And you're gonna keep getting more Abaroths as you go. So let's say he drops this like 1 in 5 or whatever. So you kill him like 35 times, you get a 1 LP 1. Yeah. Or not. He's gonna get like 10 different ones and one of them will have good rolls, I guess. It's a Giga Ventures Gambler, yeah, I remember that. We're getting Divining now, but for Divining you need a copy of the item that will then get consumed, right? So Divining is not gonna be that easy. You still have to farm this thing 10 times. He bought on Legacy Void tonight, level 16, it's almost 60 mana cost. Okay, I still don't know, like... I could divine it to worst, you can, yeah. Okay, anyway. It's like some AoE and some crit, basically, what you're getting, and it's a bunch of mana. More melee damage doom. What? Stun immunity for 4 seconds and use a potion. Cleans the stun and freeze. Health, increase armor, melee damage. 70% increase armor, actually. That's kind of big. It's also Oribus drop, right? Minus 75 Fizzres. Yeah, guaranteed affix on Slime is gonna be huge. Guaranteed like T7. I really hope that the Rune of Havoc is not gonna be too rare. The Maxwell command goes. Actually, what does my Maxwell command say? Let me see that. Yeah, it has T4. I guess I could put like the LE and the PoE page there as well or something. %40 endurance, 100 endurance threshold, 14 strength. What the fuck? Oh, Heartland's Husk. Wait, what? When a hit leaves you below your endurance threshold, you are slowed and release a powerful wave of void. Yikes.
What the fuck? Increased echo damage when a skill is echoed. Crit chance, crit multi, movement speed, damage. That's a lot of movement speed. Vitality, regen, res, mana, health, mana. Void pen, fizz, res. Okay. This is a T1. 108%. Okay. Really? Makes 1 LP items actual upgrades. Yeah, that's true. Well, the thing is, okay, you can get a 1 LP copy of an item, but the thing is then you also need to find the Exile item that has a tier 7 mod that you want, right? So there's that as well. Okay, so we obviously check this out here. Let's check the Void Knight tree. I have not studied the Void Knight tree really yet. Area of melee attacks. Crit multi per point spent. So I get 78 crit multi. He's going for 6 points on each. And then nothing here. Not even increased health. What? More armor? Moist Void Knights go for hammers early because the good shit comes later. Yeah, it kind of looks like it. Looking at this tree here. I'd like to see what Time Rod does. $55 void damage over 3 seconds, increases stun duration, can be sacked 12 times. Hope they fixed all the loops this time. Oof. Oof. Spinny hammers is the bread and butter of Sentinel leveling. Well, it looks like the leveling guy doesn't have spinny hammers though. We saw this earlier. So this was Moldy Strike. Maybe it changes though early on. Here's Hammer Throw, for example. And then I change to this, Rive, Javelin. Then we end up with this. So this might just be the start here. One second, guys. Need to get the napkin real quick. Wasn't too bad. Did they add trade this season or not? Yeah, you're like 1.5 years late to the party. Wonder how good Warpath will be for clearing maps. Yeah, I wonder if I should actually do this Erasing Strike stuff at all. If someone says that Erasing Strike without the World Splitter is kind of meh. I'm not sure why. Because of the area? And maybe just gonna go straight to Warpath. Like basically level, then go Warpath. Warpath will be screen wide when it ramps. Let me finish looking at the tree though. I want to see these things that we take here. There's a node on Warpath that makes mana cost plus AoE ramp. Let me see that. Area per second plus 20, mana cost per second plus 4. Wait, it just keeps going? Like with no cap or what? Mana cost 1. Spin towards the mouse while I hold down the key key. It's 1 cost to start and channel cost 10. What the fuck? Wait, is it actually a net gain in movement speed?
Well, maybe this is plus movement speed, right? Yeah, it's actually still a bit of a loss because let's say you have like 50% movement speed. It's actually plus minus 0 with 50% movement speed. Okay. Then you have this. We do know all the new legendaries. We know everything actually, besides what other looks like. Okay, let's check out Warpath a little bit more. Maybe Warpath is a better way to do it. Uh-huh. The Titan's heart is so sick. Can't even go for 2 LP. Dude, the max support is really like swiftness, huh? Like on literally every build does fire or void damage. I can understand. McFluffin was doing Warpath Packers runs, which is like 2 days better. Okay. I think it's Monk ass, man. Hmm. Where does the sword drop? Clover's Needle. Doesn't say where it's from. Viva Echoes. How large is nearby in this game? Does anyone know that?
Damn. Frailty and slow chance. Sick. Nearby equals close. Okay. In your presence. Made a range player founding Thunderbird. Yeah, well, that sounds nice. I want to play Falling Thunder at some point. I have another idea for it actually. No, it doesn't seem like it's there. Nearby radius is the same as golden circle around the dummy in a champion's gate. Okay. Let's see. Before I forget to check this. It is true initial. I'm 31. Or like a few months ago.
Yes? Stay safe.
Okay, so which golden circle are we looking at? Yeah, Rax pulled me as the winner on one of the pulls. I don't see a golden circle. Can you explain? From dummy to the fence. Okay, so basically this. Okay, so this is nearby. Okay. Not that much, but okay.
How does Echo work with like a channel ability? Like Warpath. Seems a bit sus. Mm-hmm. In general, it doesn't work with echoes. But you have +10 echo chance, but maybe just for the attack speed. But 3% per point. It's not very efficient. Wait. This doesn't make sense. So avoid essence lasts 8 seconds. Then you can only gain 1 AF4, but you can have a maximum of 3. But this means actually you can't have more than 2, right? If they only last 4 seconds, 8 seconds. Unless they restack, refresh. But it doesn't sound like they do. It sounds like there's individual timers for these. Mm-hmm. Ah, there's other source of void essence, okay. Hmm. Interesting. Can you keep channeling Warpath when this happens? I guess so, else it wouldn't make sense, right? Mm-hmm. That's very nice. Can you do POV again? 1 second. Actually, give me like 2 minutes. Hello guys, I'm back. What are you doing?
I was looking for food, but you ate it
Oh,
all.
we got a sub from Demon. Thank you. You're right, an actual hate image to Twitch. Oh no. Well, I appreciate it. Thanks for 3 months. Dog. Yes. He's licking me right now.
Sorry, what did I say? That it's almost 2. It's almost 3 actually.
It is kind of late actually, yes.
What the fuck?
Hmm.
I didn't notice either.
Yeah. Yeah, I was reading about Warpath and other things. I need to learn the entire class until Thursday.
Which one was Warpath?
Oh, Sentinel.
Hmm?
Sentinel. I've not really played a Sentinel.
I only played once.
It's a he, by the way. The dog. It's super tanky and good for minimal effort. My kind of build. Yeah, it's gonna be a very popular build, I think. Apparently it's like also pretty high up there for like farming and stuff, so I think people will play this. And it seems like everything on Sentinel is just gonna be tanky. And some more than others.
Just leave it there.
And the E-Race head, let's have a dog cam. Should we do dog cam?
Yeah, I'm doing it right now.
Yeah.
Look. Merlin, wanna be a celebrity?
I decided. I'm not 100% sure yet. There's also a chance I'll do Storm Kraus. We'll see. Is there like anything else that we have here? Hardcore tier list.
Yeah, fix it.
Dude, this fucking Stormcrow is in C for whatever reason. That doesn't make sense.
What is he doing?
You're raising Strike Void Knight S tier. Interesting.
I'm gonna keep him.
How does Judgment get res? It looks like no res on gear. Yeah, it's wild. You get a bunch from the aura. You get a bunch from the passives.
Okay, give me the dog. Gonna put him in.
And there's like 20 auras on the blessing. Okay. Goodbye, man.
Goodbye.
Judgment does have Holy Aura, yeah. It results in their tier list being super incomplete. I know, we have like 8 guys here on Maxwell, which are all pretty big blasters or something. I expect there's going to be a lot of stuff. And obviously, they can make many more builds than those that we see, right? And he has many builds. But I guess in terms of like especially the good builds, probably most of it is there. Yeah, Heartseeker is not happening, it seems. Heartseeker will be my second character. So... Also, I think they have like a few builds that are not released yet. Vito, they said. Think about the minion stuff and so on, apparently. Apparently not everything is ready yet. But they're still cooking. Okay, I need to read more up on this here. So there's area, block chance, and block effectiveness. 300, okay, that's pretty good. Wow, okay. Additional melee leech while wielding an axe, additional base crit while wielding a sword, additional fin. So this means global crit, I guess, of sword. Okay. Additional void damage. And it makes sense that this is doubled. It doesn't make too much sense that this is doubled, I guess. Maybe just for flavor. Okay. You have a chance to create an echo at a recent location that uses warp off on a spot for 2 seconds. This chance is equal to twice your chance for skills to echo. Okay. It's gonna be pretty good for bosses, I guess. Time rod chance. What? That is actually cracked. There's like 180% more. There's actually like very good solutions to make like a build possible that's like spin to win, where you can like AoE clear with low damage and then still have good boss damage by stacking it up. It's actually a really good implementation of spin to win, I think. Looking at this time rod stuff here. Okay, whatever that means. Ah. We'll just check that out in a second. Mana per 3 seconds. And does the channel cost scale of attack speed here? Or is it just like 10 per second and then it goes up? Plus 4. Because if it doesn't scale the channel cost, it's just 10 per second, then you would actually get more mana back than you spent by having 4 points invested here, 5 points. Mana cost doesn't scale. Okay, interesting. Might be good for early game to take this stuff there. So does attack speed actually do anything? Hits apply twice your attack rate, apparently. I can also do less mana cost per second. I can actually make it free. That's interesting. I can actually make it like a generator. That's really cool stuff in this warpath tree.
Okay, let's check out the Abyssal Echoes because this is connected. A Nova that echoes from up to 8 enemies. It reaches and applies Abyssal Decay. Enemies with Abyssal Decay take void damage over 5 seconds. If they take a hit, the damage is dealt to immediately. But this is a spell. And here we do hit damage. Also this one is strength, this one is... Okay, but so why exactly does it say it has vitality tag? Oh, here, gain 60 spell void damage. 2 per point. What the hell? Okay, there's some armor shred. Decay. Blind. Damage was blinded with buff 20%. Wait, is this multiplier? It doesn't say multiplicative. But it also doesn't say increased. It says more damage. This is kind of nuts though, if that's multiplier. But here the damage goes up as well. So we don't really cast this ourselves very often. I guess you do it at the start of the fight, right? When you walk into the boss room, you press this and you start spinning. No, it says directly using. So a specifically exclusive warpath autocast. Get a buff by indirect casts. Oh shit, really? Interesting. So is this a multiplier or not, the 20%? And then Time Rod, okay. Okay, so it will not explode for enemies, but it gets 5 explosions on the Abyssal Rift. Whatever that is. And that's it, okay. What else do we have? You can also play slow very easily, but I already do that on the passive, right? That's very funny. Can make enemies faster so they run after you while spinning. Okay. Symbols of Hope, we already have that. There's block. Wait. So we get parry from that. Oh shit, okay. Parry's actually strong. Yeah, but I was kind of surprised when they introduced parry. And I felt it was kind of just like a shitty way of implementing dodge. And we already had block. But I guess there are some mechanics here where parry is actually a thing. And Gary, by the way. Mm-hmm. Can I check the devouring orb? Mm-hmm. So you just cast Devouring Orb, get a buff. Last 10 seconds. Mana, regen, and damage. Here's a Void Essence as well. %3 more Void damage and 3% more melee damage. Okay, this makes it 14 seconds. There's Void Rest Shred and Slow Chance. Every 3 seconds. Oof. So you maintain like not even 1.5 Void Rest Shred stacks. That's like nothing for 5 points, really? This seems awful. It orbits you. But now it's 7 seconds duration. Oh shit. So you can cast it every 4 seconds. And last 7 seconds. Every 3 seconds you get this Abyssal Orb to get a shred. Okay, so basically every cast of Devouring Orb, which is done automatically every 4 seconds, you get 2 Rest Shred stacks. Rest Shred lasts 4 seconds. So you can maintain 2 red stacks. No. Actually, yes. Each orb will cast it twice. So we get 2 red per orb. And an orb is every 4 seconds. Abyssal Rush. There's a chance to consume only 50% of the mana cost and cooldown. You can have several Devouring Orbs. Yeah, I mean, you're gonna have 2 Devouring Orbs on average, roughly. It lasts 7 seconds. Well, sometimes you have a bit more because of this. So let's say you have like 2.5 Devouring Orbs on average. And each Devouring Orb does 2 shred stacks. So you're gonna maintain something like 5 Void Rush shred stacks. Not that much. But okay, I guess you can have 10, right? Okay, it's not that bad either, I guess. Void damage on impact. 80. Yeah, I get a lot of essences, that's nice. So the essence is not a problem, it only stacks to 3 anyway. So, I mean, it's like a small buff, I guess, the Void essences, but it's nice to have. Void Orbs can echo. Oh. Yeah, I didn't see anything about echoes. I don't even know where echoes exactly come from. Is this a part of this here? 10% chance to be repeated by an echo 0.5 seconds later. Okay. Then you have 20 echo. 30 echo. So wait, can you get an echo after 0.5 and an echo again after 1? If you roll both? I guess for the overall output it doesn't matter, but it's interesting. Okay, so you have 30% echo chance. And it's combined. Okay, so the game just determines you either get that after 0.5 with a 10% chance, or after 1 with 20% chance, but it can only be 1. Okay. Yeah, this definitely gets us into territory where we will have perma Void Rush shred, at least close to 10 stacks. Okay, let's check out Anomaly. When is the race? On Thursday. Combo skill at first sends enemies forward in time by 5 seconds. Reactivate the skill to bring those enemies back to retirement early. Oof. Bosses are only sent forward by a millisecond. Okay. 12 seconds cooldown. Instant cast. Okay, 18 seconds cooldown. Big area. Time not on return. Plus 50% void damage taken. Oh my god. Okay. Now the thing is that if you send them forward 5 seconds, then all the time rod will be gone that we had, right? It will expire. Is that how it works? So time rod lasts 3 seconds. So if you use that skill, all the time rod is gone. That we stacked up before. But then they take 50% extra damage for 5 seconds. Is this actually useful? I guess on bosses it is, right? It also costs no mana. Not with instant time travel. Time bubbles now cast on cell. Wait, what? Leaves behind a time bubble for 5 seconds, which slows enemies and shreds their void resistance. Oh. Okay, that's kinda sick. Lasts longer. So there's a 9-second bubble. It moves with you. But it costs 20 mana. That's OP, okay. And cast speed, attack speed. Here, it no longer sends enemies forward in time. Effects that will be triggered when enemies return to the present are instead triggered immediately. Okay. So this is how it works. Okay, so basically you channel Warpath. You never press Symbols of Hope. You autocast Abyssal Echoes. Thanks to this. Abyssal Echoes give you damage versus blind and blind. And armor shred. Then you trigger Devouring Orbs, roughly 3 to a handful at a time, depending on the rolls. Just give you Void Dress and Slow. And Global Mana Regen and Void Damage. And Void Essences, which gives you more Void damage and more melee damage, 3%. And then you have Anomaly, which can trigger sometimes with an 18 seconds cooldown. That gives him 50% extra damage taken and gives you a time bubble for 9 seconds. That also gives Void Rest, Shred and Slow stacks. And 20% attack speed. Okay. So basically just spin to win and sometimes press Anomaly. And that's it, right? There's nothing else you press. It's a really fun way to play a boring skill. Yeah. Yeah, the good thing is that it seems like Warpath, like the whole setup here, kind of like solves a lot of the typical problems of spin to win builds, which is that it feels good, has great AoE and farming and so on. But then boss fights are just like annoying, right? But it seems like this actually solves in a pretty good way with like the design of these skills. Like Warpath itself just, you know, scales up with the damage over time. And then it has like this time rod scaling here that's really good. And you can like, you know, stack up the voice, the rest shred and the armor shred and so on. So it all kind of just makes sense. So how long can you actually hold down the button? 4 mana cost per second more. It starts at 10. So after 10 seconds it costs 50 mana per second. So 20 seconds, it costs 90 mana per second. Getting to that kind of mana region sounds pretty unrealistic. Especially because you're also auto-casting some orbs meanwhile. Although they don't really have such an impact at this point. And we also auto-cast the Abyssal Echoes, right? That costs 35, oh my god. In theory, you can now screen enemies and min-max build. Once it starts costing more than 30% of your max mana, then you start losing it. And there was something here with the mana, right? Okay. Now you have 3 or more Void Essences. Wait a minute. It says you can have a maximum of 3 Void Essences at once. But here it says 3 or more. I'm confused. If you drop below 0 mana, you consume 3 Void Essences to set your pool to 30% of your maximum mana with a 3-second cooldown. So you mean when it costs more than 10% of your maximum mana? Because this can only happen every 3 seconds. It's kind of interesting how there's like some dynamic there. So I guess sometimes you can min-max a little bit where you like intentionally stop before you know you're gonna have like the final encounter or like the boss or something, and then you start spinning. Yeah, it is 30% every 3 seconds. But the warpath consumes every second. So if it costs 10% of your mana, then after 3 seconds you will have consumed 30%. Now you'll probably have some mana regen as well. But I mean, it's ramping really fast, right? So let's say you have 500 mana. After 10 seconds of spinning, it will cost 50, which is the 10% threshold. So I guess it's gonna be tough to actually really channel for longer than 20 seconds or so, even when you start at a full mana pool. Ah, true, there's a 45% cost reduction. I saw that. So that definitely changes things a bit. Yo, Tommy. Actual 5 years, holy shit. Thanks, man. In playing Rowan Barb in LE for chill gaming. Well, I'm not chilling. But I might have to play this because it might be the fastest. Getting down is really big, yeah. 45% reduced channel costs. This is a warpath. Mana. Kinda hilarious. So we definitely have a mana pool of like at least 600, 700 or something at this point. The way this looks like. There's also an Abaroth drop, right? 100% effect of Frenzy. Holy fuck, man, that's a thing. That's quite a thing, actually. 2 LP, by the way. This is also an Arbor of drop? Wait, is it Uber Arbor of drop? Dude, what the fuck is this item? Okay, guys, just get a perfectly rolled Nihilis with 2 LP, no problem. They're not joking when they say aspirational. One in 4.7 million. Alright then. Yeah, it's called aspirational on purpose, you know. It just shows you where you're headed with like the best in slot gear, basically. Because here it kind of just ends, you know, at a point where many people will surpass it. This is why they have this. The weapon is a Weaver's Will item. Oh. Oh shit. Okay. Then why does it say like legendary potential? It said that on the other Weaver. I guess it's just like a wrong tooltip here in the planner. It said that on the Weaver's Will boots as well. I guess the level for legendary potential still matters for the chances of rolling a certain amount of Weaver's Will, right? $170 crit multi, holy fuck. This has 8 crit chance as well. Mm-hmm. Yeah, that seems very good. I guess Warpath might be the way for racing, actually. Like, you're constantly moving. Seems like it has very good synergies. Giga tanky. The question is just, when do we switch to this? I mean, if this is a Weaver's Will item, it's gonna be very hard to get in SSF. Not spec Warriors free until you get a helmet. You mean the increase in size thing, right? Yeah, I know. Worst case, you put a point here or something. Want to get some extra damage. Here's area as well. I mean, honestly, before you start really scaling crit, maybe just take this out and do like extra area. Or take this out for like early game, it's pretty fine. Just take out the block. Especially when you don't have this shield, this sword. Like, this is actually parry chance, but without the shield equipped, you're not gonna have block effectors and stuff. So just take this out and take a warp of arrow E and this arrow E here. And then leave this out. Now I need to get rid of some points anyway, this is 26 points. So probably done some of these as well. This is 4. We take out 2 here, then we had 20. We take out 3 more. Yeah, that's probably what you do early game, I guess. Just remove all these and you get level 20, and then you do 1, 2, 3, 4. That was the mana cost, true. Actually, this you can like channel forever, pretty much. So I guess you can like be max a little bit depending on what you need. Maybe your mana is fine. It sounds like it's easy to sustain with 10 mana cost per second, but you still have to get the mana from the other stuff. Play Judgment Paladin to like 65 to 70. No, the idea is to play Judgment for Ubarbarov and not really much before that. Like the idea is that we don't play Judgment Paladin. Did it change skills in beginner? I didn't really like check the guide now, but there's probably like some switches here. This is just a gear though. Maintain time bubble with anomaly at all times. That doesn't work though. The bubble lasts only 9 seconds and anomaly is 18 seconds cooldown. What am I missing? I thought it's only like 50% uptime. Yeah, 5 seconds. 80% extra is 9 seconds. And this has 12 seconds cooldown. Wait a minute. What, I saw something about longer cooldown on anomaly. Am I chopping? Ah, here, instant cast. This one. Yeah, there's no cooldown on the gear though. Cooldown is only on boots and belts. We don't have it on any. Mm-hmm. Wings of Argentus. Gain haste on hit. Less damage taken while moving. I mean, it's not even a fire or cold skill. Seems kind of wasteful. When you compare to this. Just like a very shitty version of Titan's Heart. This relic can only be obtained from Ubarbarov. Shattered Worlds. You're immune to so and you have haste and 5 crit. Okay, I mean the ranges are insane on this, so. And has less damage taken too, oh my god. Dude. Wings is good, but it's rare and hard to get LP on. Yeah, I don't really remember seeing that so often. But either way, I mean, it's good for a build that maybe doesn't do void damage. But yeah, I don't know. Yeah, Titan is very easy to get. It's a low-level item. Yeah, look at this LP, 1 in 4 for 1 LP. It's a 1 in 16 with Ascendancy. Like, Titan hard drops all the time. It's no problem to get this. Like, I would even go for like a 2 LP. Okay, so Clover's Needle drops from a specific woven echo. And I gotta farm Stolen Lands. I mean, it's a boss drop, which means you can get it easily, no matter what, I guess. But either way, we're not going for it, so it's fine. I'm not sure yet if I go for Warpath at all. But it does seem like a good choice. Now, with this gear, like how far can we go into corruption? Can we like farm 300 corruption and one-shot everything? Probably, right? Like I need to equate this with like some corruption values, I guess. Nemesis helps, probably some COF and body armor echoes. I mean, you also have the Viva tree now where you can like put the item in and then try to get it. These guys are actually very sleek. I like it. So much done with just like the embeds. You don't need to say that much. Average tankiness. This is called average tankiness? Are you serious? Excellent single target. Amazing AoE, extreme clear speed. And free head gameplay. I mean, does it get better? Apparently not much. Forge got apparently not laughing at his tankiness. Yeah, I'm just sitting here and thinking this is insane already. Like, you know, just anything on this fucking class is like insane. It's crazy. Okay, it doesn't have like the Giga block and stuff. But still. Vadakos Weiss. What's that? I mean, it doesn't really cause a problem. but it doesn't really seem like a great item. Like the explosive spear doesn't matter that much. Looks insane with father's effort, investment, and judge though. Yeah, I mean the important thing for me is like which build do I play to farm? Because judge might just be like kind of too slow for this. And it looks like we have it here in S tier, which means that this build will probably, you know, kind of chill all the way up to like, you know, 1000 corruption or something. And I don't need to do that. The highest I have to go and farm is like around 300 corruption. And if I feel like going more, then I will go more. But after 300 corruption, the scaling really slows down and you don't get much anymore. So you might just stay there, go giga speed, and rush, basically. And then push one timeline to 500. You stick in Uber Aberoth, and you just leave it there, and you come back to do it later. And I'm being baited to Warpath. Well, I'm just looking for what I will do to actually get to Aberoth. Snap path. Like you have to remember this is a race after all. And Judgment looks like something that is like maybe too slow to get there, and we're gonna expect it later. The race is on first day. No way to win. Nice. OJ Harrison, you can keep stacking us until you hit actual 100%. Did you already update the tier list? The tier list are updated, yeah. I mean, here's Marksman. There's Multishot, there's Heartseeker. Looks pretty solid and stuff. I'm definitely excited to play Marksman. So after this whole race thing is over, I'm gonna do that. Mage Glacier will win the race. Where did we have Mage? I don't even see any Mage here. Here's Glacier. Why don't go with Umbroblade Falconer? Because that is like one of the deadliest builds you can play on this class. Because it relies on aerial sword to like jump into packs to then proc Umbral blades everywhere. And it's a rogue. So hell no. And especially for bossing it's gonna be awkward as fuck. Because you have to like jump around. You can't use your movement skill defensively. Like this is like a death sentence. Use a non-leap version of A. Okay. Either way, it's not a way. You jump a smoke bomb. Okay, I see. Let me see that again then. Yeah, I forgot there's actually a thing like that. Never really checked it out though in game. Yeah, no longer moves you. There's no way to survive until Uber being Falconer. I mean, that's obviously untrue. I literally pushed a Falconer to 1k corruption in 1.1. So, you can't do that. But, Yeah, it gets a bit rough out there. Just go for speed, either you're too slow or you die. Well, in the last race, I could have literally gone 50% slower and I would have won. So maybe speed is not really the main concern, you know? No, I was the first to try and die, and I was the second to kill him. Like 4 hours after the first kill. I was like a few hours after the first kill. Which was like 2 days later. Like I died like, I don't know what, like 2 days in, and then I killed him 4 days in. On my second character. I mean, the funny part is I would have probably gotten the first kill if I had just played Falconer again. Because of backup gear and, you know, because I was familiar with it. Because when I made my second character, I just said, fuck it, it's over. And I made a fucking shaman, and I just cooked up some avalanche build. Which I then used to get the world's second kill. You know, with some build that I just made out of thin air, basically. Which is kind of funny, actually. So in the original race, if I had just run it back on the same class, I probably would have done it. Which is kind of hilarious. There was some stupid and funny deaths in between, like Karns, yeah. Karns died to the fucking spires. I remember that. He jumped into the Void Wall. Okay, I don't remember that. I just remember that Karn dying to like a random spire nuking him in one of the echoes. I mean, on my world first attempt, I died at 20% right before I execute. Because I didn't understand the time-shattering slam in the last phase. Like, it was just like an unknown mechanic to me. One more person converted to Ritualist login. Can use the current loading builds and endgame builds on Maxwell. I guess most of it doesn't like change fundamentally, besides like a few skill changes and stuff. They just need to be aware of like how much weaker or stronger it is, and maybe some nodes don't exist or something. Actually, it would be a good idea to put out a little post that says, you know, these are the builds that roughly function like they will after patch, and these are the builds that won't. Maybe they should do something like that. In case people want to log in right now. My Blade Falcon has made to 8k corruption, holy fuck. I'm gonna ask them tomorrow. I'm gonna have the podcast tomorrow with the boys. Dude, 10k corruption. I wonder if there's like any builds that can actually survive a hit from anything at that point. I guess probably like the paladin builds and stuff, they probably can, right? Because they're that tanky. I'm curious how Volker put the Heartseeker build as an active playstyle. What do you mean? It's like, you know, starter step, hit and run. It's just degen or screening at that point. Yeah. And the thing is, you never lose corruption to anything, right? It's just like you just push it more slowly if you die too often. But if you can get to the point where you have like insane off-screen clear and you have decent boss damage to kill Orbis, you can always just keep trying him and push the corruption higher. So it's just a matter of time on softcore. WSD perfect starter stepping or holding down 2 buttons. What does the Heartseeker guide look like actually? I wonder if they go crit. They probably go crit, right? Yeah. Cast Dragon Fire on crit. What the fuck is that even? Isn't like some... Yeah, it's like a 1 in 9. 2 LPs and 1 in 14. And also... What? Why is there only 4 skills? Kick. Oh no, they go for Morning Frost. Let me see that thing. Hello. What's up? When am I done? Yeah. I don't know. When I've studied every single guide. Yeah. Okay, it's batch time soon, guys. Is Dragonfire good? No idea what it does. 2 to fire skill, 17 damage. Why cast many skills when few skills can do? I mean, this is how it is sometimes. And they take the shuriken for the armor, I guess. Actually, not even. Wait, what are they doing here? Blind, immobilize. Yeah. I never considered going the left side here for this stuff. It's 4, 5, 7 points. Really give up some of the duration. It'll be so much fun to play this. I actually can't wait. Yeah, I know I can turn smoke to Tinabon. That's what they're doing here, I guess. This one. Made backflip away. Are you doing the backflip instead of the 2 target location? Wait, I know they have the shift here anyway. Okay, we were talking about the Umbral Blades build earlier, which has that, I guess. Now counts as a movement skill. Is movement skill the same as traversal skill? So do they share cooldowns? No, now it says counts as traversal skill, so it's not the same. It counts as movement, but not as a traversal. Okay. Got rid of Shadow Daggers? No, they did not. Burning Daggers is a separate mechanic. Anyway, let's not waste our time here. We can check this later. Can I anything to go for this bow? Ravenous Void. 1 in 9, 28. Ascendance. What the fuck? Water Orb. What does that do? And why do we want this? I mean, it's like a fire build. What? But, okay, so we do cold and fire on this, or what? Because here we have like a lot of fire damage on the weapon, and then on the Heartseeker tree, everything is fire. But then you also have the cold thing here. That seems like giga random. So we have these water orbs and the dragon fire. And they actually do damage in this setup. Is that what he's saying? And then we also have the Heartseeker. Ah, here bursts of fire and breath that deals damage to enemies in a cone. I guess it helps with the AoE clear. Does the trigger Dragonfire actually cost mana? 34% chance to cast Dragonfire on crit, which means you're gonna get that all the time. Wait a minute. Does this globally change Burning Dagger? Even for the Burning Dagger from Heartseeker? -5 mana cost. Okay, that's kinda nuts. But it already costs 0 mana. But here's us 8 mana. So we give it +8 and a -5. But also 50% damage. Maybe. Or maybe it just consumes 8 mana and the total P is wrong. Interesting stuff. I've never tried anything like this. Seems curious. It's very fun though. I'll play this for sure. After the race. Yeah, I've seen the Heartseeker stuff a little bit. Actually, I'm gonna close everything. There's one thing I wanted to check though, which was the... Where was that? Someone said there was a tree. But a viewer tree. Where was that?
I don't have a link for it. I don't think you have it here. Do you have like an interactive tree? And that's about tools. No. Mm-hmm. Let's take a look here. What is this here? Viva tree progression. Can we do full screen? Oh, nice. Okay, 50 points, 30 from ranks, 37 from echoes. Uber Abaroth does not give not points. There's 36 woven echoes. You get 37 points on those, and not from Uber Abaroth. So you have 35 echoes that give 37 points. So I guess there's 2 of them that give 2. Cumulative rates are more common. 10%. Diamond and boss reward drop chance plus 0.1 per point. Rare enemies in your tombs and cemeteries have a small chance to drop the timeline's boss-specific rewards. Interesting. So every 300 rares doesn't seem that bad. In tombs and cemeteries have increased monster pack size. Rare enemies have an additional chance to drop woven echoes plus 3%. Additional chance. Doesn't sound like it's increased. But maybe there's some flat chance. You have a chance to mask your company in rooms. You put defensive buffs and cast spells at enemies. Cemeteries are more common on your echo web. Ah, so wait, so the cemeteries appear on your echo web, and then you run them, and then you can place something else there. No. The cemeteries appear on your echo, you run it, and then it allows you to put one woven echo into one of the slots that you already see. Somewhere else. Okay. %40 chance to duplicate. This is UF focus summary.
Hey folks, today I'm going to be going over.
Yeah, I have this video open actually. We can check this out. Okay, let's do it.
The Weaver tree nodes that we've
Actually, I wanted to see all the nodes first. So let's do this. We're already here. No item selected. Okay. So this, I guess. Nemesis encounters are more common. Okay. Top 6 sword weapons that can be upgraded if you kill a Harbinger. Yeah, that's insane. If you want to get these bases. Weapon or jewelry item. Similar items are more likely to have the same rarity, subtype, and affix as the imprinted item. When imprinting a unique item, the similar items also have an increased chance of being the exact same unique. Okay. Beacons never appear. The echoes have a chance to get an additional spiderling packs. Okay. XP
experience tools when you complete an echo objective. Super beacon chance. But guarded by more dangerous enemies. And is like required to do this here. Pile of exalted items, 30% chance, okay. Okay, so you can remove glyph, XP, arena, gold, and rune rewards. Basically leaving you with mostly items and keys. And nothing else, right? You can place an infinite number of woven echoes on one cemetery as long as they're in your inventory. Wait, what? Ah, okay. So basically you try to explore a lot on the web. Then you run one cemetery and then you put everywhere the woven echoes you want. And then you go random. Is that what you're saying? So you could farm XP earlier by blocking stuff out. Yeah, I don't think you care that much about XP. Like if you're like level 95 or level 96 at the end of the race, it doesn't really matter too much, I guess. I think you rather want to go for other stuff. Okay, gold is not that important, but glyphs certainly you want that. Runes probably too. Yeah, you probably want to go the first points here just to get more tombs and shit, so you get more points faster, right? I think so too. Favor a cash spawn. I don't know what that is. Are these like the big chests or what? Place an armor or weapon to imprint it. Okay. First elite arenas. I mean, they're giga buffed arenas. Arenas are probably like low-key extremely good. And everyone's gonna block them now. Without ever trying. Tundra Stalkers. Didn't they make them smaller? They still don't have any mechanics? I think they do. Didn't they say that? They juice them up a lot and they might be much faster. And do we care about mechanics very much is the question? I think I'm gonna just like straight up run through arenas no matter what. It's fine. Maybe I'll block them eventually, but... Lost caches of an additional exalted item. Has a chance to spawn a Dude Lizard, 30%. These are more common. Always drop a unique item and have double the chance to drop their tail. I wonder if they nerfed Loot Lizards. They seem like really cracked. Ah, here's the arena thing. This is in a very random position, to be honest. Also, I realized this tree doesn't show how many points we need to progress from one to the next. Every single T7 affix is worth keeping. Good luck with your stash. I don't think we got nearly enough of the runes anyway. All the woven echoes. Oh shit, so you can see those too. Place a woven echo imprinted to have a chance to spawn on your echo web when a new echo is generated. Wait. So a normal echo can be replaced by this woven echo randomly. That's kind of nuts. I wonder if they have waiting. Probably. Like imagine you put like a Uber Aberov echo there, and then it's just like, yeah, half your web just becomes like Uber Aberovs. Rare enemies have additional chance to drop dungeon keys. Okay. That's actually very common. Starting point is in the middle. Rare and dungeon enemy pack chance. 20%. And have a chance to drop the respective dungeon's boss uniques. Interesting. Enraged enemies have 35 greater movement speed and 6% attack speed. They drop additional runes and glyphs. Huh. That seems really good. Like runes are like really important. I might take those. Twin chance, 39%. Seems insanely ripping. Yeah, it's just some attack speed. I mean, it's rare enemies, it's not unique enemies. Bosses and champions, and equals to an additional pile of gold. An additional chance to drop a unique item. Boss objective echoes have a chance to kill 2 bosses. They do more damage, have more health, and drop an additional unique item when slain. Wait, what are boss objectives exactly? I guess like the mini bosses, right? In echoes. Not the real bosses. But how much more damage and stuff are we talking? I killed a dragon, okay. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Okay, armor jewelry. Completing Tomb of the Race or killing Shade of Orbis has a chance to drop the Confluence of Oblivion. It's a woven echo that is guarded by a gauntlet of shades. Ah, this is like the boss gauntlet, right? What does it do? Killing Shades of Orbis no longer grants corruption. I guess Gauntlet of Shades means Shade of Orbis in that case. Arena Echoes of Memory Amber on completion. What the hell are Souls of the Erased? Can you press Alt or something? No. Okay, I don't know what this means here. Yeah, we're done soon. Make them harder into memory amber. Yeah, but how much harder? Like, I would like to know that. Souls are once you free and possess enemies. Okay, so this has to do with the Woven faction, I guess, and the rerolling of stuff. Yeah, Nini is going to bonk me soon, guys. If I read one more node.
taking me to lunch tomorrow.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
in a few hours.
It's not a few hours.
Yeah, it's a few hours. I'm very hungry.
Lunch is usually at least noon.
I didn't have dinner today. I'm very hungry.
Yeah, I could have given you a kalamaki.
You didn't ask me if I want some.
But you watched me eat 5 of them,
Yeah, it was amazing watching you eat it.
I'm sure. I'm looking at the Viva tree right now.
Not the what?
The Viva tree.
Weaver
It's
tree.
basically the Atlas passive tree for the last Epoch now.
Oh, we have that?
Yes.
I haven't looked at anything. It will be a brand new game for me now.
Yes. Yeah, it's amazing.
I didn't expect this.
Mm-hmm. Sarek.
I think the chat is mocking you. You need special armor to deflect me.
Five minutes Turkish. What? I don't understand.
Huh? Me neither.
Snatch. No, I have not seen that. Apparently it's on a movie. Yeah, echoes have a chance to spawn with a new reward type which grants open echoes. So it sounds like they can only spawn with this if you have at least 1 point in there. And then you get more chance as well per point. Is that how it works? Ah, here, chance is similar to Exalt item rewards. 100% increased chance, the chance equal to Exalt item reward type. Yes. Okay. So that could be a really good way to get the points early on. You probably want to take this pretty early. Okay, our mods say that Snatch is a great movie.
Mm-hmm.
Such a great movie, even. Okay,
I think they're still mocking you.
I know. What can I do?
They will think I'm abusing you. Am I?
Are you?
Am I?
Isn't she?
We are abusing me. You're gonna wake me up later. Okay.
No, I won't.
The moment you open the door, I wake up.
Abuse is subjective.
Yeah, exactly.
Yes.
You don't know what I have to put through.
Turn away from the screen for 2 minutes.
Is Snatch the one that Brad Pitt stars, or is that another one?
The question is, do you like it? Yeah, is it really abuse if I like it?
What? Do you like it?
I was just
Or
asked
I know I don't like it
from nostalgic.
when you wake me up. Hmm.
We don't have a cellar. I have a bed here in my room.
Yeah, but he opens the door like an orc, and I can hear him like 20 meters away, and I can hear him because he never.
To be fair, it's not my fault. The doors suck.
It does
And
that, but I've shown you how to open the door, and you never do that.
I try.
No, you don't. You just forget that I'm sleeping somewhere.
Dude, the doors are actually terrible, guys. Like, it's actually insane how bad the
Yeah,
doors
blame
are.
the doors now. Blame
Yeah.
the door, not your orcish ways.
Come on, look at them.
I look at them.
Yeah.
I hear them.
Dude, the doors are insane in this house. That's the first thing I said when I entered here.
Wudijo. Yeah, from now on I would call you Wudijo.
I've never seen doors like these, guys. I'm not an orc.
Mm-hmm.
Like, you literally cannot open the fucking doors.
Wonkas describe you perfectly. The same shit, but watch it.
Why?
I'm not talking shit. You are acting like an orc. And then you're banging the bathroom door too.
I should make an IRL stream and,
As one
and
is
show
not
them the
enough.
doors. Every single one. I'm gonna show them every single door.
Yeah. Then I can show them how to manipulate the door so it's not that loud. And then I will show them how you open the door
Yeah.
and see what they say.
Soon we're gonna have a Nini written Maxwell guide on how to open the doors in his house. Because that's actually what we need.
Yeah. Corvus made me an expert.
Yeah.
One should wonder about you though.
Nextdoors.gg.
Are you a noob door opener? Say it. I'm a noob door opener.
No.
Yes, you are a noob.
The doors are just too hard
You
for
are
me.
a noob.
No.
Yes, you are a noob. You don't want to admit that? What
But
are you then?
sometimes I manage. Okay, but I'm very, very careful, guys. Sometimes I manage to open the door without. But it's hard. And even then, most of the
You
time,
almost
the
gave me
fucking. The
a
fucking.
heart attack the last time. I thought we were being robbed or something.
Like the lock. Wait. You know, like that part?
Yeah, it's an old house here. But it looks very pretty, I can tell you that.
Like here, that part of the door. Wait, I'm gonna show
Knob,
this.
it's called.
No, not knob. I mean
Yeah.
this. I mean this part here. This thing that goes into the, you know, that locks it. Like that part is
Okay.
fucking stuck on every fucking door as well.
That's a
And
problem.
then you have to like push it to try to like maybe
Excuse
make
me,
it snap out again.
That's a problem when you try to close the door. But when you open it, you just bang
Door
it
hinge.
with all your strength. That's what you do. Door hinge, yes. Okay, I ranted enough.
Yeah, me too.
You're
I just wanna-
blocking you here, so you don't open the door. You stay with your chat and your bed here. Okay, I'm fine there.
Okay.
I'm locking you. I mean it.
Yeah, good luck.
Do you want to go to the bathroom now or something? It's your last chance.
The doors will be squeaking, guys. It's not just the squeaking. It's the fucking lock. Raised bed. Uh-oh.
Someone suggests I should knock your ass out.
No.
Why?
No.
Why? Well, it's hard to reach it now anyway. You're sitting on it.
They probably aren't square in the frame. Yeah, I don't know. I think it's like whoever installed these doors did a terrible job. Like at all of them. It's crazy.
Yeah, it's the cheapest door they could find apparently.
Anyway, I guess I'm gonna go bed tonight. It's 4:20.
You guess.
Yes.
You guessed right.
I have this kind of intuition.
Okay, seriously, if you want to stream more, you can just go to the bathroom now so you don't wake me up later or something.
I don't want to stream more. Do I want to stream more, guys? No.
I offered. We are very democratic in this house, guys. Believe me.
Merlin agrees.
Hmm?
Merlin agrees.
Mhm. Good night, everyone.
Mm-hmm. Alright, guys. We go again tomorrow. 4:20. Let's raid someone.
I promise you will see him very early. He needs only to take him for lunch, and then he's all yours. Are you?
Am I?
Hmm. Can I choose a raid? That mods?
Okay, let's raid Datmos. He's doing some nice Epoch stuff as well. Okay, have a good one, guys. I'll see you tomorrow.
Arrivederci.
Scatter.